Part Two, Chapter 8 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. Recording is in the public domain. Daylight's coming to civilization had not improved him. True, he wore better clothes, he learned slightly better manners, and spoke better English. As a gambler and a man trampler, he had developed remarkable efficiency. Also, he had become used to a higher standard of living, and he had whetted his wits to razor sharpness in the fierce, complicated struggle of fighting males. But he had hardened, and at the expense of his old-time, whole-souled geniality. Of the essential refinements of civilization he knew nothing. He did not know they existed. He had become cynical, bitter, and brutal. Power had its effect on him that it had on all men. Suspicious of the big exploiters, despising the fools of the exploited herd, he had faith only in himself. This led to an undue and erroneous exaltation of his ego, while kindly consideration of others, nay, even simple respect, was destroyed, until naught was left for him but to worship at the shrine of self. Physically, he was not the man of iron muscles who had come down out of the Arctic. He did not exercise sufficiently, ate more than was good for him, and drank altogether too much. His muscles were getting flabby, and his tailor called attention to his increasing waistband. In fact, Daylight was developing a definite paunch. This physical deterioration was manifest likewise in his face. The lean Indian visage was suffering a city change. The slight hollows in the cheeks under the high cheekbones had filled out. The beginning of puff sacks under the eyes was faintly visible. The girth of the neck had increased, and the first crease and fold of a double chin were becoming plainly discernible. The old effect of asceticism, bred of terrific hardships and toil, had vanished. The features had become broader and heavier, betraying all the stigmata of the life he lived, advertising the man's self-indulgence, harshness, and brutality. Even his human affiliations were descending. Playing a lone hand, contemptuous of most of the men with whom he played, lacking in sympathy or understanding of them, and certainly independent of them, he had found little in common with those to be encountered, say, at the Alta Pacific. In point of fact, when the battle with the steamship companies was at its height, and his raiding was inflicting incalculable damage on all business interests, he had been asked to resign from the Alta Pacific. The idea had been rather to his liking, and he found new quarters in clubs like the Riverside, organized and practically maintained by the city bosses. He found that he really liked such men better. They were more primitive and simple, and they did not put on airs. They were honest buccaneers, frankly in the game for what they could get out of it. On the surface, more raw and savage, but at least not glossed over with oily or graceful hypocrisy. The Alta Pacific had suggested that his resignation be kept a private matter, and then had privily informed the newspapers. The latter had made great capital out of the forced resignation, but Daylight had grinned and silently gone his way, though registering a black mark against more than one club member who was destined to feel, in the days to come, the crushing weight of the Klondikers' financial paw. The storm center of a combined newspaper attack lasting for months. Daylight's character had been torn to shreds. There was no fact in his history that had not been distorted into a criminality or a vice. This public making of him over into an iniquitous monster had pretty well crushed any lingering hope that he had of getting acquainted with Dede Mason. He felt that there was no chance for her ever to look kindly on a man of his caliber, and beyond increasing her salary to $75 a month, he proceeded gradually to forget about her. The increase was made known to her through Morrison, and later she thanked Daylight, and that was the end of it. One week end, feeling heavy and depressed, and tired of the city and its ways, he obeyed the impulse of a whim that was later to play an important part in his life. The desire to get out of the city for a whiff of country air and for a change of scene was the cause. Yet to him he made the excuse of going to Glen Ellen for the purpose of inspecting the brickyard with which Holdsworthy had gold bricked him. He spent the night in the little country hotel, and on Sunday morning, astride a saddle horse rented from the Glen Ellen butcher, rode out of the village. The brickyard was close at hand on the flat beside the Sonoma Creek. The kilns were visible among the trees, and when he glanced to the left and caught sight of a cluster of wooded knolls half a mile away, perched on the rolling slopes of Sonoma Mountain, the mountain itself, wooded, towered behind him. The trees on the knolls seemed to beckon to him. The dry, early summer air, shot through with sunshine, was wine to him. Unconsciously he drank it in deep breaths. The prospect of the brickyard was uninviting. He was jaded with all things business, and the wooded knolls were calling to him. A horse was between his legs, a good horse, he decided, one that sent him back to the cayuses he had ridden during his Eastern Oregon boyhood. He had been somewhat of a rider in those early days, and the champ of bit and creak of saddle leather sounded good to him now. Resolving to have his fun first and to look over the brickyard afterward, he rode on up the hill, prospecting for a way across country to get to the knolls. He left the country road at the first gate he came to, and cantered through a hayfield. The grain was waist high on either side the wagon road, and he sniffed the warm aroma of it with delighted nostrils. Larks flew up before him, and from everywhere came mellow notes. From the appearance of the road, it was patent that it had been used for hauling clay to the now idle brickyard. Salving his conscience with the idea that this was part of the inspection, he rode on to the clay pit, a huge scar in a hillside. But he did not linger long, swinging off again to the left and leaving the road. Not a farmhouse was in sight, and the change from city crowding was essentially satisfying. He rode now through open woods, across little flower-scattered glades, till he came upon a spring. Flat on the ground, he drank deeply of the clear water, and looking about him, felt with a shock the beauty of the world. It came to him like a discovery. He had never realized it before, he concluded, and also he had forgotten much. One could not sit in at high finance and keep track of such things. As he drank in the air, the scene, and the distant song of larks, he felt like a poker player rising from a night-long table and coming forth from the pent atmosphere to taste the freshness of the morn. At the base of the knolls he encountered a tumble-down stake and rider fence. From the look of it, he judged it must be 40 years old at least, the work of some first pioneer who had taken up the land when the days of gold had ended. The woods were very thick here, yet fairly clear of underbrush, so that, while the blue sky was screened by the arched branches, he was able to ride beneath. He now found himself in a nook of several acres, where the oak and manzanita and madrono gave way to clusters of stately redwoods. Against the foot of a steep-sloped knoll, he came upon a magnificent group of redwoods that seemed to have gathered about a tiny, gurgling spring. He halted his horse, for beside the spring uprose a wild California lily. It was a wonderful flower, growing there in the cathedral nave of lofty trees. At least 8 feet in height, its stem rose straight and slender, green and bare for 2/3 of its length, and then burst into a shower of snow-white waxen bells. There were hundreds of these blossoms, all from the one stem, delicately poised and ethereally frail. Daylight had never seen anything like it. Slowly his gaze wandered from it to all that was about him. He took off his hat with almost a vague religious feeling. This was different. No room for contempt and evil here. This was clean and fresh and beautiful, something he could respect. It was like a church. The atmosphere was one of holy calm. Here man felt the prompting of nobler things. Much of this and more was in Daylight's heart as he looked about him, but it was not a concept of his mind. He nearly felt it without thinking about it at all. On the steep incline above the spring grew tiny maidenhair ferns, while higher up were larger ferns and brakes. Great moss-covered trunks of fallen trees lay here and there, slowly sinking back and merging into the level of the forest mold. Beyond, in a slightly clearer space, wild grape and honeysuckle swung in green riot from gnarled old oak trees. A gray Douglas squirrel crept out on a branch and watched him. From somewhere came the distant knocking of a woodpecker. This sound did not disturb the hush and awe of the place. Quiet woods. Noise belonged there and made the solitude complete. The tiny, bubbling ripple of the spring and the gray flash of tree squirrel was yardsticks with which to measure the silence and motionless repose. "Might be a million miles from anywhere," Daylight whispered to himself. But ever his gaze returned to the wonderful lily beside the bubbling spring. He tethered the horse and wandered on foot among the knolls. Their tops were crowned with century-old spruce trees, and their sides clothed with oaks and madronos and native holly. But to the perfect redwoods belonged the small but deep cañon that threaded its way among the knolls. Here he found no passage out for his horse, and he returned to the lily beside the spring. On foot, tripping, stumbling, leading the animal, he forced his way up the hillside. And ever the ferns carpeted the way of his feet, ever the forest climbed with him and arched overhead, and ever the clean joy and sweetness stole in upon his senses. On the crest he came through an amazing thicket of velvet-trunked young madronos, and emerged on an open hillside that led down into a tiny valley. The sunshine was at first dazzling in its brightness, and he paused and rested, for he was panting from the exertion. Not of old had he known shortness of breath such as this, and muscles that so easily tired at a stiff climb. A tiny stream ran down the tiny valley through a tiny meadow that was carpeted knee-high with grass and blue and white nemophila. The hillside was covered with Mariposa lilies and wild hyacinth, down and through which his horse dropped slowly, with circumspect feet and reluctant gait. Crossing the stream, Daylight followed a faint cattle trail over a low, rocky hill and through a wine-wooded forest of manzanita, and emerged upon another tiny valley, down which filtered another spring-fed, meadow-bordered streamlet. A jackrabbit bounded from a bush under his horse's nose, leaped the stream, and vanished up the opposite hillside of scrub oak. Daylight watched it admiringly as he rode on to the head of the meadow. Here he started up a many-pronged buck that seemed to soar across the meadow and to soar over the stake and rider fence, and still soaring, disappeared in a friendly copse beyond. Daylight's delight was unbounded. It seemed to him that he had never been so happy. His old woods training was aroused, and he was keenly interested in everything in the moss on the trees and branches, in the bunches of mistletoe hanging in the oaks, in the nest of a wood rat, in the watercress growing in the sheltered eddies of the little stream, in the butterflies drifting through the rifted sunshine and shadow, in the blue jays that flashed in splashes of gorgeous color across the forest aisles, in the tiny birds like wrens that hopped among the bushes and imitated certain minor quail calls, and in the crimson-crested woodpecker that ceased its knocking and cocked its head on one side to survey him. Crossing the stream, he struck faint vestiges of a wood road, used evidently a generation back, when the meadow had been cleared of its oaks. He found a hawk's nest on the lightning shattered tipmost of a 6-foot redwood, and to complete it all his horse stumbled upon several large broods of half grown quail, and the air was filled with the thrum of their flight. He halted and watched the young ones petrifying and disappearing on the ground before his eyes, and listening to the anxious calls of the old ones hidden in the thickets. "It sure beats country places and bungalows at Menlo Park," he communed aloud. "And if I ever get the hankering for country life, it's me for this every time." The old wood road led him to a clearing where a dozen acres of grapes grew on wine red soil. A cow path, more trees and thickets, and he dropped down a hillside to the southeast exposure. Here, poised above a big forested cañon and looking out upon Sonoma Valley, was a small farmhouse. With its barn and outhouses, it snuggled into a nook in the hillside, which protected it from west and north. It was the erosion from the hillside, he judged, that had formed the little level stretch of vegetable garden. The soil was fat and black, and there was water in plenty, for he saw several faucets running wide open. Forgotten was the brickyard. Nobody was at home, but Daylight dismounted and ranged the vegetable garden, eating strawberries and green peas, inspecting the old adobe barn and the rusty plow and harrow, and rolling and smoking cigarettes while he watched the antics of several broods of young chickens and the mother hens. A foot trail that led down the wall of the big cañon invited him, and he proceeded to follow it. A water pipe, usually above ground, paralleled the trail, which he concluded led upstream to the bed of the creek. The wall of the cañon was several hundred feet from top to bottom, and magnificent were the untouched trees that the place was plunged in perpetual shade. He measured with his eye spruces 5 and 6 feet in diameter and redwoods even larger. One such he passed, a twister that was at least 10 or 11 feet through. The trail led straight to a small dam where was the intake for the pipe that watered the vegetable garden. Here beside the stream were alders and laurel trees, and he walked through fern brakes higher than his head. Velvety moss was everywhere, out of which grew maidenhair and goldback ferns. Save for the dam, it was virgin wild. No axe had invaded, and the trees died only of old age and stress of winter storm. The huge trunks of those that had fallen lay moss covered, slowly resolving back into the soil from which they sprang. Some had laid so long that they were quite gone, though their faint outlines, level with the mold, could still be seen. Others bridged the stream, and from beneath the bulk of one monster, half a dozen young trees, overthrown and crushed by the fall, growing out along the ground, still lived and prospered, their roots bathed by the stream, their upshooting branches catching the sunlight through the gap that had been made in the forest roof. Back at the farmhouse, Daylight mounted and rode away from the ranch and into the wilder cañons and steeper steeps beyond. Nothing could satisfy his holiday spirit now but the ascent of Sonoma Mountain. And here on the crest, 3 hours afterward, he emerged, tired and sweaty, garments torn, and face and hands scratched, but with sparkling eyes and an unwonted zestfulness of expression. He felt the illicit pleasure of a schoolboy playing truant. The big gambling table of San Francisco seemed very far away. But there was more than illicit pleasure in his mood. It was as though he were going through a sort of cleansing bath. No room here for all the sordidness, meanness, and viciousness that filled the dirty pool of city existence. Without pondering in detail upon the matter at all, his sensations were of purification and uplift. Had he been asked to state how he felt, he would merely have said that he was having a good time, for he was unaware in his self-consciousness of the potent charm of nature that was percolating through his city-rotted body and brain, potent in that he came from an abysmal past of wilderness dwellers, while he himself coated with but the thinnest rind of crowded civilization. There were no houses in the summit of Sonoma Mountain, and, all alone under the azure California sky, he reined in on the southern edge of the peak. He saw open pasture country, intersected with wooded cañons, descending to the south and west from his feet, crease on crease and roll on roll, from lower level to lower level, to the floor of the Petaluma Valley, flat as a billiard table, a cardboard affair, all patches and squares of geometrical regularity where the fat freeholds were farmed. Beyond, to the west, rose range on range of mountains cuddling purple mists of atmosphere in their valleys. And still beyond, over the last range of all, he saw the silver sheen of the Pacific. Swinging his horse, he surveyed the west and north, from Santa Rosa to St. Helena, and on to the east, across Sonoma to the chaparral-covered range that shut off the view of Napa Valley. Here, part way up the eastern wall of Sonoma Valley, in range of a line intersecting the little village of Glen Ellen, he made out a scar upon a hillside. His first thought was that it was a dump of a mine tunnel, but remembering that he was not in gold-bearing country, he dismissed the scar from his mind and continued the circle of his survey to the southeast, where across the waters of San Pablo Bay he could see, sharp and distant, the twin peaks of Mount Diablo. To the south was Mount Tamalpais, and yes, he was right. 50 miles away, where the drafty winds of the Pacific blew in the Golden Gate, the smoke of San Francisco made a low-lying haze against the sky. I ain't seen so much country all at once in many a day, he thought aloud. He was loath to depart, and it was not for an hour that he was able to tear himself away and take the descent of the mountain. Working out a new route just for the fun of it, late afternoon was upon him when he arrived back at the wooded knolls. Here on the top of them his keen eyes caught a glimpse of a shade of green sharply differentiated from any he had seen all day. Studying it for a minute, he concluded that it was composed of 3 cypress trees, and he knew that nothing else than the hand of man could have planted them there. Impelled by curiosity purely boyish, he made up his mind to investigate. So densely wooded was the knoll, and so steep, that he had to dismount and go up on foot, at times even on hands and knees, struggling hard to force a way through the thicker underbrush. He came out abruptly upon the cypresses. They were enclosed in a small square of ancient fence. The pickets, he could plainly see, had been hewn and sharpened by hand. Inside were the mounds of 2 children's graves. 2 wooden headboards, likewise hand-hewn, told the state little David, born 1855, died 1859, and little Roy, born 1853, died 1860. The poor little kids, Daylight muttered. The graves showed signs of recent care. Withered bouquets of wild flowers were on the mounds, and the lettering on the headboards was freshly painted. Guided by these clues, Daylight cast about for a trail and found one leading down the side opposite to his ascent. Circling the base of the knoll, he picked up with his horse and rode on to the farmhouse. Smoke was rising from the chimney, and he was quickly in conversation with a nervous, slender young man who, he learned, was only a tenant on the ranch. How large was it? A matter of 180 acres, though it seemed much larger. This was because it was so irregularly shaped. Yes, it included the clay pit and all the knolls, and its boundary that ran along the big cañons was over a mile long. You see, the young man said, it was so rough and broken that when they began to farm this country, the farmers bought in the good land to the edge of it. That's why its boundaries are all gouged and jagged. Oh, yes, he and his wife managed to scratch a living without working too hard. They didn't have to pay much rent. Hillard, the owner, depended upon the income from the clay pit. Hillard was well off and had big ranches and vineyards down on the flat of the valley. The brickyard paid 10 cents a cubic yard for the clay. As for the rest of the ranch, the land was good in patches where it was cleared, like the vegetable garden and the vineyard, but the rest of it was too much up and down. "You're not a farmer," Daylight said. The young man laughed and shook his head. "No, I'm a telegraph operator. But the wife and I decided to take a 2 years' vacation, and here we are. But the time's about up. I'm going back into the office this fall, after I get the grapes off." Yes, there were about 11 acres in the vineyard, wine grapes. The price was usually good. He grew most of what they ate. If he owned the place, he'd clear a patch of land on the side hill above the vineyard and plant a small home orchard. The soil was good. There was plenty of pasturage all over the ranch, and there were several cleared patches, amounting to about 15 acres in all, where he grew as much mountain hay as could be found. It sold for $3 to $5 more a ton than the rank stalked valley hay. Daylight listened. There came to him a sudden envy of this young fellow, living right in the midst of all this which Daylight had traveled through the last few hours. "What in thunder are you going back to the telegraph office for?" he demanded. The young man smiled with a certain wistfulness. "Because we can't get ahead here." He hesitated an instant. "And because there are added expenses coming. The rent, small as it is, counts, and besides, I'm not strong enough to effectually farm the place. If I owned it, or if I were a real husky like you, I'd ask nothing better. Nor would the wife." Again the wistful smile hovered on his face. "You see, we're country born, and after bucking with cities for a few years, we kind of feel we like the country best. We plan to get ahead, though, and then some day we'll buy a patch of land and stay with it." The graves of the children? Yes, he had relettered them and hoed the weeds out. It had become the custom. Whoever lived on the ranch did that. For years, the story ran, the father and mother had returned each summer to the graves. But there had come a time when they came no more, and then old Hillard started the custom. The scar across the valley? An old mine. It had never paid. The men had worked on it off and on for years, for the indications had been good. But that was years and years ago. No paying mine had ever been struck in the valley, though there had been no end of prospect holes put down, and there had been sort of a rush there 30 years back. A frail-looking young woman came to the door to call the man to supper. Daylight's first thought was that city living had not agreed with her, and then he noted the slight tan and healthy glow that seemed added to her face, and he decided that the country was the place for her. Declining an invitation to supper, he rode on for Glen Ellen, sitting slack-kneed in the saddle and softly humming forgotten songs. He dropped down the rough, winding road through covered pasture, with here and there thickets of manzanita and vistas of open glades. He listened greedily to the quail calling, and laughed outright once in sheer joy at a tiny chipmunk that fled scolding up a bank, slipping on the crumbly surface and falling down, then dashing across the road under his horse's nose, and, still scolding, scrabbling up a protecting oak. Daylight could not persuade himself to keep to the traveled roads that day, and another cut across country to Glen Ellen brought him upon a cañon that so blocked his way that he was glad to follow a friendly cow path. This led him to a small frame cabin. The doors and windows were open, and a cat was nursing a litter of kittens in the doorway. but no one seemed at home. He descended the trail that evidently crossed the cañon. Part way down, he met an old man coming up through the sunset. In his hand he carried a pail of foamy milk. He wore no hat, and in his face, framed with snow white hair and beard, was the ruddy glow of content of the passing summer day. Daylight thought he had never seen so contented looking a being. "How old are you, Daddy?" he queried. 84 was the reply. "Yes, sirree, 84, and spryer than most." "You must have taken good care of yourself," Daylight suggested. "I don't know about that. I ain't loafed none. I walked across the plains with an ox team and fought Indians in '51. And I was a family man then, with 7 youngsters. I reckon I was as old then as you are now, or pretty nigh on to it." "Don't you find it lonely here?" The old man shifted the pail of milk and reflected. "That all depends," he said oracularly. "I ain't never been lonely except when the old wife died. Some fellows are lonely in a crowd, and I'm one of them. That's the only time I'm lonely is when I go to 'Frisco. But I don't go no more, thank you, 'most to death. This is good enough for me. I've been right here in this valley since '54, one of the first settlers after the Spaniards." Daylight started his horse, saying, "Well, good night, Daddy. Stick with it. You got all the young bloods skinned, and I guess you sure buried a mighty sight of them." The old man chuckled, and Daylight rode on, singularly at peace with himself and all the world. It seemed that the old contentment of trail and camp he had known on the Yukon had come back to him. He could not shake from his eyes the picture of the old pioneer coming up the trail through the sunset light. He was certainly going some for '84. The thought of following his example entered Daylight's mind, but the big game of San Francisco vetoed the idea. "Well, anyway," he decided, "when I get old and quit the game, I'll settle down in a place something like this, and the city can go to hell." End of Part II, Chapter 8. Part II, Chapter 9 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Instead of returning to the city on Monday, Daylight rented the butcher's horse for another day and crossed the bed of the valley to its eastern hills to look at the mine. It was drier and rockier here than where he had been the day before, and the ascending slopes supported mainly chaparral, scrubby and dense and impossible to penetrate on horseback. But in the cañons water was plentiful, and also a luxuriant forest growth. The mine was an abandoned affair, but he enjoyed the half-hour scramble around. He had had experience in quartz mining before he went to Alaska, and he enjoyed the recrudescence of his old wisdom in such matters. The story was simple to him: good prospects that warranted the starting of the tunnel into the hillside. 3 months' work, and the getting short of money, the lay off while the men went away and got jobs, then the return and a new stretch of work, with the pay ever luring and ever receding into the mountain, until after years of hope the men had given up and vanished. Most likely they were dead by now, Daylight thought, as he turned in the saddle and looked back across the cañon at the ancient dump and dark mouth of the tunnel. As on the previous day, just for the joy of it, he followed cattle trails at haphazard and working his way up toward the summits. Coming out on a wagon road that led upward, he followed it for several miles, emerging in a small, mountain-encircled valley where half a dozen poor ranchers farmed the wine grapes on the steep slopes. Beyond, the road pitched upward. Dense chaparral covered the exposed hillsides, but in the creases of the cañons huge spruce trees grew, and wild oats and flowers. Half an hour later, sheltering under the summits themselves, he came out on a clearing. Here and there, in irregular patches where the steep and the soil favored, wine grapes were growing. Daylight could see that it had been a stiff struggle and that wild nature showed fresh signs of winning. Chaparral that had invaded the clearings, patches and parts of patches of vineyard, unpruned, grass grown, and abandoned. And everywhere old stake and rider fences vainly striving to remain intact. Here at a small farmhouse surrounded by large outbuildings, the road ended. Beyond, the chaparral blocked the way. He came upon an old woman forking manure in the barnyard, and reined in by the fence. "Hello, mother," was his greeting. "Ain't you got any men folk around to do that for you?" She leaned on her pitchfork, hitched her skirt in at the waist, and regarded him cheerfully. He saw that her toil-worn, weather-exposed hands were like a man's, calloused, large-knuckled, and gnarled, and that her stockingless feet were thrust into heavy man's brogans. "Nary a man," she answered. "And where you be from, all the way up here? Won't you stop and hitch and have a glass of wine?" Striding clumsily but efficiently, like a laboring man, she led him into the largest building, where Daylight saw a hand press and all the paraphernalia on a small scale for the making of wine. It was too far and too bad a road to haul the grapes to the valley wineries, she explained, and so they were compelled to do it themselves. They, he learned, were she and her daughter, the latter a widow of 40-odd. It had been easier before the grandson died, and before he went away to fight the savages in the Philippines. He had died out there in battle. Daylight drank a full tumbler of excellent Riesling, talked a few minutes, and accounted for a second tumbler. Yes, they had just managed not to starve. Her husband and she had taken up this government land in '57 and cleared it and farmed it ever since, until he died, when she had carried it on. It actually didn't pay for the toil, but what were they to do? There was the wine trust, and wine was down. That Riesling, she delivered it to the railroad down in the valley for 22 cents a gallon. And it was a long haul. It took a day for the round trip. Her daughter was gone now with a load. Daylight knew that in the hotels, Riesling, not quite so good even, was charged for at from $1.50 to $2 a quart, and she got 22 cents a gallon. That was the game. She was one of the stupid lowly. She and her people before her, the ones that did the work, drove their oxen across the plains, cleared and broke the virgin land, toiled all days and hours, paid their taxes, and sent their sons and grandsons out to fight and die for the flag that gave them such ample protection that they were able to sell their wine for 22 cents. The same wine was served to him at the St. Francis for $2 a quart, or $8 a short gallon. That was it. Between her and her hand press on the mountain clearing and him ordering his wine in the hotel was a difference of $7.78. A clique of sleek men in the city got between her and him to just about that amount. And besides them, there was a horde of others that took their whack. They called it railroading, high finance, banking, wholesaling, real estate, and such things. But the point was that they got it, while she got what was left, 22 cents. Oh, well, a sucker was born every minute, he sighed to himself. And nobody was to blame. It was all a game, and only a few could win. But it was damned hard on the suckers. "How old are you, mother?" he asked. 79 come next January. "Worked pretty hard, I suppose." "Since I was 7. I was bound out in Michigan State until I was woman grown. Then I married, and I reckon the work got harder and harder." "When are you going to take a rest?" She looked at him as though she chose to think his question facetious, and did not reply. "Do you believe in God?" She nodded her head. "Then you'll get it all back," he assured her. But in his heart he was wondering about God, that allowed so many suckers to be born and that did not break up the gambling game by which they were robbed from the cradle to the grave. "How much of that Riesling you got?" She ran her eyes over the casks and calculated. "Just short of 800 gallons." He wondered what he could do with all of it, and speculated as to whom he could give it away. "What would you do if you got $1 a gallon for it?" he asked. "Drop dead, I suppose." "No, speaking seriously. Get me some false teeth, shingle the house, and buy a new wagon. The road's mighty hard on wagons." "And after that?" "Buy me a coffin." "Well, they're yours, mother, coffin and all." She looked her incredulity. "No, I mean it. And there's 50 to bind the bargain. Never mind the receipt. It's the rich ones that need watching, their memories being so infernal short, you know. Here's my address. You got to deliver it to the railroad. And now, show me the way out of here. I want to get up to the top." On through the chaparral he went, following faint cattle trails and working slowly upward till he came out on the divide and gazed down into the Napa Valley and back across to Sonoma Mountain. "A sweet land," he muttered, "an almighty sweet land." Circling around to the right and dropping down along the cattle trails, he quested for another way back to Sonoma Valley, but the cattle trails seemed to fade out and the chaparral to grow thicker and with a deliberate viciousness, and even when he won through in places, the cañon and small feeders were too precipitous for his horse, and he turned back. But there was no irritation about it. He enjoyed it all, for he was back at his old game of bucking nature. Late in the afternoon he broke through and followed a well-defined trail down a dry cañon. Here he got a fresh thrill. He had heard the baying of the hounds some minutes before, and suddenly, across the bare face of the hill above him, he saw a large buck in flight, and not far behind came the deerhound, a magnificent animal. Daylight sat tense in his saddle and watched until they disappeared, his breath just a trifle shorter, as if he too were in the chase, his nostrils distended, and in his bones the old hunting ache and memories of the days before he came to live in the cities. The dry cañon gave place to one with a slender ribbon of running water. The trail ran into a wood road, and the wood road emerged across a small flat upon a slightly traveled country road. There were no farms in this immediate section and no houses. The soil was meager, the bedrock either close to the surface or constituting the surface itself. Manzanita and scrub oak, however, flourished and walled the road on either side with a jungle growth. And out a runway through this growth a man suddenly scuttled in a way that reminded Daylight of a rabbit. He was a little man in patched overalls, bareheaded, with a cotton shirt open at the throat and down the chest. The sun was ruddy brown in his face, and by it his sandy hair was bleached on the ends to peroxide blond. He signed to Daylight to halt and held up a letter. "If you're going to town, I'd be obliged if you'd mail this." "I sure will." Daylight put it into his coat pocket. "Do you live hereabouts, stranger?" But the little man did not answer. He was gazing at Daylight in a surprised and steadfast fashion. "I know you," the little man announced. "You're Elam Harnish, Burning Daylight, the papers call you. Am I right?" Daylight nodded. "But what under the sun are you doing here in the chaparral?" Daylight grinned as he answered. "Drumming up trade for a free rural delivery route." "Well, I'm glad I wrote that letter this afternoon," the little man went on, "or else I'd have missed seeing you. I've seen your photo in the papers many a time, and I've a good memory for faces. I recognized you at once. My name's Ferguson." "Do you live hereabouts?" Daylight repeated his query. "Oh, yes. I've got a little shack back here in the bush 100 yards, and a pretty spring, and a few fruit trees and berry bushes. Come in and take a look. And that spring is a dandy. You've never tasted water like it. Come in and try it." Walking and leading his horse, Daylight followed the quick stepping, eager little man through the green tunnel and emerged abruptly upon the clearing, if clearing it might be called, where wild nature and man's earth scratching were inextricably blended. It was a tiny nook in the hills, protected by the steep walls of a cañon mouth. Here were several large oaks, evidencing a richer soil. The erosion of ages from the hillside had slowly formed this deposit of fat earth. Under the oaks, almost buried in them, stood a rough, unpainted cabin, the wide veranda of which, with chairs and hammocks, advertised an out-of-doors bedchamber. Daylight's keen eyes took in everything. The clearing was irregular, following the patches of the best soil, and every fruit tree and berry bush, and even each vegetable plant, had the water personally conducted to it. The tiny irrigation channels were everywhere, and along some of them water was running. Ferguson looked eagerly into his visitor's face for signs of approbation. "What do you think of it, eh?" "Hand-reared and manicured, every blessed tree." Daylight laughed, but the joy and satisfaction that shone in his eyes contented the little man. "Why, do you know, I know every one of those trees as if they were sons of mine. I planted them, nursed them, fed them, and brought them up. Come on and peep at the spring." "It's sure a hummer," was Daylight's verdict, after due inspection and sampling, and they turned back for the house. The interior was a surprise, the cooking being done in a small lean-to kitchen. The whole cabin formed a large living room. A great table in the middle was comfortably littered with books and magazines. All the available wall space from floor to ceiling was occupied by filled bookshelves. It seemed to Daylight that he had never seen so many books assembled in one place. Skins of wildcat, coon, and deer lay about on the pine board floor. "Shot them myself, and tanned them, too," Ferguson proudly asserted. The crowning feature of the room was a huge fireplace of rough stones and boulders. "Built it myself," Ferguson proclaimed, and by God she drew. Never a wisp of smoke anywhere save in the pointed channel, and that during the big southeasters. Daylight found himself charmed and made curious by the little man. Why was he hiding away here in the chaparral, he and his books? He was nobody's fool. Anybody could see that. Then why? The whole affair had a tinge of adventure, and Daylight accepted an invitation to supper, half prepared to find his host a raw fruit and nut eater or some similar sort of health faddist. At table, while eating rice and jackrabbit curry, the latter shot by Ferguson, they talked it over, and Daylight found the little man had no food views. He ate whatever he liked and all he wanted, avoiding only such combinations that experience had taught him disagreed with his digestion. Next, Daylight surmised that he might be touched with religion, but quest about as he would in a conversation covering the most divergent topics, he could find no hint of queerness or unusualness. So it was, when between them they had washed and wiped the dishes and put them away, and had settled down to a comfortable smoke, that Daylight put his question. "Look here, Ferguson. Ever since we got together, I've been casting about to find out what's wrong with you, to locate a screw loose somewhere, but I'll be danged if I've succeeded. What are you doing here, anyway? What made you come here? What were you doing for a living before you came here? Go ahead and elucidate yourself." Ferguson frankly showed his pleasure at the questions. "First of all," he began, "the doctors wound up by losing all hope for me. Gave me a few months at best, and that after a course in sanatoriums and a trip to Europe and another to Hawaii. They tried electricity and forced feeding and fasting. I was a graduate of about everything in the curriculum. They kept me poor with their bills while I went from bad to worse. The trouble with me was twofold. First, I was born a weakling, and next, I was living unnaturally. Too much work and responsibility and strain. I was the managing editor of the Times Tribune. Daylight gasped mentally, for the Times Tribune was the biggest and most influential paper in San Francisco, and always had been so. And I wasn't strong enough for the strain. Of course my body went back on me, and my mind too, for that matter. It had to be bolstered up with whiskey, which wasn't good for it any more than was the living in clubs and hotels good for my stomach and the rest of me. That was what ailed me. I was living all wrong. He shrugged his shoulders and drew at his pipe. When the doctors gave up, I wound up my affairs and gave the doctors up. That was 15 years ago. I'd been hunting through here when I was a boy on vacations from college, and when I was all down and out, it seemed a yearning came to me to go back to the country. So I quit everything absolutely, and came to live in the Valley of the Moon. That's the Indian name, you know, for Sonoma Valley. I lived in the lean-to the first year. Then I built a cabin and sent for my books. I never knew what happiness was before, nor health. Look at me now, and dare to tell me that I look 47. I wouldn't give a day over 40, Daylight confessed. Yet, the day I came here, I looked nearly 60, and that was 15 years ago. They talked along, and Daylight looked at the world from new angles. Here was a man, neither bitter nor cynical, who laughed at the city dwellers and called them lunatics, a man who did not care for money, and in whom the lust for power had long since died. As for the friendship of the city dwellers, his host spoke in no uncertain terms. What did they do, all the chaps I knew, the chaps in the clubs with whom I had been cheek by jowl for heaven knows how long? I was not beholden to them for anything, and when I slipped out, there was not one of them to drop me a line and say, "How are you, old man? Anything I can do for you?" For several weeks it was, "What's become of Ferguson?" After that, I became a reminiscence and a memory. Yet every last one of them knew I had nothing but my salary, and that I had always lived a lap ahead of it. "But what do you do now?" was Daylight's query. "You must need cash to buy clothes and magazines." "A week's work or a month's work now and again, plowing in the winter or picking grapes in the fall. There's always odd jobs with the farmers through the summer. I don't need much, so I don't have to work much. Most of my time I spend fooling around the place. I could do hack work for the magazines and newspapers, but I prefer the plowing and the grape picking. Just look at me and you can see why. I'm hard as rocks, and I like the work. But I tell you, a chap's got to break into it. It's a great thing when he's learned to pick grapes a whole long day, and come home at the end of it with that tired, happy feeling, instead of being in a state of physical collapse. That fireplace, those big stones. I was soft then, a little, anemic, an alcoholic degenerate with the spunk of a rabbit and about 1% as much stamina. And some of those big stones nearly broke my back and my heart. But I persevered and used my body in the way nature intended it should be used, not bending over a desk and swilling whiskey. And well, here I am, a better man for it, and there's the fireplace. Fine and dandy, huh? And now tell me about the Klondike, how you turned San Francisco upside down with that last raid of yours. You're a bonny fighter, you know, and you touch my imagination, though my cooler reason tells me that you are a lunatic like the rest. The lust for power, it's a dreadful affliction. Why didn't you stay in your Klondike? Or why don't you clear out and live a natural life, for instance, like mine? You see, I can ask questions too. Now you talk, and let me listen for a while. It was not until 10 o'clock that Daylight parted from Ferguson. As he rode along through the starlight, the idea came to him of buying the ranch on the other side of the valley. There was no thought in his mind of ever intending to live on it. His game was in San Francisco. But he liked the ranch, and as soon as he got back to the office he would open up negotiations with Hillard. Besides, the ranch included the clay pit, and it would give him the whip hand over Holdsworthy if he ever tried to cut up any didos. End of Part 2, Chapter 9. Part 2, Chapter 10 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The time passed, and Daylight played on at the game. But the game had entered upon a new phase. The lust for power in the mere gambling and winning was metamorphosing into the lust for power in order to revenge. There were many men in San Francisco against whom he had registered black marks, and now and again, with one of his lightning strokes, he erased such a mark. He asked no quarter. He gave no quarter. Men feared and hated him, and no one loved him, except Larry Hegan, his lawyer, who would have laid down his life for him. But he was the only man with whom Daylight was really intimate, though he was on terms of friendliest camaraderie with the rough and unprincipled following of the bosses who ruled the Riverside Club. On the other hand, San Francisco's attitude toward Daylight had undergone a change. While he, with his slashing buccaneer methods, was a distinct menace to the more orthodox financial gamblers, he was nevertheless so grave a menace that they were glad enough to leave him alone. He had already taught them the excellence of letting a sleeping dog lie. Many of the men, who knew that they were in danger of his big bear paw when it reached out for the honey vats, even made efforts to placate him, to get on the friendly side of him. The Alta Pacific approached him confidentially with an offer of reinstatement, which he promptly declined. He was after a number of men in that club, and whenever opportunity offered, he reached out for them and mangled them. Even the newspapers, with one or two blackmailing exceptions, ceased abusing him and became respectful. In short, he was looked upon as a bald-faced grizzly from the Arctic wilds, to whom it was considered expedient to give the trail. At the time he had raided the steamship companies, they had yapped at him and worried him, the whole pack of them, only to have him whirl around and whip them in the fiercest pitched battle San Francisco had ever known. Not easily forgotten was the Pacific Slope Seaman's strike and the giving over of the municipal government to the labor bosses and grafters. The destruction of Charles Klinkner and the California and Altamont Trust Company had been a warning. But it was an isolated case. They had been confident in strength in numbers until he taught them better. Daylight still engaged in daring speculations, as, for instance, at the impending outbreak of the Japanese-Russian War, when, in the face of the experience and power of his shipping gamblers, he reached out and clutched practically a monopoly of available steamer charters. There was scarcely a battered tramp on the seven seas that was not his on-time charter. As usual, his position was, "You've got to come and see me," which they did, and, to use another of his phrases, they paid through the nose for the privilege. All his venturing and fighting had now but one motive. Some day, as he confided to Hegan, when he made a sufficient stake, he was going back to New York and knock the spots out of Messrs. Dowsett, Letton, and Guggenhammer. He'd show them what an all-around general buzz-saw he was, and what a mistake they made ever to monkey with him. But he never lost his head, and he knew that he was not yet strong enough to go into death grapples with those three early enemies. In the meantime, The black marks against them remained for a future easement day. Dede Mason was still in the office. He had made no more overtures, discussed no more books and no more grammar. He had no active interest in her, and she was to him a pleasant memory of what had never happened, a joy which by his essential nature he was barred from ever knowing. Yet while his interest had gone to sleep and his energy was consumed in the endless battles he waged, he knew every trick of the light on her hair, every quick denote mannerism of movement, every line of her figure as expounded by her tailor-made gowns. Several times, 6 months or so apart, he had increased her salary, until now she was receiving $90 a month. Beyond this he dared not go, though he had got around it by making the work easier. This he had accomplished after her return from a vacation by retaining her substitute as an assistant. Also, he had changed his office suite, so that now the two girls had a room by themselves. His eye had become quite critical wherever Dede Mason was concerned. He had long since noted her pride of carriage. It was unobtrusive, yet it was there. He decided, from the way she carried it, that she deemed her body a thing to be proud of, to be cared for as a beautiful and valued possession. In this, and in the way she carried her clothes, he compared her with her assistant, with the stenographers he encountered in other offices, with women he saw on the sidewalks. She's sure well put up, he communed with himself, and she sure knows how to dress and carry it off without being stuck on herself and without laying it on thick. The more he saw of her, and the more he thought he knew of her, the more unapproachable did she seem to him. But since he had no intention of approaching her, this was anything but an unsatisfactory fact. He was glad he had her in his office, and hoped she'd stay, and that was about all. Daylight did not improve with the passing years. The life was not good for him. He was growing stout and soft, and there was unwonted flabbiness in his muscles. The more he drank cocktails, the more he was compelled to drink in order to get the desired result, the inhibitions that eased him down from the concert pitch of his operations. And with this went wine, too, at meals, and the long drinks after dinner of Scotch and soda at the riverside. Then, too, his body suffered from lack of exercise, and from lack of decent human associations. His moral fibers were weakening. Never a man to hide anything, some of his escapades became public, such as speeding and joy rides in his big red motor car down to San Jose with companions distinctly sporty, incidents that were narrated as good fun and comically in the newspapers. Nor was there anything to save him. Religion had passed him by. A long time dead was his epitome of that phase of speculation. He was not interested in humanity. According to his rough-hewn sociology, it was all a gamble. God was a whimsical, abstract, mad thing called luck. As to how one happened to be born, whether a sucker or a robber, was a gamble to begin with. Luck dealt out the cards, and the little babies picked up the hand allotted them. Protest was vain. Those were their cards, and they had to play them, willy-nilly, hunchbacked or straight-backed, crippled or clean-limbed, addle-pated or clear-headed. There was no fairness in it. The cards most picked up put them into the sucker class. The cards of a few enabled them to become robbers. The playing of the cards was life. The crowd of players, society. The table was the earth, and the earth, in lumps and chunks, from loaves of bread to big red motor cars, was the stake. And in the end, lucky and unlucky, they were all a long time dead. It was hard on the stupid lowly, for they were coopered to lose from the start. But the more he saw of the others, the apparent winners, the less it seemed to him that they had anything to brag about. They, too, were a long time dead, and their living did not amount to much. It was a wild animal fight. The strong trampled the weak, and the strong, he had already discovered, men like Dowsett and Letton and Guggenhammer, were not necessarily the best. He remembered his miner comrades in the Arctic. They were the stupid lowly. They did the hard work, and were robbed of the fruits of their toil, just as was the old woman making wine in the Sonoma hills. And yet they had finer qualities of truth and loyalty and square dealing than did the men who robbed them. The winners seemed to be the crooked ones, the unfaithful ones, the wicked ones. And even they had no say in the matter. They played the cards that were given them, and luck, the monstrous, mad god thing, the owner of the whole shebang, looked on and grinned. It was he who stacked the universal card deck of existence. There was no justice in the deal. The little men that came, the little pulpy babies, were not even asked if they wanted to try a flutter at the game. They had no choice. Luck jerked them into life and slammed them up against the jostling table and told them, "Now play, damn you, play." And they did their best, poor little devils. The play of some led to steam yachts and mansions, of others to the asylum or the pauper's ward. Some played one same card over and over, and made wine all their days in the chaparral, hoping at the end to pull down a set of false teeth and a coffin. Others quit the game early, having drawn cards that called for violent death, or famine in the barrens, or loathsome and lingering diseases. The hands of some called for kingship, and irresponsible and numerated power. Other hands called for ambition, for wealth in untold sums, for disgrace and shame, or for women and wine. As for himself, he had drawn a lucky hand, though he could not see all the cards. Somebody or something might get him yet. That mad god, Luck, might be tricking him along to some such end. An unfortunate set of circumstances, and in a month's time the robber gang might be war dancing around his financial carcass. This very day a street car might run him down, or a sign fall from a building and smash in his skull. Or there was disease, ever rampant, one of Luck's grimmest whims. Who could say? Tomorrow or some other day, a ptomaine bug, or some other of 1,000 bugs, might jump out upon him and drag him down. There was Dr. Bascom, Lee Bascom, who had stood beside him a week ago and talked and argued, a picture of magnificent youth and strength and health. And in 3 days he was dead. Pneumonia, rheumatism of the heart, and heaven knew what else. At the end, screaming in agony that could be heard a block away. That had been terrible. It was a fresh, raw stroke in Daylight's consciousness. And when would his turn come? Who could say? In the meantime, there was nothing to do but play the cards he could see in his hand, and they were battle, revenge, and cocktails. And Luck sat over all and grinned. End of Part 2, Chapter 10. Part 2, Chapter 11 of Burning Daylight, by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. One Sunday, late in the afternoon, found Daylight across the bay in the Piedmont hills back of Oakland. As usual, he was in a big motor car, though not his own, the guest of Swiftwater Bill, Luck's own darling, who had come down to spend the cleanup of the 7th fortune wrung from the frozen Arctic gravel. A notorious spender, his latest pile was already on the fair road to follow the previous 6. He it was, in the first year of Dawson, who had cracked an ocean of champagne at $50 a quart, who, with the bottom of his gold sack in sight, had cornered the egg market at $24 per dozen, to the tune of 110 dozen, in order to pick the lady love who had jilted him, and he it was, paying like a prince for speed, who had chartered special trains and broken all records between San Francisco and New York. And here he was once more, the luck pup of hell, as Daylight called him, throwing his latest fortune away with the same old time facility. It was a merry party, and they had made a merry day of it, circling the bay from San Francisco, around by San Jose, and up to Oakland, having been thrice arrested for speeding, the third time, however, on the Hayward stretch, running away with their captor. Fearing that a telephone message to arrest them had been flashed ahead, they turned into the back road through the hills, and now, rushing in upon Oakland by a new route, were boisterously discussing what disposition they should make of the constable. "We'll come out at Blair Park in 10 minutes," one of the men announced. "Look here, Swiftwater, there's a crossroads right ahead, with lots of gates, but it'll take us back country clear into Berkeley. Then we can come back into Oakland from the other side, sneak across on the ferry, and send the machine back around to night with the chauffeur." But Swiftwater Bill failed to see why he should not go into Oakland by way of Blair Park, and so decided. The next moment, flying around a bend, the back road they were not going to take appeared. Inside the gate, leaning out from her saddle and just closing it, was a young woman on a chestnut sorrel. With his first glimpse, Daylight felt there was something strangely familiar about her. The next moment, straightening up in the saddle with a movement he could not fail to identify, she put the horse into a gallop, riding away with her back toward them. It was Dede Mason. He remembered what Morrison had told him about her keeping a riding horse, and he was glad she had not seen him in this riotous company. Swiftwater Bill stood up, clinging with one hand to the back of the front seat and waving the other to attract her attention. His lips were pursed for the piercing whistle for which he was famous, and which Daylight knew of old, when Daylight, with a hook of his leg and a yank on the shoulder, slammed the startled Bill down into his seat. "You must know the lady," Swiftwater Bill spluttered. "I sure do," Daylight answered, "so shut up." "Well, I congratulate your good taste, Daylight. She's a peach, and she rides like one, too." Intervening trees at that moment shut her from view, and Swiftwater Bill plunged into the problem of disposing of their constable, while Daylight, leaning back with closed eyes, was still seeing Dede Mason gallop off down the country road. Swiftwater Bill was right. She certainly could ride, and sitting astride, her seat was perfect. Good for Dede. That was an added point, her having the courage to ride in the only natural and logical manner. Her head was screwed on right. That was one thing sure. On Monday morning, coming in for dictation, he looked at her with new interest, though he gave no sign of it, and the stereotyped business passed off in the stereotyped way. But the following Sunday found him on a horse himself, across the bay and riding through the Piedmont hills. He made a long day of it, but no glimpse did he catch of Dede Mason, though he even took the back road of many gates and rode on in to Berkeley. Here, along the lines of multitudinous houses, up one street and down another, he wondered which of them might be occupied by her. Morrison had said long ago that she lived in Berkeley, and she had been headed that way in the late afternoon of the previous Sunday, evidently returning home. It had been a fruitless day, so far as she was concerned, and yet not entirely fruitless, for he had enjoyed the open air and the horse under him to such purpose that on Monday his instructions were out to dealers to look for the best chestnut sorrel that money could buy. At odd times during the week he examined numbers of chestnut sorrels, tried several, and was unsatisfied. It was not till Saturday that he came upon Bob. Daylight knew him for what he wanted, the moment he laid eyes on him. A large horse for a riding animal, he was none too large for a big man like Daylight. In splendid condition, Bob's coat in the sunlight was a flame of fire, his arched neck a jeweled conflagration. "He's sure a winner," was Daylight's comment, but the dealer was not so sanguine. He was selling the horse on commission, and its owner had insisted on Bob's true character being given. The dealer gave it. Not what you'd call a real vicious horse, but a dangerous one, full of vinegar and all around cussedness, but without malice. Just as soon kill you as not, but in a playful sort of way, you understand, without meaning to at all. Personally, I wouldn't think of riding him, but he's a stayer. Look at them lungs, and look at them legs. Not a blemish. He's never been hurt or worked. Nobody ever succeeded in taking it out of him. Mountain horse, too, trail broke and all that, being raised in rough country. Sure-footed as a goat, so long as he don't get it into his head to cut up. Don't shy, ain't really afraid, but makes believe. Don't buck, but rears. Got to ride him with a martingale. He has a bad trick of whirling around without cause. It's his idea of a joke on his rider. It's all just how he feels. One day he'll ride along peaceable and pleasant for 20 miles. Next day, before you get started, he's well nigh unmanageable. Knows automobiles so he can lay down alongside of one and sleep or eat hay out of it. He'll let 19 go by without batting an eye, and maybe the 20th, just because he's feeling frisky, he'll cut up over like a range cayuse. Generally speaking, too lively for a gentleman and too unexpected. Present owner nicknamed him Judas Iscariot, and refused to sell without the buyer knowing all about him first. There, that's about all I know, except look at that mane and tail. Ever see anything like it? Hair as fine as a baby's. The dealer was right. Daylight examined the mane and found it finer than any horsehair he had ever seen. Also, its color was unusual in that it was almost auburn. While he ran his fingers through it, Bob turned his head and playfully nuzzled Daylight's shoulder. "Saddle him up and I'll try him," he told the dealer. "I wonder if he's used to spurs. No English saddle, mind. Give me a good Mexican, and a curb bit, not too severe, seeing as he likes to rear." Daylight superintended the preparations, adjusting the curb strap and the stirrup length, and doing the cinching. He shook his head at the martingale, but yielded to the dealer's advice and allowed it to go on. And Bob, beyond spirited restlessness and a few playful attempts, gave no trouble. Nor in the hour's ride that followed, save for some permissible curveting and prancing, did he misbehave. Daylight was delighted. The purchase was immediately made, and Bob, with riding gear and personal equipment, was dispatched across the bay forthwith to take up his quarters in the stables of the Oakland Riding Academy. The next day being Sunday, Daylight was away early, crossing on the ferry and taking with him Wolf, the leader of his sled team, the one dog which he had selected to bring with him when he left Alaska. Quest as he would through the Piedmont hills and along the many gated back road to Berkeley, Daylight saw nothing of Dede Mason and her chestnut sorrel. But he had little time for disappointment, for his own chestnut sorrel kept him busy. Bob proved a handful in impishness and contrariety, and he tried out his rider as much as his rider tried him out. All of Daylight's horse knowledge and horse sense was called into play, while Bob, in turn, worked every trick in his lexicon. Discovering that his martingale had more slack in it than usual, he proceeded to give an exhibition of rearing and hind leg walking. After 10 hopeless minutes of it, Daylight slipped off and tightened the martingale, whereupon Bob gave an exhibition of angelic goodness. He fooled Daylight completely, At the end of half an hour of goodness, Daylight, lured into confidence, was riding along at a walk and rolling a cigarette, with slack knees and relaxed seat, the reins lying on the animal's neck. Bob whirled abruptly and with lightning swiftness, pivoted on his hind legs, his forelegs lifted just clear of the ground. Daylight found himself with his right foot out of the stirrup and his arms around the animal's neck, and Bob took advantage of the situation to bolt down the road. With the hope that he should not encounter Dede Mason at that moment, Daylight regained his seat and checked in the horse. Arrived back at the same spot, Bob whirled again. This time Daylight kept his seat, but, beyond a futile rein across the neck, did nothing to prevent the evolution. He noted that Bob whirled to the right, and resolved to keep him straightened out by a spur on the left. But so abrupt and swift was the whirl that warning and accomplishment were practically simultaneous. "Well, Bob," he addressed the animal, at the same time wiping the sweat from his own eyes, "I'm free to confess that you're sure the blamedest, all-fired, quickest creature I ever saw. I guess the way to fix you is to keep the spur just a touching. Ah, you brute!" For, the moment the spur touched him, his left hind leg had reached forward in a kick that struck the stirrup a smart blow. Several times, out of curiosity, Daylight attempted the spur, and each time Bob's hoof landed the stirrup. Then Daylight, following the horse's example of the unexpected, suddenly drove both spurs into him and reached him underneath with the quirt. "You ain't never had a real licking before," he muttered as Bob, thus rudely jerked out of the circle of his own impish mental processes, shot ahead. Half a dozen times spurs and quirt bit into him, and then Daylight settled down to enjoy the mad, magnificent gallop. No longer punished, at the end of a half mile Bob eased down into a fast canter. Wolf, toiling in the rear, was catching up, and everything was going nicely. "I'll give you a few pointers on this whirling game, my boy," Daylight was saying to him, when Bob whirled. He did it on a gallop, breaking the gallop off short by forelegs stiffly planted. Daylight fetched up against his steed's neck with clasped arms, and at the same instant, with 4 feet clear of the ground, Bob whirled around. Only an excellent rider could have escaped being unhorsed, and as it was, Daylight was nastily near to it. By the time he recovered his seat, Bob was in full career, bolting the way he had come, and making Wolf side jump to the bushes. "All right, darn you," Daylight grunted, driving in spurs and quirt again and again. "Back track you want to go, and back track you sure will go till you're dead sick of it." When, after a time, Bob attempted to ease down the mad pace, spurs and quirt went into him again with undiminished vim and put him to renewed effort. And when, at last, Daylight decided that the horse had had enough, he turned him around abruptly and put him into a gentle canter on the forward track. After a time he reined him to a stop to see if he were breathing painfully. Standing for a minute, Bob turned his head and nuzzled his rider's stirrup in a roguish, impatient way, as much to intimate that it was time they were going on. "Well, I'll be plumb gosh darned," was Daylight's comment. "No ill will, no grudge, no nothing, and after that lambasting. You're sure a hummer, Bob." Once again Daylight was lulled into fancied security. For an hour Bob was all that could be desired of a spirited mount. When, as usual, without warning, he took to whirling and bolting, Daylight put a stop to this with spurs and quirt, running him several punishing miles in the direction of his bolt. But when he turned him around and started forward, Bob proceeded to feign fright at trees, cows, and bushes, Wolf, his own shadow, in short, at every ridiculous conceivable object. At such times Wolf lay down in the shade and looked on while Daylight wrestled it out. So the day passed. Among other things, Bob developed a trick of making believe to whirl and not whirling. This was as exasperating as the real thing, for each time Daylight was fooled into tightening his leg grip and into a general muscular tensing of all his body. And then, after a few make believe attempts, Bob actually did whirl and caught Daylight napping again and landed him in the old position with clasped arms around the neck. And to the end of the day Bob continued to be up to one trick or another. After passing a dozen automobiles on the way into Oakland, suddenly electing to go mad with fright at a most ordinary little runabout. And just before he arrived back at the stable, he capped the day with a combined whirling and rearing that broke the martingale and enabled him to gain a perpendicular position on his hind legs. At this juncture a rotten stirrup leather parted, and Daylight was all but unhorsed. But he had taken a liking to the animal and repented not of his bargain. He realized that Bob was not vicious nor mean, the trouble being that he was bursting with high spirits and was endowed with more than the average horse's intelligence. It was the spirits and intelligence, combined with inordinate roguishness, that made him what he was. What was required to control him was a strong hand, with tempered sternness, and yet with the requisite touch of brutal dominance. "It's you or me, Bob," Daylight told him more than once that day. And to the stableman that night, "My, but ain't he a looker! Ever seen anything like him? Best piece of horseflesh I ever straddled, and I've seen a few in my time." And to Bob, who had turned his head and was up to his playful nuzzling, "Good bye, you little bit of all right. See you again next Saturday, A.M. And just you bring along your whole basket of tricks, you old son of a gun." End of Part 2, Chapter 11. Part 2, Chapter 12 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Throughout the week Daylight found himself almost as much interested in Bob as in Dede, and not being in the thick of any big deals, he was probably more interested in both of them than in the business game. Bob's trick of whirling was of especial moment to him. How to overcome it, that was the thing. Suppose he did meet with Dede out in the hills, and suppose by some lucky stroke of fate he should manage to be riding alongside her, then that whirl of Bob's would be most disconcerting and embarrassing. He was not particularly anxious for her to see him thrown forward on Bob's neck. On the other hand, suddenly to leave her and go dashing down the back track, plying quirt and spurs, wouldn't do either. What he wanted was a method wherewith to prevent that lightning whirl. He must stop the animal before it got around. The reins would not do this, neither would the spurs. Remained the quirt. But how to accomplish it? Absent-minded moments were many that week, when sitting in his office chair, in fancy he was astride the wonderful chestnut sorrel and trying to prevent an anticipated whirl. One such moment, toward the end of the week, occurred in the middle of a conference with Hegan. Hegan, elaborating a new and dazzling legal vision, became aware that Daylight was not listening. His eyes had gone lackluster, and he, too, was seeing with inner vision. "Got it!" he cried suddenly. "Hegan, congratulate me. It's as simple as rolling off a log. All I've got to do is hit him on the nose, and hit him hard." Then he explained to the startled Hegan, and became a good listener again, though he could not refrain now and again from making audible chuckles of satisfaction and delight. That was the scheme. Bob always whirled to the right. Very well. He would double the quirt in his hand, and the instant of the whirl that doubled quirt would rap Bob on the nose. The horse didn't live after it had once learned the lesson that would whirl in the face of the doubled quirt. More keenly than ever during that week in the office did Daylight realize that he had no social nor even human contacts with Dede. The situation was such that he could not ask her the simple question whether or not she was going riding next Sunday. It was a hardship of a new sort, this being the employer of a pretty girl. He looked at her often when the routine work of the day was going on, the question he could not ask her tickling at the fonts of speech. Was she going riding next Sunday? And as he looked, he wondered how old she was, and what love passages she must have had, with those college whippersnappers with whom, according to Morrison, she herded and danced. His mind was very full of her those 6 days between the Sundays. And one thing he came to know thoroughly well: he wanted her, and so much did he want her that his old timidity of the apron string was put to rout. He, who had run away from women most of his life, had now grown so courageous as to pursue. Some Sunday, sooner or later, he would meet her outside the office, somewhere in the hills, and then, if they did not get acquainted, it would be because she did not care to get acquainted. Then he found another card in the hand the mad god had dealt him. How important that card was to become he did not dream, yet he decided that it was a pretty good card. In turn, he doubted. Maybe it was a trick of luck to bring calamity and disaster upon him. Suppose Dede wouldn't have him, and suppose he went on loving her more and more, harder and harder. All his old generalized terrors of love revived. He remembered the disastrous love affairs of men and women he had known in the past. There was Bertha Doolittle, old Doolittle's daughter, who had been madly in love with Dartworthy, the rich Bonanza faction owner, and Dartworthy, in turn, not loving Bertha at all, but madly loving Colonel Walthstone's wife and eloping down the Yukon with her. And Colonel Walthstone himself, madly loving his own wife and lighting out in pursuit of the fleeing couple. And what had been the outcome? Certainly Bertha's love had been unfortunate and tragic, and so had the love of the other three. Down below Minnook, Colonel Walthstone and Dartworthy had fought it out. Dartworthy had been killed. A bullet through the colonel's lungs had so weakened him that he died of pneumonia the following spring. And the colonel's wife had no one left alive on earth to love. And then there was Freda, drowning herself in the running mush ice because of some man on the other side of the world, and hating him, Daylight, because he happened along and pulled her out of the mush ice and back to life. And the Virgin, the old memories frightened him. If this love germ gripped him good and hard, and if Dede wouldn't have him, it might be almost as bad as being gouged out of all he had by Dowsett, Letton, and Guggenhammer. Had his nascent desire for Dede been less, he might well have been frightened out of all thought of her. As it was, he found consolation in the thought that some love affairs did come out right. And for all he knew, maybe luck had stacked the cards for him to win. Some men were born lucky, lived lucky all their days, and died lucky. Perhaps, too, he was such a man, a born luck pup who could not lose. Sunday came, and Bob, out in the Piedmont hills, behaved like an angel. His goodness at times was of the spirited, prancing order, but otherwise he was a lamb. Daylight, with doubled quirt ready in his right hand, ached for a whirl, just one whirl, which Bob, with an excellence of conduct that was tantalizing, refused to perform. But no Dede did Daylight encounter. He vainly circled about among the hill roads, and in the afternoon took the steep grade over the divide of the second range and dropped into Moraga Valley. Just after passing the foot of the descent, he heard the hoof beats of a cantering horse. It was from ahead and coming toward him. What if it was Dede? He turned Bob around and started to return at a walk. If it were Dede, he was born to luck, he decided, for the meeting couldn't have occurred under better circumstances. Here they were, both going in the same direction, and the canter would bring her up to him, just where the stiff grade would compel a walk. There would be nothing else for her to do than ride with him to the top of the divide, and once there, the equally stiff descent on the other side would compel more walking. The canter came nearer, but he faced straight ahead until he heard the horse behind check to a walk. Then he glanced over his shoulder. It was Dede. The recognition was quick, and with her accompanied by surprise. What more natural thing than that, partly turning his horse, he should wait till she caught up with him, and that, when abreast, they should continue abreast on up the grade. He could have sighed with relief. The thing was accomplished, and so easily. Greetings had been exchanged. Here they were side by side, going in the same direction, with miles and miles ahead of them. He noted that her eye was first for the horse, and next for him. "Oh, what a beauty!" she had cried at sight of Bob. From the shining light in her eyes and the face filled with delight, he would scarcely have believed that it belonged to a young woman he had known in the office, the young woman with the controlled, subdued office face. "I didn't know you rode," was one of her first remarks. "I imagine you are wedded to get there quick machines." "I have just taken it up lately," was his answer. "Beginning to get stout, you know, and had to take it off somehow." She gave a quick sidewise glance that embraced him from head to heel, including seat and saddle, and said, "But you've ridden before." She certainly had an eye for horses and things connected with horses, was his thought as he replied. "Not for many years, but I used to think I was a regular rip snorter when I was a youngster up in eastern Oregon, sneaking away from camp to ride with the cattle and break cayuses and that sort of thing." Thus, and to his great relief, were they launched on a topic of mutual interest. He told her about Bob's tricks, and of the whirl, and of his scheme to overcome it, and she agreed that horses had to be handled with a certain rational severity, no matter how much one loved them. There was her Mab, which she had for 8 years, and which she had had break of stall kicking. The process had been painful for Mab, but it had cured her. "You've ridden a lot," Daylight said. "I really can't remember the first time I was on a horse," she told him. "I was born on a ranch, you know, and they couldn't keep me away from the horses. I must have been born with the love for them. I had my first pony, all my own, when I was 6. When I was 8, I knew what it was to be all day in the saddle along with Daddy. By the time I was 11, he was taking me on my first deer hunts. I'd be lost without a horse. I hate indoors, and without Mab here, I suppose I'd have been sick and dead long ago." "You like the country?" he queried, at the same moment catching his first glimpse of a light in her eyes other than gray. "As much as I detest the city," she answered. "But a woman can't earn a living in the country, so I make the best of it, along with Mab." And thereat she told him more of her ranch life in the days before her father died, and Daylight was hugely pleased with himself. They were getting acquainted. The conversation had not lagged in the full half hour they had been together. "We come pretty close from the same part of the country," he said. "I was raised in eastern Oregon, and that's not far from Siskiyou." The next moment he could have bitten out his tongue.
for her quick question was: "How did you know I came from Siskiyou? I'm sure I never mentioned it." "I don't know," he floundered temporarily. "I heard somewhere that you were from thereabouts." Wolf, sliding up at that moment, sleek footed and like a shadow, caused her horse to shy and passed the awkwardness off. For they talked Alaskan dogs until the conversation drifted back to horses. And horses it was, all up the grade and down the other side. When she talked he listened and followed her, and yet all the while he was following his own thoughts and impressions as well. It was a nervy thing for her to do, this riding astride, and he didn't know, after all, whether he liked it or not. His ideas of women were prone to be old fashioned. They were the ones he had imbibed in the early day frontier life of his youth, when no woman was seen on anything but a side saddle. He had grown up to the tacit fiction that women on horseback were not bipeds. It came to him with a shock, this sight of her so manlike in her saddle. But he had to confess that the sight looked good to him just then. Two other immediate things about her struck him. First, there were the golden spots in her eyes. Queer that he had never noticed them before. Perhaps the light in the office had not been right, and perhaps they came and went. No, they were glows of color, a sort of diffused golden light. Nor was it golden either, but it was nearer that than any color he knew. It certainly was not any shade of yellow. A lover's thoughts are ever colored, and it is to be doubted if anyone else in the world would have called Dede's eyes golden. But Daylight's mood verged on the tender and melting, and he preferred to think of them as golden, and therefore they were golden. And then she was so natural. He had been prepared to find her a most difficult young woman to get acquainted with. Yet here it was proving so simple. There was nothing highfalutin about her company manners. It was by this homely phrase that he differentiated this Dede on horseback from the Dede with the office manners whom he had always known. And yet, while he was delighted with the smoothness with which everything else was going, and with the fact that they had found plenty to talk about, he was aware of an irk under it all. After all, this talk was empty and idle. He was a man of action, and he wanted her. Dede Mason, the woman, he wanted her to love him and to be loved by him, and he wanted all this glorious consummation then and there. Used to forcing issues, used to gripping men and things and bending them to his will, he felt, now, the same compulsive prod of mastery. He wanted to tell her that he loved her, and there was nothing else for her to do but marry him. And yet he did not obey the prod. Women were fluttery creatures, and here mere mastery would prove a bungle. He remembered all his hunting guile, the long patience of shooting meat in famine, when a hit or miss meant life or death. Truly, though, this girl did not yet mean quite that. Nevertheless, she meant much to him, more now than ever, as he rode beside her, glancing at her as often as he dared. She, in her corduroy riding habit, so bravely manlike, yet so essentially and revealingly woman, smiling, laughing, talking, her eyes sparkling, the flush of a day of sun and summer breeze warm in her cheeks. Part 2, Chapter 12. Part 2, Chapter 13 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Another Sunday, man and horse and dog roved the Piedmont hills, and again Daylight and Dede rode together. But this time her surprise at meeting him was tinctured with suspicion, or rather her surprise was of another order. The previous Sunday had been quite accidental,
but his appearing a second time among her favorite haunts hinted of more than the fortuitous. Daylight was made to feel that she suspected him, and he, remembering that he had seen a big rock quarry near Blair Park, stated offhand that he was thinking of buying it. His one-time investment in a brickyard had put the idea into his head, an idea that he decided was a good one, for it enabled him to suggest that she ride along with him to inspect the quarry. So several hours he spent in her company, in which she was much the same girl as before, natural, unaffected, light-hearted, smiling and laughing, a good fellow, talking horses with unflagging enthusiasm, making friends with the crusty-tempered Wolf, and expressing the desire to ride Bob, whom she declared she was more in love with than ever. At this last, Daylight demurred. Bob was full of dangerous tricks, and he wouldn't trust anyone on him except his worst enemy. "You think because I'm a girl that I don't know anything about horses," she flashed back. "But I've been thrown off and bucked off enough not to be overconfident, and I'm not a fool. I wouldn't get on a bucking horse. I've learned better, and I'm not afraid of any other kind. And you say yourself that Bob doesn't buck." "But you've never seen him cutting up didos," Daylight said. "You must remember that I've seen a few others, and I've been on several of them myself. I brought Mab to electric cars, locomotives, and automobiles. She was a raw range colt when she came to me. Broke in the saddle, that was all. Besides, I won't hurt your horse." Against his better judgment, Daylight gave in, and, on an unfrequented stretch of road, changed saddles and bridles. "Remember, he's greased lightning," he warned, as he helped her to mount. She nodded, while Bob pricked up his ears to the knowledge that he had a strange rider on his back. The fun came quickly enough, too quickly for Dede, who found herself against Bob's neck as he pivoted around and bolted the other way. Daylight followed on her horse and watched. He saw her check the animal quickly to a standstill, and immediately, with rein across neck and a decisive prod of the left spur, whirl him back the way he had come and almost as swiftly. "Get ready to give him the quirt on the nose," Daylight called. But, too quickly for her, Bob whirled again, though this time, by a severe effort, she saved herself from the undignified position against his neck. His bolt was more determined, but she pulled him into a prancing walk and turned him roughly back with her spurred heel. There was nothing feminine in the way she handled him. Her method was imperative and masculine. Had this not been so, Daylight would have expected her to say she had had enough. But that little preliminary exhibition had taught him something of Dede's quality, and if it had not, a glance at her gray eyes, just perceptibly angry with herself, and at the firm set of her mouth, would have told him the same thing. Daylight did not suggest anything, while he hung almost gleefully upon her actions, in anticipation of what the fractious Bob was going to get. And Bob got it. On his next whirl, or attempt, rather, for he was no more than halfway around when the quirt met him smack on his tender nose. There and then, in his bewilderment, surprise, and pain, his forefeet, just skimming above the road, dropped down. "Great!" Daylight applauded. "A couple more will fix him. He's too smart not to know when he's beaten." Again Bob tried, but this time he was barely quarter around when the doubled quirt on his nose compelled him to drop his forefeet to the road. Then, with neither rein nor spur, but by the mere threat of the quirt, she straightened him out. Dede looked triumphantly at Daylight. "Let me give him a run?" she asked. Daylight nodded, and she shot down the road. He watched her out of sight around the bend, and watched till she came into sight returning. She certainly could sit her horse, was his thought, and she was a sure enough hummer. God, she was the wife for a man. Made most of them look pretty slim.
And to think of her hammering all week at a typewriter! That was no place for her. She should be a man's wife, taking it easy, with silks and satins and diamonds, his frontier notion of what befitted a wife beloved, and dogs and horses and such things. "And we'll see, Mr. Burning Daylight, what you and me can do about it," he muttered to himself, and aloud to her: "You'll do, Miss Mason, you'll do. There's nothing too good in horseflesh you don't deserve. A woman who can ride like that. No, stay with him, and we'll jog along to the quarry," he chuckled. "Say, he actually gave just the least mite of a groan that last time you fetched him. Did you hear it? And did you see the way he dropped his feet to the road? Just like he'd struck a stone wall. And he's got savvy enough to know from now on that that same stone wall will always be there ready for him to lam into." When he parted from her that afternoon at the gate of the road that led to Berkeley, he drew off to the edge of the intervening clump of trees, where, unobserved, he watched her out of sight. Then, turning to ride back into Oakland, a thought came to him that made him grin ruefully as he muttered: "And now it's up to me to make good and buy that blamed quarry. Nothing less than that can give me an excuse for snooping around these hills." But the quarry was doomed to pass out of his plans for a time, for on the following Sunday he rode alone. No Dede on a chestnut sorrel came across the back road from Berkeley that day, nor the day a week later. Daylight was beside himself with impatience and apprehension, though in the office he contained himself. He noted no change in her and strove to let none show in himself. The same old monotonous routine went on, though it now was irritating and maddening. Daylight found a big quarrel on his hands with a world that wouldn't let a man behave toward a stenographer after the way of all men and women. What was the good of owning millions anyway, he demanded one day of the desk calendar as she passed out after receiving his dictation. A third week drew to a close, and another desolate Sunday confronted him. Daylight resolved to speak, office or no office, and, as was his nature, he went simply and directly to the point. She had finished her work with him and was gathering her notepad and pencils together to depart when he said: "One more thing, Miss Mason, and I hope you won't mind my being frank and straight out. You've struck me right along as a sensible-minded girl, and I don't think you'll take offense at what I'm going to say. You know how long you've been in the office. It's years now, several of them, anyway, and you know I've always been straight and above board with you. I've never what you called presumed. Because you were in my office, I've tried to be more careful than if you wasn't in my office. You understand? But just the same, it don't make me any less the human. I'm a lonely sort of a fellow. Don't take that as a bid for kindness. What I meant by it is to try and tell you how much those 2 rides with you have meant. And now I hope you won't mind my asking just why you haven't been out riding the last 2 Sundays." He came to a stop and waited, feeling very warm and awkward, the perspiration starting in tiny beads on his forehead. She did not speak immediately, and he stepped across the room and raised the window higher. "I have been riding," she answered, "in other directions." "But why?" He failed somehow to complete the question. "Go ahead and be frank with me," he urged. "Just as frank as I am with you. Why didn't you ride in the Piedmont hills? I hunted for you everywhere." "And that is just why," she smiled, and looked him straight in the eyes for a moment, then dropped her own. "Surely you understand, Mr. Harnish." He shook his head glumly. "I do and I don't. I ain't used to city ways by a long shot. There's things one mustn't do, which I don't mind, as long as I don't want to do them." "But when you do?" she asked quickly. "Then I do them." His lips had drawn firmly with his affirmation of will, but the next instant he was amending the statement. "That is, I mostly do. But what gets me is the things you mustn't do when they're not wrong and they won't hurt anybody. This riding, for instance." She played nervously with a pencil for a time, as if debating her reply, while he waited patiently. "This riding," she began, "it's not what they call the right thing. I leave it to you. You know the world. You are Mr. Harnish, the millionaire." "Gambler," he broke in harshly. She nodded acceptance of his term and went on. "And I'm a stenographer in your office." "You're 1,000 times better than me," he attempted to interpolate, but was in turn interrupted. "It isn't a question of such things. It's a simple and fairly common situation that must be considered. I work for you, and it isn't what you or I might think, but what other persons will think. And you don't need to be told any more about that. You know yourself." Her cool, matter-of-fact speech belied her, or so Daylight thought. Looking at her perturbed feminineness, at the rounded lines of her figure, the breast that deeply rose and fell, and at the color that was now excited in her cheeks. "I'm sorry I frightened you out of your favorite stamping ground," he said rather aimlessly. "You didn't frighten me," she retorted with a touch of fire. "I'm not a silly seminary girl. I've taken care of myself for a long time now, and I've done it without being frightened. We were together 2 Sundays, and I'm sure I wasn't frightened of Bob or you. It isn't that. I have no fears of taking care of myself, but the world insists on taking care of one as well. That's the trouble. It's what the world would have to say about me and my employer meeting regularly and riding in the hills on Sunday. It's funny, but it's so. I could ride with one of the clerks without remark, but with you, no." "But the world don't know and don't need to know," he cried. "Which makes it worse, in a way, feeling guilty of nothing and yet sneaking around back roads with all the feeling of doing something wrong. It would be finer and braver for me publicly." "To go to lunch with me on a week day," Daylight said, divining the drift of her uncompleted argument. She nodded. "I didn't have that quite in mind, but it will do. I'd prefer doing the brazen thing and having everybody know it, to doing the furtive thing and being found out. Not that I'm asking to be invited to lunch," she added, with a smile, "but I'm sure you understand my position." "Then why not ride open and above board with me in the hills?" he urged. She shook her head with what he imagined was just the faintest hint of regret, and he went suddenly and almost maddeningly hungry for her. "Look here, Miss Mason, I know you don't like this talking over of things in the office. Neither do I. It's part of the whole thing, I guess. A man ain't supposed to talk anything but business with his stenographer. Will you ride with me next Sunday, and we can talk it over thoroughly then and reach some sort of a conclusion. Out in the hills is the place where you can talk something beside business. I guess you've seen enough of me to know I'm pretty square. I do honor and respect you, and all that, and I..." He was beginning to flounder, and the hand that rested on the desk blotter was visibly trembling. He strove to pull himself together. "I just want to harder than anything ever in my life before. I just can't explain myself, but I do, that's all. Will you, just next Sunday, to morrow?" Nor did he dream that her low acquiescence was due, as much as anything else, to the beads of sweat on his forehead, his trembling hand, and his all too evident general distress. Part 2, Chapter 13. Part 2, Chapter 14 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of course, there's no way of telling what anybody wants from what they say. Daylight rubbed Bob's rebellious ear with his quirt and pondered with dissatisfaction the words he had just uttered. They did not say what he had meant them to say. What I'm driving at
is that you say flat-footed that you won't meet me again. And you give reasons, but how am I to know they are your real reasons? Maybe you just don't want to get acquainted with me and won't say so for fear of hurting my feelings. Don't you see, I'm the last man in the world to shove in where I'm not wanted. And if I thought you didn't care a whoop to see anything more of me, why, I'd clear out so blamed quick you couldn't see me for smoke." Dede smiled at him in acknowledgment of his words, but rode on silently. And that smile, he thought, was the most sweetly wonderful smile he had ever seen. There was a difference in it, he assured himself, from any smile she had ever given him before. It was the smile of one who knew him just a little bit, of one who was just the least mite acquainted with him. Of course, he checked himself up the next moment. It was unconscious on her part. It was sure to come in the intercourse of any two persons. Any stranger, a business man, a clerk, anybody, after a few casual meetings, would show similar signs of friendliness. It was bound to happen, but in her case it made more impression on him, and besides, in it was such a sweet and wonderful smile. Other women he had known had never smiled like that. He was sure of it. It had been a happy day. Daylight had met her on the back road from Berkeley, and they had had hours together. It was only now, with the day drawing to a close, with them approaching the gate of the road to Berkeley, that he had broached the important subject. She began her answer to his last contention, and he listened gratefully. "But suppose, just suppose, the reasons I have given are the only ones, that there is no question of my not wanting to know you." "Then I'd go on urging like Sam Scratch," he said quickly, "because, you see, I've always noticed that folks that incline to anything are much more open to hearing the case stated. But if you did have other reasons up your sleeve, if you didn't want to know me, if well, if you thought my feelings oughtn't to be hurt just because you had a good job with me." Here his calm consideration of a possibility was swamped by the fear that it was an actuality, and he lost the thread of his reasoning. "Well, anyway, all you have to do is say the word, and I'll clear out, and with no hard feelings. It would be just a case of bad luck for me. So be honest, Miss Mason, please, and tell me if that's the reason. I almost got a hunch that it is." She glanced up at him, her eyes abruptly and slightly moist, half with hurt, half with anger. "Oh, but that isn't fair!" she cried. "You give me the choice of lying to you and hurting you in order to protect myself by getting rid of you, or of throwing away my protection by telling you the truth. For then you, as you said yourself, would stay and urge." Her cheeks were flushed, her lips tremulous, but she continued to look him frankly in the eyes. Daylight smiled grimly with satisfaction. "I'm really glad, Miss Mason, really glad for those words. But they won't serve you," she went on hastily. "They can't serve you. I refuse to let them. This is our last ride, and here is the gate." Ranging her mare alongside, she bent, slid the catch, and followed the opening gate. "No, please no," she said, as Daylight started to follow. Humbly acquiescent, he pulled Bob back, and the gate swung shut between them. But there was more to say, and she did not ride on. "Listen, Miss Mason," he said, in a low voice that shook with sincerity. "I want to assure you of one thing. I'm not just trying to fool around with you. I like you. I want you, and I was never more in earnest in my life. There's nothing wrong in my intentions or anything like that. What I mean is strictly honorable." But the expression of her face made him stop. She was angry, and she was laughing at the same time. "The last thing you should have said," she cried. "It's like a matrimonial bureau. Intentions strictly honorable. Object, matrimony."
But it's no more than I deserve. This is what I suppose you call urging like Sam Scratch." The tan had bleached out of Daylight's skin since the time he came to live under city roofs, so that the flush of blood showed readily as it crept up his neck past the collar and overspread his face. Nor in his exceeding discomfort did he dream she was looking upon him at that moment with more kindness than at any time that day. It was not in her experience to behold big grown-up men who blushed like boys, and already she repented the sharpness into which she had been surprised. "Now look here, Miss Mason," he began, slowly and stumblingly at first, but accelerating into a rapidity of utterance that was almost incoherent. "I'm a rough sort of man, I know that, and I know I don't know much of anything. I've never had any training in nice things. I've never made love before, and I've never been in love before either, and I don't know how to go about it any more than a thundering idiot. What you want to do is get behind my tomfool words and get a feel of the man that's behind them. That's me, and I mean all right, if I don't know how to go about it." Dede Mason had quick, bird-like ways, almost flitting from mood to mood, and she was all contrition on the instant. "Forgive me for laughing," she said across the gate. "It wasn't really laughter. I was surprised off my guard, and hurt, too. You see, Mr. Harnish, I've not been—" She paused, in sudden fear of completing the thought into which her bird-like precipitancy had betrayed her. "What you mean to say is that you've not been used to such proposing," Daylight said. "A sort of on the run. Howdy, glad to make your acquaintance. Won't you be mine proposition?" She nodded and broke into laughter, in which he joined, and which served to pass the awkwardness away. He gathered heart at this, and went on in greater confidence, with cooler head and tongue. "There, you see, you prove my case. You've had experience in such matters. I don't doubt you've had slathers of proposals. Well, I haven't, and I'm like a fish out of water. Besides, this ain't a proposal. It's a peculiar situation, that's all, and I'm in a corner. I've got enough plain horse sense to know a man ain't supposed to argue marriage with a girl as a reason for getting acquainted with her. And right there was where I was in the hole. Number one, I can't get acquainted with you in the office. Number two, you say you won't see me out of the office to give me a chance. Number three, your reason is that folks will talk because you work for me. Number four, I just got to get acquainted with you. I just got to get you to see that I mean fair and all right. Number five, there you are on one side of the gate getting ready to go, and me here on the other side of the gate, pretty desperate and bound to say something to make you reconsider. Number six, I said it. And now and finally, I just do want you to reconsider." After listening to him, pleasuring in the sight of his earnest, perturbed face, and in the simple, homely phrases that but emphasized his earnestness and marked the difference between him and the average run of men she had known, she forgot to listen and lost herself in her own thoughts. The love of the strong man is ever a lure to a normal woman, and never more strongly did Dede feel the lure than now, looking across the closed gate at Burning Daylight. Not that she would ever dream of marrying him. She had a score of reasons against it, but why not at least see more of him? He certainly was not repulsive to her. On the contrary, she liked him, had always liked him from the day she had first seen him and looked upon his lean Indian face and into his flashing Indian eyes. He was a figure of a man in more ways than his mere magnificent muscles. Besides, romance had gilded him, this doughty, rough-hewn adventurer of the North, this man of many deeds and many millions, who had come down of the Arctic to wrestle and fight so masterfully with the men of the South. Savage as a red Indian, gambler and profligate, a man without morals, whose vengeance was never glutted, and who stamped on the faces of all who opposed him. Oh, yes, she knew all the hard names he had been called, yet she was not afraid of him. There was more than that in the connotation of his name. Burning Daylight called up other things as well. They were there in the newspapers, the magazines, and the books on the Klondike. When all was said, Burning Daylight had a mighty connotation, one to touch any woman's imagination as it touched hers. The gap between them, listening to the wistful and impassioned simplicity of his speech. Dede was after all a woman, with a woman's sex vanity, and it was this vanity that was pleased by the fact that such a man turned in his need to her. And there was more that passed through her mind, sensations of tiredness and loneliness, trampling squadrons and shadowy armies of vague feelings and vaguer promptings, and deeper and dimmer whisperings and echoings, the flutterings of forgotten generations crystallized into being and fluttering anew and always, undreamed and unguessed, subtle and potent, the spirit and essence of life that under 1,000 deceits and masks forever makes for life. It was a strong temptation just to ride with this man in the hills. It would be that only and nothing more, for she was firmly convinced that his way of life could never be her way. On the other hand, she was vexed by none of the ordinary feminine fears and timidities. That she could take care of herself under any and all circumstances, she never doubted. Then why not? It was such a little thing, after all. She led an ordinary, humdrum life at best. She ate and slept and worked, and that was about all. As if in review, her anchorite existence passed before her. 6 days of the week spent in the office, and in journeying back and forth on the ferry. The hours stolen before bedtime for snatches of song at the piano, for doing her own special laundering, for sewing and mending, and casting up of meager accounts. The 2 evenings a week of social diversion she permitted herself. The other stolen hours on Saturday afternoons spent with her brother at the hospital. And the 7th day, Sunday, her day of solace, on Mob's back, out among the blessed hills. But it was lonely, this solitary riding. Nobody of her acquaintance rode. Several girls at the university had been persuaded into trying it. But after a Sunday or two on hired livery hacks, they had lost interest. There was Madeline, who bought her own horse and rode enthusiastically for several months, only to get married and go away to live in Southern California. After years of it, one did get tired of this eternal riding alone. He was such a boy, this big giant of a millionaire, who had half the rich men of San Francisco afraid of him. Such a boy. She had never imagined this side of his nature. How do folks get married? He was saying. Why, number 1, they meet. Number 2, like each other's looks. Number 3, get acquainted. And number 4, get married or not, according to how they like each other after getting acquainted. But how in thunder we're to have a chance to find out whether we like each other enough is beyond my savvy, unless we make that chance ourselves. I'd come to see you, call on you, only I know you're just rooming or boarding, and that won't do. Suddenly, with a change of mood, the situation appeared to Dede ridiculously absurd. She felt a desire to laugh, not angrily, not hysterically, but just jolly. It was so funny. Herself the stenographer, he the notorious and powerful gambling millionaire, and the gate between them, across which poured his argument of people getting acquainted and married. Also, it was an impossible situation. On the face of it, She could not go on with it. This program of furtive meetings in the hills would have to discontinue. There would never be another meeting. And if, denied this, he tried to woo her in the office, she would be compelled to lose a very good position, and that would be an end of the episode. It was not nice to contemplate, but the world of men, especially in the cities, she had not found particularly nice. She had not worked for her living for years without losing a great many of her illusions. "We won't do any sneaking or hiding around about it," Daylight was explaining. "We'll ride around as bold, if you please, and if anybody sees us, why let them. If they talk, well, so long as our consciences are straight, we needn't worry. Say the word, and Bob will have on his back the happiest man alive." She shook her head, pulled in the mare, who was impatient to be off for home, and glanced significantly at the lengthening shadows. "It's getting late now, anyway," Daylight hurried on, "and we've settled nothing, after all. Just one more Sunday, anyway. That's not asking much to settle it in." "We've had all day," she said. "But we started to talk it over too late. We'll tackle it earlier next time. This is a big, serious proposition with me, I can tell you. Say, next Sunday?" "Are men ever fair?" she asked. "You know thoroughly well that by next Sunday you mean many Sundays." "Then let it be many Sundays," he cried recklessly, while she thought that she had never seen him looking so handsomer. "Say the word. Only say the word. Next Sunday at the quarry." She gathered the reins into her hand preliminary to starting. "Good night," she said, and "Yes," he whispered, with just the faintest touch of impressiveness. "Yes," she said, her voice low but distinct. At the same moment she put the mare into a canter and went down the road without a backward glance, intent on an analysis of her own feelings. With her mind made up to say no, and to the last instant she had been so resolved, her lips nevertheless had said yes, or at least it seemed the lips. She had not intended to consent. Then why had she? Her first surprise and bewilderment at so wholly unpremeditated an act gave way to consternation as she considered its consequences. She knew that Burning Daylight was not a man to be trifled with, that under his simplicity and boyishness he was essentially a dominant male creature, and that she had pledged herself to a future of inevitable stress and storm. And again she demanded of herself why she had said yes at the very moment when it had been farthest from her intention. End of Part 2, Chapter 14. Part 2, Chapter 15 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Life at the office went on much the way it had always gone on. Never by word or look did they acknowledge that the situation was in any wise different from what it had always been. Each Sunday saw the arrangement made for the following Sunday's ride, nor was this ever referred to in the office. Daylight was fastidiously chivalrous on this point. He did not want to lose her from the office. The sight of her at work was to him an undiminishing joy. Nor did he abuse this by lingering over dictation or by devising extra work that would detain her longer before his eyes. But over and beyond such sheer selfishness of conduct was his love of fair play. He scorned to utilize the accidental advantage of the situation. Somewhere within him was a higher appeasement of love than mere possession. He wanted to be loved for himself, with a fair field from both sides. On the other hand, had he been the most artful of schemers, he could not have pursued a wiser policy. Birdlike in her love of individual freedom, the last woman in the world to be bullied in her affections, she keenly appreciated
the niceties of his attitude. She did this consciously, but deeper than all consciousness and intangible as gossamer were the effects of this. All unrealizable, save for some supreme moment, did the web of Daylight's personality creep out and around her. Filament by filament, these secrets and undreamable bonds were being established. That it was they could have given her the cue of saying yes when she had meant to say no. And in some such fashion, in some future crises of greater moment, might she not, in violation of all dictates of sober judgment, give another unintentional consent? Among other good things resulting from his growing intimacy with Dede was Daylight's not caring to drink so much as formerly. There was a lessening in desire for alcohol, of which even he at last became aware. In a way she herself was the needed inhibition. The thought of her was like a cocktail, or at any rate she substituted for a certain percentage of cocktails. From the strain of his unnatural city existence and of his intense gambling operations, he had drifted on to the cocktail route. A wall must be forever built to give him easement from the high pitch, and Dede became a part of this wall. Her personality, her laughter, the intonations of her voice, the impossible golden glow of her eyes, the light on her hair, her form, her dress, her actions on horseback, her merest physical mannerisms, all, pictured over and over in his mind and dwelt upon, served to take the place of many a cocktail or long Scotch and soda. In spite of their high resolve, there was a very measurable degree of the furtive in their meetings. In essence, these meetings were stolen. They did not ride out brazenly together in the face of the world. On the contrary, they met always unobserved, she riding across the many gated back road from Berkeley to meet him halfway. Nor did they ride on any save unfrequented roads, preferring to cross the second range of hills and travel among a church-going farmer folk who would scarcely have recognized even Daylight from his newspaper photographs. He found Dede a good horsewoman, good not merely in riding, but in endurance. There were days when they covered 60, 70, and even 80 miles. Nor did Dede ever claim any day too long, nor, another strong recommendation to Daylight, did the hardest day ever the slightest chafe of the chestnut sorrel's back. A sure enough hummer was Daylight's stereotyped but ever enthusiastic verdict to himself. They learned much of each other on these long, uninterrupted rides. They had nothing much to talk about but themselves, and while she received a liberal education concerning Arctic travel and gold mining, he, in turn, touch by touch, painted an ever clearer portrait of her. She amplified the ranch life of her girlhood, prattling on about horses and dogs and persons and things, until it was as if he saw the whole process of her growth and her becoming. All this he was able to trace on through the period of her father's failure and death, when she had been compelled to leave the university and go into office work. The brother, too, she spoke of, and of her long struggle to have him cured, and of her now fading hopes. Daylight decided that it was easier to come to an understanding of her than he had anticipated, though he was always aware that behind and under all he knew of her was the mysterious and baffling woman and sex. There, he was humble enough to confess to himself, was a chartless, shoreless sea about which he knew nothing, and which he must nevertheless somehow navigate. His lifelong fear of woman had originated out of non-understanding, and had also prevented him from reaching any understanding. Dede on horseback, Dede gathering poppies on a summer hillside, Dede taking down dictation in her swift shorthand strokes, all this was comprehensible to him.
But he did not know the Dede who so quickly changed from mood to mood, the Dede who refused steadfastly to ride with him and then suddenly consented, the Dede in whose eyes the golden glow forever waxed and waned and whispered hints and messages that were not for his ears. In all such things he saw the glimmering profundities of sex, acknowledged their lure, and accepted them as incomprehensible. There was another side of her, too, of which he was consciously ignorant. She knew the books, was possessed of that mysterious and awful thing called culture, and yet what continually surprised him was that this culture never obtruded on their intercourse. She did not talk books, nor art, nor similar folderols. Homely minded as he was, he found her almost equally homely minded. She liked the simple and the out of doors, the horses and the hills, the sunlight and the flowers. He found himself in a partly new flora to which she was the guide, pointing out to him all the varieties of the oaks, making him acquainted with the madrono and the manzanita, teaching him the names, habits, and habitats of unending series of wildflowers, shrubs, and ferns. Her keen wood's eye was another delight to him. It had been trained in the open, and little escaped it. One day, as a test, they strove to see which could discover the greater number of birds' nests, and he, who had always prided himself on his own acutely trained observation, found himself hard put to keep his score ahead. At the end of the day he was but 3 nests in the lead, one of which she challenged stoutly, and of which even he confessed serious doubt. He complimented her, and told her that her success must be due to the fact that she was a bird herself, with all a bird's keen vision and quick flashing ways. The more he knew her, the more he became convinced of this bird-like quality in her. That's why she liked to ride, he argued. It was the nearest approach to flying. A field of poppies, a glen of ferns, a row of poplars on a country lane, the tawny brown of a hillside, the shaft of sunlight on a distant peak, all such were provocative of quick joys which seemed to him like so many outbursts of song. Her joys were in little things, and she seemed always singing. Even in sterner things it was the same. When she rode Bob and fought with that magnificent brute for mastery, the qualities of an eagle were uppermost in her. These quick little joys of hers were sources of joy to him. He joyed in her joy, his eyes excitedly fixed on her as bears were fixed on the object of her attention. Also through her he came to closer discernment and keener appreciation of nature. She showed him colors in the landscape that he would never have dreamed were there. He had known only the primary colors. All colors of red were red, black was black, and brown was just plain brown until it became yellow, when it was no longer brown. Purple he had always imagined was red, something like blood, until she taught him better. Once they rode out on a high hill brow where the wind-blown poppies blazed about their horses' knees, and she was in an ecstasy over the lines of the many distances. 7 she counted, and he, who had gazed on landscapes all his life, for the first time learned what a distance was. After that, and always, he looked upon the face of nature with a more seeing eye, learning a delight of his own in surveying the serried ranks of the upstanding ranges, and in slow contemplation of the purple summer mists that haunted the languid creases of the distant hills. But through it all ran the golden thread of love. At first he had been content just to ride with Dede and to be on comradely terms with her, but the desire and the need for her increased. The more he knew of her, the higher was his appraisal. Had she been reserved and haughty with him, or been merely a giggling, simpering creature of a woman, it would have been different. Instead, she amazed him with her simplicity and wholesomeness, with her great store of comradeliness. This latter was the unexpected. He had never looked upon a woman in that way. Woman, the toy; woman, the harpy; woman, the necessary wife and mother of the race's offspring. All this had been his expectation and understanding of women. But woman, the comrade and playfellow and joyfellow, this was what Dede had surprised him in. And the more she became worth while, the more ardently his love burned, unconsciously shading his voice with caresses, and with equal unconsciousness flaring up signal fires in his eyes. Nor was she blind to it. Yet, like many women before her, she thought to play with the pretty fire and escape the consequent conflagration. "Winter will soon be coming on," she said regretfully and with provocation one day, "and then there won't be any more riding." "But I must see you in the winter just the same," he cried hastily. She shook her head. "We have been very happy and all that," she said, looking at him with steady frankness. "I remember your foolish argument for getting acquainted too. But it won't lead to anything. It can't. I know myself too well to be mistaken." Her face was serious, even solicitous with desire not to hurt, and her eyes were unwavering, but in them was the light, golden and glowing, the abyss of sex into which he was now unafraid to gaze. "I've been pretty good," he declared. "I leave it to you if I haven't. It's been pretty hard, too, I can tell you. You just think it over. Not once have I said a word about love to you, and me loving you all the time. That's going some for a man that's used to having his own way. I'm somewhat of a rusher when it comes to traveling. I reckon I'd rush God Almighty if it came to a race over the ice. And yet I didn't rush you. I guess this fact is an indication of how much I do love you. Of course, I want you to marry me. Have I said a word about it, though? Nary a chirp, nary a flutter. I've been quiet and good, and it's almost made me sick at times, this keeping quiet. I haven't asked you to marry me. I'm not asking you now. Oh, not but what you satisfy me. I sure know you're the wife for me. But how about myself? Do you know me well enough to know your own mind?" He shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know, and I ain't going to take chances on it now. You've got to know for sure whether you think you could get along with me or not, and I'm playing a slow, conservative game. I ain't a going to lose for overlooking my hand." This was love making of a sort beyond Dede's experience. Nor had she ever heard of anything like it. Furthermore, its lack of ardor carried with it a shock which she could overcome only by remembering the way his hand had trembled in the past, and by remembering the passion she had seen that very day and every day in his eyes or heard in his voice. Then, too, she recollected what he had said to her weeks before. "Maybe you don't know what patience is," he had said, and thereat told her of shooting squirrels with a big rifle the time he and Elijah Davis had starved on the Stewart River. "So you see," he urged, "just for a square deal, we've got to see more of each other this winter. Most likely your mind ain't made up yet." "But it is," she interrupted. "I wouldn't dare permit myself to care for you. Happiness for me would not lie that way. I like you, Mr. Harnish, and all that, but it can never be more than that." "It's because you don't like my way of living," he charged, thinking in his own mind of the sensational joy rides and general profligacy of which the newspapers had credited him. Thinking this, and wondering whether or not, in maiden modesty, she would disclaim knowledge of it. To his surprise, her answer was flat and uncompromising. "No, I don't." "I know I've been brash on some of those rides that got into the papers," he began his defense, "and that I've been traveling with a lively crowd." "I don't mean that," she said, "though I know about it, too, and can't say that I like it. But it is your life in general, your business. There are women in the world who could marry a man like you and be happy, but I couldn't. And the more I cared for such a man, the more unhappy I should be. You see, my unhappiness, in turn, would tend to make him unhappy. I should make a mistake, and he would make an equal mistake, though his would not be so hard on him, because he would still have his business." "Business!" Daylight gasped. "What's wrong with my business? I play fair and square. There's nothing underhand about it, which can't be said of most businesses, whether of big corporations or of the cheating, lying, little corner grocerymen. I play the straight rules of the game, and I don't have to lie or cheat or break my word." Dede hailed with relief the change in the conversation, and at the same time the opportunity to speak her mind. "In ancient Greece," she began pedantically, "a man was judged a good citizen who built houses, planted trees." She did not complete the quotation, but drew the conclusion hurriedly. "How many houses have you built? How many trees have you planted?" He shook his head noncommittally, for he had not grasped the drift of the argument. "Well," she went on, "2 winters ago you cornered coal." "Just locally," he grinned reminiscently, "just locally. I took advantage of the car shortage and the strike in British Columbia." "But you didn't dig any of that coal yourself. Yet you forced it up $4 a ton and made a lot of money. That was your business. You made the poor people pay more for their coal. You played fair, as you said, but you put your hands down into all their pockets and took their money away from them. I know. I burn a grate fire in my sitting room at Berkeley, and instead of $11 a ton for rock wells, I paid $15 that winter. You robbed me of $4. I could stand it, but there were thousands of the very poor who could not stand it. You might call it legal gambling, but to me it was downright robbery." Daylight was not abashed. This was no revelation to him. He remembered the old woman who made wine in the Sonoma Hills, and the millions like her who were made to be robbed. "Now look here, Miss Mason, you've got me there slightly, I grant. But you've seen me in business a long time now, and you know I don't make a practice of raiding the poor people. I go after the big fellows. They're my meat. They rob the poor, and I rob them. The coal deal was an accident. I wasn't after the poor people in that, but after the big fellows, and I got them too. The poor people happened to get in the way and got hurt. That was all. Don't you see," he went on, "the whole game is a gamble. Everybody gambles in one way or another. The farmer gambles against the weather and the market on his crops. So does the United States Steel Corporation. The business of lots of men is straight robbery of the poor people. But I've never made that my business. You know that. I've always gone after the robbers." "I missed my point," she admitted. "Wait a minute." And for a space they rode in silence. "I see it more clearly than I can state it, but it's something like this. There is legitimate work, and there's work that, well, that isn't legitimate. The farmer works the soil and produces grain. He's making something that is good for humanity. He actually, in a way, creates something, the grain that will fill the mouths of the hungry. And then the railroads and market riggers and the rest proceed to rob him of that same grain." Daylight broke in, and Dede smiled and raised up her hand. "Wait a minute. You'll make me lose my point. It doesn't hurt if they rob him of all of it so that he starves to death. The point is that the wheat he grew is still in the world. It exists. Don't you see? The farmer created something, say 10 tons of wheat, and those 10 tons exist. The railroads haul the wheat to market, to the mouths that will eat it. This also is legitimate. It's like some one bringing you a glass of water, or taking a cinder out of your eye. Something has been done, in a way, been created, just like the wheat." "But the railroads rob like Sam Scratch," Daylight objected. "Then the work they do is partly legitimate and partly not. Now we come to you. You don't create anything. Nothing new exists when you're done with your business. Just like the coal. You didn't dig it. You didn't haul it to market. You didn't deliver it. Don't you see? That's what I meant by planting the trees and building the houses. You haven't planted one tree, nor built a single house." "I never guessed that there was a woman in the world who could talk business like that," he murmured admiringly. "And you've got me on that point. But there's a lot to be said on my side, just the same. Now, you listen to me. I'm going to talk under three heads. Number one, we live a short time, the best of us, and we're a long time dead. Life is a big gambling game. Some are born lucky, and some are born unlucky. Everybody sits in at the table, and everybody tries to rob everybody else. Most of them get robbed. They're born suckers. Fellow like me comes along and sizes up the proposition. I've got two choices. I can herd with the suckers, or I can herd with the robbers. As a sucker, I win nothing. Even the crusts of bread are snatched out of my mouth by the robbers. I work hard all my days and die working, and I ain't never had a flutter. I've had nothing but work, work, work. They talk about the dignity of labor. I'll tell you, there ain't no dignity in that sort of labor. My other choice is to herd with the robbers, and I herd with them. I play that choice wide open to win. I get the automobiles and the porterhouse steaks and the soft beds. Number two, there ain't much difference between playing half robber, like the railroad hauling that farmer's wheat to market, and playing all robber and robbing the robbers like I do. And besides, halfway robbery is too slow a game for me to sit in. You don't win quick enough for me." "But what do you want to win for?" Dede demanded. "You have millions and millions already. You can't ride in more than one automobile at a time, sleep in more than one bed at a time." "Number three answers that," he said, "and here it is. Men and things are so made that they have different likes. A rabbit likes a vegetarian diet. A lynx likes meat. Ducks swim. Chickens are scared of water. One man collects postage stamps. Another man collects butterflies. This man goes in for paintings. That man goes in for yachts. And some other fellow for hunting big game. One man thinks horse racing is it, with a big I, and another man finds the biggest satisfaction in actresses. They can't help these likes. They have them, and what are they going to do about it? Now, I like gambling. I like to play the game. I want to play it big and play it quick. I'm just made that way, and I play it." "But why can't you do good with all your money?" Daylight laughed. "Doing good with your money? It's like slapping God in the face as much as to tell him that he don't know how to run his world, and that you'll be much obliged if he'll stand out of the way and give you a chance. Thinking about God doesn't keep me sitting up nights, so I've got another way of looking at it. And it's funny to go round with brass knuckles and a big club, breaking folks' heads and taking their money away from them until I've got a pile, and then, repenting of my ways, going around and bandaging up the heads the other robbers are breaking. I leave it to you. That's what doing good with money amounts to. Every once in a while some robber turns soft-hearted and takes to driving an ambulance. That's what Carnegie did. He smashed heads in pitched battles at Homestead. Regular wholesale head-breaker he was. Held up the suckers for a few $100 million, and now he goes around dribbling it back to them. Funny. I leave it to you." He rolled a cigarette and watched her half curiously, half amusedly. His replies and harsh generalizations of a harsh school were disconcerting, and she came back to her earlier position. "I can't argue with you, and you know that. No matter how right a woman is, men have such a way about them well, what they say sounds most convincing, and yet the woman is still certain that they are wrong. But there is one thing, the creative joy. Call it gambling if you will, but just the same, it seems to me more satisfying to create something, make something, than just to roll dice out of a dice box all day long. Why, sometimes, for exercise, or when I've got to pay $15 for coal, I curry Mab and give her a whole half hour's brushing. And when I see her coat clean and shining and satiny, I feel a satisfaction in what I've done. So it must be with the man who builds a house or plants a tree. He can look at it. He made it. It's his handiwork. Even if somebody like you comes along and takes his tree away from him, still it is there, and still did he make it. You can't rob him of that, Mr. Harnish, with all your millions. It's a creative joy, and it's a higher joy than mere gambling. Haven't you ever made things yourself? A log cabin up in the Yukon, or a canoe, or a raft, or something. And don't you remember how satisfied you were, how good you felt, while you were doing it, and after you had done it?" While she spoke, his memory was busy with the associations she recalled. He saw the deserted flat on the river bank by the Klondike, and he saw the log cabins and warehouses springing up, and all the log structures he had built, and his sawmills working night and day on 3 shifts. "Why, doggone it, Miss Mason, you're right, in a way. I've built hundreds of houses up there, and I remember I was proud and glad to see them go up. I'm proud now when I remember them. And there was Ophir, the most God-forsaken moose pasture of a creek you ever laid eyes on. I made that into the Big Ophir. Why, I ran water in there from Rinkabilly, 80 miles away. They all said I couldn't, but I did it, and I did it by myself. The dam and the flumes cost me $4 million, but you should have seen that Ophir. Power plants, electric lights, and hundreds of men on payroll, working night and day. I guess I do get an inkling of what you mean by making a thing. I made Ophir, and by God, she was sure a hummer. I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to cuss. But that Ophir, I sure am proud of her now, just as the last time I laid eyes on her." "And you won something there that was more than mere money," Dede encouraged. "Now do you know what I would like to do if I had lots of money and simply had to go on playing at business? Take all the southerly and westerly slopes of these bare hills. I'd buy them and plant eucalyptus on them. I'd do it for the joy of doing it anyway. But suppose I had that gambling twist in me which you talk about. Why, I'd do it just the same and make money out of the trees. And there's my other point again. Instead of raising the price of coal without adding an ounce of coal to the market supply, I'd be making thousands and thousands of cords of firewood, making something where nothing was before, and everybody who ever crossed on the ferries would look up at the forested hills and be made glad. Who was made glad by your adding $4 to a ton of Rock Wells?" It was Daylight's turn to be silent for a time while she waited an answer. "Would you rather I did things like that?" he asked at last. "It would be better for the world and better for you," she answered noncommittally. Part 2, Chapter 15. Part 2, Chapter 16 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
All week, every one in the office knew that something new and big was afoot in Daylight's mind. Beyond some deals of no importance, he had not been interested in anything for several months. But now he went about in almost an unbroken brown study, made unexpected and lengthy trips across the bay to Oakland, or sat at his desk silent and motionless for hours. He seemed particularly happy with what occupied his mind. At times men came in and conferred with him, and with new faces and differing in type from those that usually came in to see him. On Sunday Dede learned all about it. "I've been thinking a lot of our talk," he began, "and I've got an idea I'd like to give it a flutter. And I've got a proposition to make your hair stand up. It's what you call legitimate. At the same time, it's the gosh dangdest gamble a man ever went into. How about planting minutes wholesale, and making 2 minutes grow where 1 minute grew before? Oh, yes, and planting a few trees, too, say several million of them. You remember the quarry I made believe I was looking at? Well, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy these hills, too, clear from here around to Berkeley and down the other way to San Leandro. I own a lot of them already, for that matter, but mum's the word. I'll be buying a long time to come before anything much is guessed about it, and I don't want the market to jump up out of sight. You see that hill over there? It's my hill running clear down its slope through Piedmont and halfway along those rolling hills into Oakland, and it's nothing to all the things I'm going to buy." He paused triumphantly. "And all to make 2 minutes grow where 1 grew before?" Dede queried, at the same time laughing heartily at his affection of mystery. He stared at her, fascinated. She had such a frank, boyish way of throwing her head back when she laughed, and her teeth were an unending delight to him. Not small, yet regular and firm, without a blemish. He considered them the healthiest, whitest, prettiest teeth he had ever seen. And for months he had been comparing them with the teeth of every woman he met. It was not until her laughter was over that he was able to continue. "The ferry system between Oakland and San Francisco is the worst one-horse concern in the United States. You cross on it every day, 6 days in the week. That's, say, 25 days a month, or 300 a year. How long does it take you one way? 40 minutes, if you're lucky. I'm going to put you across in 20 minutes. If that ain't making 2 minutes grow where 1 grew before, knock off my head with little apples. I'll save you 20 minutes each way. That's 40 minutes a day, times 300 equals 12,000 minutes a year, just for you, just for one person. Let's see, that's 200 whole hours. Suppose I save 200 hours a year for thousands of other folks. That's farming some, ain't it?" Dede could only nod breathlessly. She had caught the contagion of his enthusiasm, though she had no clue as to how this great time-saving was to be accomplished. "Come on," he said. "Let's ride up that hill, and when I get you out on top where you can see something, I'll talk sense." A small footpath dropped down to the dry bed of the cañon, which they crossed before they began to climb. The slope was steep and covered with matted brush and bushes, through which the horses slipped and lunged. Bob, growing disgusted, turned back suddenly and attempted to pass Mab. The mare was thrust sideways into the denser bush, where she nearly fell. Recovering, she flung her weight against Bob. Both riders' legs were caught in the consequent squeeze, and as Bob plunged ahead downhill, Dede was nearly scraped off. Daylight threw his horse on to its haunches and at the same time dragged Dede back into the saddle. Showers of twigs and leaves fell upon them, and predicament followed predicament, until they emerged on the hilltop, the worse for wear, but happy and excited. Here no trees obstructed the view. The particular hill on which they were outjutted from the regular line of the range so that the sweep of their vision extended over three-quarters of the circle. Below, on the flat land bordering the bay, lay Oakland, and across the bay was San Francisco. Between the two cities they could see the white ferry boats on the water. Around to their right was Berkeley, and to their left the scattered villages between Oakland and San Leandro. Directly in the foreground was Piedmont, with its desultory dwellings and patches of farming land, and from Piedmont the land rolled down in successive waves upon Oakland. "Look at it," said Daylight, extending his arm in a sweeping gesture. 100,000 people there, and no reason there shouldn't be 500,000. There's the chance to make 5 people grow where one grows now. Here's the scheme in a nutshell. Why don't more people live in Oakland? No good service with San Francisco, and besides, Oakland is asleep. It's a whole lot better place to live in than San Francisco. Now suppose I buy all the street railways of Oakland, Berkeley, Alameda, San Leandro, and the rest. Bring them under one head with a competent management. Suppose I cut the time to San Francisco one half by building a big pier out there almost to Goat Island and establishing a ferry system with modern up-to-date boats. Why, folks would want to live over on this side. Very good. They'll need land on which to build. So, first I buy up the land. But the land's cheap now. Why? Because it's in the country. No electric roads. No quick communication. Nobody guessing that the electric roads are coming. I'll build the roads. That will make the land jump up. Then I'll sell the land as fast as folks will want to buy because of the improved ferry system and transportation facilities. You see, I give the value to the land by building the roads. Then I sell the land and get that value back. And after that, there's the roads, all carrying folks back and forth and earning big money. Can't lose. And there's all sorts of millions in it. I'm going to get my hands on some of that waterfront and the tide lands. Take between where I'm going to build my pier and the old pier. It's shallow water. I can fill and dredge and put in a system of docks that will handle hundreds of ships. San Francisco's waterfront is congested. No more room for ships. With hundreds of ships loading and unloading on this side right into the freight cars of the 3 big railroads, factories will start up over here instead of crossing to San Francisco. That means factory sites. That means me buying in the factory sites before anybody guesses the cat is going to jump, much less which way. Factories mean tens of thousands of working men and their families. That means more houses and more land. And that means me, for I'll be there to sell them the land. And tens of thousands of families mean tens of thousands of nickels every day for my electric cars. The growing population will mean more stores, more banks, more everything. And that'll mean me, for I'll be right there with business property as well as home property. What do you think of it?" Before she could answer, he was off again, his mind's eye filled with this new city of his dream, which he builded on the Alameda Hills by the gateway to the Orient. "Do you know, I've been looking it up. The Firth of Clyde, where all the steel ships are built, isn't half as wide as Oakland Creek down there, where all those old hulks lie. Why ain't it a Firth of Clyde? Because the Oakland City Council spends its time debating about prunes and raisins. What is needed is somebody to see things, and after that, organization. That's me. I didn't make Ophir for nothing, and once things begin to hum, outside capital will pour in. All I do is start it going. Gentlemen, I say, here's all the natural advantages of a great metropolis. God Almighty put them advantages here, and he put me here to see them. Do you want to land your tea and silk from Asia and ship it straight east? Here's the docks for your steamers, and here's the railroads.
Do you want factories from which you can ship directly by land or water? Here's the site, and here's the modern, up-to-date city, with the latest improvements for yourselves and your workmen to live in. Then there's the water. I'll come pretty close to owning the watershed. Why not the waterworks, too? There's two water companies in Oakland now, fighting like cats and dogs, and both about broke. What a metropolis needs is a good water system. They can't give it. They're stick in the muds. I'll gobble them up and deliver the right article to the city. There's money there, too, money everywhere. Everything works in with everything else. Each improvement makes the value of everything else pump up. It's people that are behind the value. The bigger the crowd that herds in one place, the more valuable is the real estate. And this is the very place for a crowd to herd. Look at it. Just look at it. You never could find a finer site for a great city. All it needs is the herd, and I'll stampede a couple of 100,000 people in here inside 2 years. And what's more, it won't be one of these wildcat land booms. It will be legitimate. 20 years from now, there'll be 1,000,000 people on this side of the bay. Another thing is hotels. There isn't a decent one in the town. I'll build a couple of up-to-date ones that'll make them sit up and take notice. I won't care if they don't pay for years. Their effect will more than give me my money back out of the other holdings. And oh, yes, I'm going to plant eucalyptus, millions of them on these hills." "But how are you going to do it?" Dede asked. "You haven't enough money for all that you've planned." "I've 30 million, and if I need more, I can borrow on the land and other things. Interest on mortgages won't anywhere near eat up the increase in land values, and I'll be selling land right along." In the weeks that followed, Daylight was a busy man. He spent most of his time in Oakland, rarely coming to the office. He planned to move the office to Oakland, but, as he told Dede, the secret preliminary campaign of buying had to be put through first. Sunday by Sunday, now from this hilltop and now from that, they looked down upon the city and its farming suburbs, and he pointed out to her his latest acquisitions. At first it was patches and sections of land here and there, but as the weeks passed, it was the unowned portion that became rare, until at last they stood as islands surrounded by Daylight's land. It meant quick work on a colossal scale, for Oakland and the adjacent country was not slow to feel the tremendous buying. But Daylight had the ready cash, and it had always been his policy to strike quickly, before the others could get the warning of the boom. He quietly accomplished many things. At the same time that his agents were purchasing corner lots and entire blocks in the heart of the business section and the waste lands for factory sites, Daylight was rushing franchises through the city council, capturing the 2 exhausted water companies and the 8 or 9 independent street railways, and getting his grip on the Oakland Creek and the Bay Tidelands for his dock system. The Tidelands had been in litigation for years, and he took the bull by the horns, buying out the private owners and at the same time leasing from the city fathers. By the time that Oakland was aroused by this unprecedented activity in every direction and was questioning excitedly the meaning of it, Daylight secretly bought the chief Republican newspaper and the chief Democratic organ, and moved boldly into his new offices. Of necessity, they were on a large scale, occupying 4 floors of the only modern office building in the town, the only building that wouldn't have to be torn down later on, as Daylight put it. There was department after department, a score of them, and hundreds of clerks and stenographers. As he told Dede, "I've got more companies than you can shake a stick at. There's the Alameda and Contra Costa Land Syndicate, the Consolidated Street Railways, the Yerba Buena Ferry Company and the United Water Company, the Piedmont Realty Company,
the Fairview and Portola Hotel Company, and half a dozen more that I've got to refer to a notebook to remember. There's the Piedmont Laundry Farm and Redwood Consolidated Quarries. Starting in with our quarry, I just kept a going till I got them all. And there's the shipbuilding company I ain't got a name for yet. Seeing as I had to have ferry boats, I decided to build them myself. They'll be done by the time the pier is ready for them. Whew! It all sure beats poker. And I've had the fun of gouging the robber gangs as well. The water company bunches are squealing yet. I sure got them where the hair was short. They were just about all in when I came along and finished them off." "But why do you hate them so?" Dede asked. "Because they're such cowardly skunks." "But you play the same game they do." "Yes, but not in the same way." Daylight regarded her thoughtfully. "When I say cowardly skunks, I mean just that, cowardly skunks. They set up for a lot of gamblers. There ain't one in 1,000 of them that's got the nerve to be a gambler. They're four flushers, if you know what that means. They're a lot of little cottontail rabbits making believe they're big, rip-snorting timber wolves. They set out to everlastingly eat up some proposition, but at the first sign of trouble they turn tail and stampede for the brush. Look how it works. When the big fellows wanted to unload Little Copper, they sent Jakey Fallow into the New York Stock Exchange to yell out, 'I'll buy all or any part of Little Copper at 55,' Little Copper being at 54. And in 30 minutes them cottontails, financiers some folks call them, bid up Little Copper to 60. And an hour after that, stampeding for the brush, they were throwing Little Copper overboard at 45 and even 40. They're cat's paws for the big fellows. Almost as fast as they rob the suckers, the big fellows come along and hold them up. Or else the big fellows use them in order to rob each other. That's the way the Chattanooga Coal and Iron Company was swallowed up by the Trust in the last panic. The Trust made that panic. It had to break a couple of big banking companies and squeeze half a dozen big fellows, too, and it did it by stampeding the cottontails. The cottontails did the rest all right, and the Trust gathered in Chattanooga Coal and Iron. Why, any man with nerve and savvy can start them cottontails jumping for the brush. I don't exactly hate them myself, but I haven't any regard for chicken-hearted four-flushers." End of Part 2, Chapter 16. Part 2, Chapter 17 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For months, Daylight was buried in work. The outlay was terrific, and there was nothing coming in. Beyond a general rise in land values, Oakland had not acknowledged his irruption on the financial scene. The city was waiting for him to show what he was going to do, and he lost no time about it. The best skilled brains on the market were hired by him for the different branches of the work. Initial mistakes he had no patience with, and he was determined to start right, as when he engaged Wilkinson, almost doubling his big salary, and brought him out from Chicago to take charge of the street railway organization. Night and day the road gangs toiled on the streets, and night and day the pile drivers hammered the big piles down into the mud of San Francisco Bay. The pier was to be 3 miles long, and the Berkeley hills were denuded of whole groves of mature eucalyptus for the piling. At the same time that his electric roads were building out through the hills, the hay fields were being surveyed and broken up into city squares, with here and there, according to best modern methods, winding boulevards and strips of park. Broad streets, well graded, were made, with sewers and water pipes ready laid,
and macadamized from his own quarries. Cement sidewalks were also laid, so that all the purchaser had to do was to select his lot and architect and start building. The quick service of Daylight's new electric roads into Oakland made this big district immediately accessible, and long before the ferry system was in operation, hundreds of residences were going up. The profit on this land was enormous. In a day, his onslaught of wealth had turned open farming country into one of the best residential districts of the city. But this money that flowed in upon him was immediately poured back into his other investments. The need for electric cars was so great that he installed his own shops for building them. And even on the rising land market, he continued to buy choice factory sites and building properties. On the advice of Wilkinson, practically every electric road already in operation was rebuilt. The light, old-fashioned rails were torn out and replaced by the heaviest that were manufactured. Corner lots on the sharp turns of narrow streets were bought and ruthlessly presented to the city in order to make wide curves for his tracks and high speed for his cars. Then, too, there were the main line feeders for his ferry system, tapping every portion of Oakland, Alameda, and Berkeley, and running fast expresses to the pier end. The same large-scale methods were employed in the water system. Service of the best was needed if his huge land investment was to succeed. Oakland had to be made into a worthwhile city, and that was what he intended to do. In addition to his big hotels, he built amusement parks for the common people, and art galleries and clubhouse country inns for the more finicky classes. Even before there was any increase in population, a marked increase in street railway traffic took place. There was nothing fanciful about his schemes. They were sound investments. "What Oakland wants is a first-class theater," he said, and after vainly trying to interest local capital, he started the building of the theater himself. For he alone had vision for the 200,000 new people that were coming to the town. No matter what pressure was on Daylight, his Sundays he reserved for his riding in the hills. It was not the winter weather, however, that brought these rides with Dede to an end. One Saturday afternoon in the office, she told him not to expect to meet her next day, and when he pressed for an explanation, "I've sold Mab." Daylight was speechless for the moment. Her act meant one of so many serious things that he couldn't classify it. It smacked almost of treachery. She might have met with financial disaster. It might be her way of letting him know she had seen enough of him, or "What's the matter?" he managed to ask. "I couldn't afford to keep her with hay, $45 a ton," Dede answered. "Was that your only reason?" he demanded, looking at her steadily, for he remembered her once telling him how she had bought the mare through one winter 5 years before, when hay had gone as high as $60 a ton. "No, my brother's expenses have been higher as well, and I was driven to the conclusion that since I could not afford both, I'd better let the mare go and keep the brother." Daylight felt inexpressibly saddened. He was suddenly aware of a great emptiness. What would a Sunday be without Dede, and Sundays without end without her? He drummed perplexedly on the desk with his fingers. "Who brought her?" he asked. Dede's eyes flashed in the way long since familiar to him when she was angry. "Don't you dare buy her back for me!" she cried. "And don't deny that that was what you had in mind." "I won't deny it. It was my idea to a T. But I wouldn't have done it without asking you first. And seeing how you feel about it, I won't even ask you. But you thought a heap of that mare, and it's pretty hard on you to lose her. I'm sure sorry. And I'm sorry, too, that you won't be riding with me to morrow. I'll be plumb lost. I won't know what to do with myself." "Neither shall I," Dede confessed mournfully, "except that I shall be able to catch up with my sewing." "But I haven't any sewing." Daylight's tone was whimsically plaintive, but secretly he was delighted with her confession of loneliness. It was almost worth the loss of her mare to get that out of her. At any rate, he meant something to her. He was not utterly unliked. "I wish you would reconsider, Miss Mason," he said softly. "Not alone for the mare's sake, but for my sake. Money don't cut any ice in this. For me to buy that mare wouldn't mean as much as it does to most men to send a bouquet of flowers or a box of candy to a young lady. And I've never sent you flowers or candy." He observed the warning flash of her eyes and hurried on to escape refusal. "I'll tell you what we'll do. Suppose I buy the mare and own her myself, and lend her to you when you want to ride. There's nothing wrong in that. Anybody borrows a horse from anybody, you know." Again he saw refusal and headed her off. "Lots of men take women buggy riding. There's nothing wrong in that. And the man always furnishes the horse and buggy. Well, now, what's the difference between my taking you buggy riding and furnishing the horse and buggy, and taking you horseback riding and furnishing the horses?" She shook her head and declined to answer, at the same time looking at the door as if to intimate that it was time for this unbusinesslike conversation to end. He made one more effort. "Do you know, Miss Mason, I haven't a friend in the world outside you. I mean a real friend, man or woman, the kind you chum with, you know, and that you're glad to be with and sorry to be away from." "Hegan is the nearest man I get to, and he's a million miles away from me. Outside business, we don't hitch. He's got a big library of books and some crazy kind of culture. He spends all his off times reading things in French and German and other outlandish lingos when he ain't writing plays and poetry. There's nobody I feel chummy with except you, and you know how little we've chummed once a week, if it didn't rain on Sunday. I've grown kind of to depend upon you. You're sort of a sort of a habit," she said with a smile. "That's about it. And that mare, and you astride her, coming along the road under the trees or through the sunshine, why, with both you and the mare missing, there won't be anything worth waiting through the week for. If you just let me buy her back." "No, no, I tell you no." Dede rose impatiently, but her eyes were moist with the memory of her pet. "Please don't mention her to me again. If you think it was easy to part with her, you are mistaken. But I've seen the last of her, and I want to forget her." Daylight made no answer, and the door closed behind him. Half an hour later he was conferring with Jones, the erstwhile elevator boy and rabid proletarian whom Daylight long before had grub-staked to literature for a year. The resulting novel had been a failure. Editors and publishers would not look at it. And now Daylight was using this disgruntled author in a little private secret service system he had been compelled to establish for himself. Jones, who affected to be surprised at nothing after his crushing experience with railroad freight rates on firewood and charcoal, betrayed no surprise now when the task was given to him to locate the purchaser of a certain sorrel mare. "How high shall I pay for her?" he asked. "Any price. You've got to get her. That's the point. Drive a sharp bargain so as not to excite suspicion, but buy her. Then you deliver her to that address up in Sonoma County. The man's the caretaker on that little ranch I have there. Tell him to take whacking good care of her. After that, forget all about it. Don't tell me the name of the man you buy her from. Don't tell me anything about it except you've got her and delivered her. Savvy?" But the week had not passed when Daylight noted the flash in Dede's eyes that boded trouble. "Something's gone wrong. What is it?" he asked boldly. "Mab," she said, "the man who bought her has sold her already. If I thought you had anything to do with it " "I don't even know who you sold her to," was Daylight's answer. "And what's more, I'm not bothering my head about her. She was your mare, and it's none of my business what you did with her. You haven't got her, that's sure, and worse luck. And now, while we're on touchy subjects, I'm going to open another one with you. And you needn't get touchy about it, for it's not really your business at all." She waited in the pause that followed, eyeing him almost suspiciously. "It's about that brother of yours. He needs more than you can do for him. Selling that mare of yours won't send him to Germany, and that's what his own doctors say he needs. That crack German specialist who rips a man's bones and muscles into pulp and then molds them all over again. Well, I want to send him to Germany and give that crack a flutter, that's all." "If it were only possible," she said, half breathlessly and wholly without anger. "Only it isn't, and you know it isn't. I can't accept money from you." "Hold on now," he interrupted. "Wouldn't you accept a drink of water from one of the 12 apostles if you was dying of thirst? Or would you be afraid of his evil intentions?" She made a gesture of dissent. "Or of what folks might say about it." "But that's different," she began. "Now look here, Miss Mason, you've got to get some foolish notions out of your head. The money notion is one of the funniest things I've seen. Suppose you was falling over a cliff. Wouldn't it be all right for me to reach out and hold you by the arm? Sure it would. But suppose you needed another sort of help. Instead of the strength of an arm, the strength of my pocket. That would be all, and that's what they'd all say. But why do they say it? Because the robber gangs want all the suckers to be honest and respect money. If the suckers weren't honest and didn't respect money, where would the robbers be? Don't you see? The robbers don't deal in arm holds. They deal in dollars. Therefore arm holds are just common and ordinary, while dollars are sacred, so sacred that you didn't let me lend you a hand with a few. Or here's another way," he continued, spurred on by her mute protest. "It's all right for me to give the strength of my arm when you're falling over a cliff. But if I take the same strength of arm and use it at pick and shovel work for a day and earn $2, you won't have anything to do with the $2. Yet it's the same old strength of arm in a new form, that's all. Besides, in this proposition, it won't be a claim on you. It ain't even a loan to you. It's an arm hold I'm giving your brother. Just the same sort of arm hold as if he were falling over a cliff. And a nice one you are, to come running out and yell 'Stop' at me and let your brother go on over the cliff. What he needs to save his legs is that crack in Germany, and that's the arm hold I'm offering. Wish you could see my rooms. Walls all decorated with horsehair bridles, scores of them, hundreds of them. They're no use to me, and they cost like Sam Scratch. But there's a lot of convicts making them, and I go on buying. Why, I've spent more money in a single night on whiskey than would get the best specialists and pay all the expenses of a dozen cases like your brother's. And remember, you've got nothing to do with this. If your brother wants to look on it as a loan, all right. It's up to him, and you've got to stand out of the way while I pull him back from that cliff." Still, Dede refused, and Daylight's argument took a more painful turn. "I can only guess that you're standing in your brother's way on account of some mistaken idea in your head that this is my idea of courting. Well, it ain't. You might as well think I'm courting all those convicts I buy bridles from. I haven't asked you to marry me, and if I do, I won't come trying to buy you into consenting, and there won't be anything underhanded when I come a asking." Dede's face was flushed and angry. "If you knew how ridiculous you are, you'd stop," she blurted out. You can make me more uncomfortable than any man I ever knew. Every little while you give me to understand that you haven't asked me to marry you yet. I'm not waiting to be asked, and I warned you from the first that you had no chance. And yet you hold it over my head that sometime, some day, you're going to ask me to marry you. Go ahead and ask me now and get your answer and get it over and done with." He looked at her in honest and pondering admiration. "I want you so bad, Miss Mason, that I don't dast to ask you now," he said, with such whimsicality and earnestness as to make her throw back her head in a frank, boyish laugh. "Besides, as I told you, I'm green at it. I never went a courtin' before, and I don't want to make any mistakes." "But you're making them all the time," she cried impulsively. "No man ever courted a woman by holding a threatened proposal over her head like a club." "I won't do it any more," he said humbly. "And anyway, we're off the argument. My straight talk a minute ago still holds. You're standing in your brother's way. No matter what notions you've got in your head, you've got to get out of the way and give him a chance. Will you let me go and see him and talk it over with him? I'll make it a hard and fast business proposition. I'll stake him to get well, that's all, and charge him interest." She visibly hesitated. "And just remember one thing, Miss Mason. It's his leg, not yours." She refrained from giving her answer, and Daylight went on strengthening his position. "And remember, I go over to see him alone. He's a man, and I can deal with him better without women folks around. I'll go over to-morrow afternoon." End of Part 2, Chapter 17. Part 2, Chapter 18 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Daylight had been wholly truthful when he told Dede that he had had no real friends. On speaking terms with thousands, on fellowship and drinking terms with hundreds, he was a lonely man. He failed to find the one man or group of several men with whom he could be really intimate. Cities did not make for comradeship as did the Alaskan Trail. Besides, the types of men were different. Scornful and contemptuous of business men on the one hand, on the other, his relations with the San Francisco bosses had been more an alliance of expediency than anything else. He had felt more of a kinship for the franker brutality of the bosses and their captains, but they had failed to claim any deep respect. They were too prone to crookedness. Bonds were better than men's word in this modern world, and one had to look carefully to the bonds. In the old Yukon days it had been different. Bonds didn't go. A man said he had so much, and even in a poker game his appeasement was accepted. Larry Hegan, who rose ably to the largest demands of Daylight's operations, and who had few illusions and less hypocrisy, might have proven a chum had it not been for his temperamental twist. Strange genius that he was, a Napoleon of the law, with a power of visioning that far exceeded Daylight's, he had nothing in common with Daylight outside the office. He spent his time with books, a thing Daylight could not abide. Also, he devoted himself to the endless writing of plays which never got beyond manuscript form, and though Daylight only sensed the secret taint of it, was a confirmed but temperate eater of hashish. Hegan lived all his life cloistered with books in a world of agitation. With the outdoor world he had no understanding, no tolerance. In food and drink he was abstemious as a monk, while exercise was a thing abhorrent. Daylight's friendships, in lieu of anything closer, were drinking friendships and roistering friendships. And with the passing of the Sunday rides with Dede,
he fell back more and more upon these for diversion. The cocktail wall of inhibition he reared more assiduously than ever. The big red motor car was out more frequently now, while a stable hand was hired to give Bob exercise. In his early San Francisco days there had been intervals of easement between his deals, but in this present biggest deal of all the strain was unremitting. Not in a month or two or three could his huge land investment be carried to a successful consummation. And so complete and wide-reaching was it that complications and knotty situations constantly arose. Every day brought its problems, and when he had solved them in his masterful way, he left the office in his big car, almost sighing with relief at anticipation of the approaching double martini. Rarely was he made tipsy. His constitution was too strong for that. Instead, he was that direst of all drinkers, the steady drinker, deliberate and controlled, who averaged a far higher quantity of alcohol than the irregular and violent drinker. For 6 weeks hard running, he had seen nothing of Dede except in the office, and there he resolutely refrained from making approaches. But by the 7th Sunday his hunger for her overmastered him. It was a stormy day. A heavy southeast gale was blowing, and squall after squall of rain and wind swept over the city. He could not take his mind off her, and a persistent picture came to him of her sitting by a window and sewing feminine fripperies of some sort. When the time came for his first pre-luncheon cocktail to be served to him in his rooms, he did not take it. Filled with a daring determination, he glanced at his notebook for Dede's telephone number and called for the switch. At first it was her landlady's daughter who was raised, but in a minute he heard the voice he had been hungry to hear. "I just wanted to tell you that I'm coming out to see you," he said. "I didn't want to break in on you without warning. That was all." "Has something happened?" came her voice. "I'll tell you when I get there," he evaded. He left the red car 2 blocks away and arrived on foot at the pretty 3-storied shingled Berkeley house. For an instant only he was aware of an inward hesitancy, but the next moment he rang the bell. He knew that what he was doing was in direct violation of her wishes, and that he was setting her a difficult task to receive as a Sunday caller the multimillionaire and notorious Elam Harnish of newspaper fame. On the other hand, the one thing he did not expect of her was what he would have termed silly female capers. And in this he was not disappointed. She came herself to the door to receive him and shake hands with him. He hung his mackintosh and hat on the rack in the comfortable square hall and turned to her for direction. "They are busy in there," she said, indicating the parlor, from which came the boisterous voices of young people, and through the open door of which he could see several college youths. "So you will have to come into my rooms." She led the way through the door opening out of the hall to the right, and once inside he stood awkwardly rooted to the floor, gazing about him and at her, and all the time trying not to gaze. In his perturbation he failed to hear and see her invitation to a seat. So these were her quarters. The intimacy of it and her making no fuss about it was startling, but it was no more than he would have expected of her. It was almost 2 rooms in one. The one room he was in, evidently the sitting room, and the other he could see into, the bedroom. Beyond an oaken dressing table, with an orderly litter of combs and brushes and dainty feminine knickknacks, there was no sign of it being used as a bedroom. The broad couch, with a cover of old rose and banked high with cushions, he decided must be the bed, but it was farthest from any experience of a civilized bed he had ever had. Not that he saw much of detail in that awkward moment of standing. His general impression was one of warmth and comfort and beauty. There were no carpets, and on the hardwood floor he caught a glimpse of several wolf and coyote skins. What captured and perceptibly held his eye for a moment was a crouched Venus that stood on a Steinway upright against a background of mountain lion skin on the wall. But it was Dede herself that smote most sharply upon sense and perception. He had always cherished the idea that she was very much a woman. The lines of her figure, her hair, her eyes, her voice, and bird-like laughing ways had all contributed to this, but here, in her own rooms, clad in some flowing, clinging gown, the emphasis of sex was startling. He had been accustomed to her only in trim tailor suits and shirt-waists, or in riding costume of velvet corduroy, and he was not prepared for this new revelation. She seemed so much softer, so much more pliant and tender and lissome. She was a part of this atmosphere of quietude and beauty. She fitted into it just as she had fitted in with the sober office furnishings. "Won't you sit down?" she repeated. He felt like an animal long denied food. His hunger for her welled up in him, and he proceeded to wolf the dainty morsel before him. Here was no patience, no diplomacy. The straightest direct way was none too quick for him, and, had he known it, the least unsuccessful way he could have chosen. "Look here," he said, in a voice that shook with passion, "there's one thing I won't do, and that's propose to you in the office. That's why I'm here. Dede Mason, I want you. I just want you." While he spoke, he advanced upon her, his black eyes burning with bright fire, his aroused blood swarthy in his cheek. So precipitate was he that she had barely time to cry out her involuntary alarm and to step back, at the same time catching one of his hands as he attempted to gather her into his arms. In contrast to him, the blood had suddenly left her cheeks. The hand that had warded his off and that still held it was trembling. She relaxed her fingers, and his arm dropped to his side. She wanted to say something, do something, to pass on from the awkwardness of the situation, but no intelligent thought nor action came into her mind. She was aware only of a desire to laugh. This impulse was partly hysterical and partly spontaneous humor, the latter growing from instant to instant. Amazing as the affair was, the ridiculous side of it was not veiled to her. She felt like one who had suffered the terror of the onslaught of a murderous footpad, only to find out that it was an innocent pedestrian asking the time. Daylight was the quicker to achieve action. "Oh, I know. I'm a sure enough fool," he said. I guess I'll sit down. Don't be scairt, Miss Mason. I'm not real dangerous." "I'm not afraid," she answered, with a smile, slipping down herself into a chair beside which, on the floor, stood a sewing basket from which, Daylight noted, some white fluffy thing of lace and muslin overflowed. Again she smiled, "though I confess you did startle me for the moment." "It's funny," Daylight sighed, almost with regret. "Here I am, strong enough to bend you around and tie knots in you. Here I am, used to having my will with man and beast and anything, and here I am sitting in this chair as weak and helpless as a little lamb. You sure take the starch out of me." Dede vainly cudgeled her brains in quest for a reply to these remarks. Instead, her thought dwelt insistently upon the significance of his stepping aside in the middle of a violent proposal in order to make irrelevant remarks. What struck her was the man's certitude. So little did he doubt that he would have her, that he could afford to pause and generalize upon love and the effects of love. She noted his hand unconsciously slipping in the familiar way into the side coat pocket
where she knew he carried his tobacco and brown papers. "You may smoke if you want to," she said. He withdrew his hand with a jerk, as if something in the pocket had stung him. "No, I wasn't thinking of smoking. I was thinking of you. What's a man to do when he wants a woman but ask her to marry him? That's all that I'm doing. I can't do it in style, I know that. But I can use straight English, and that's good enough for me. I want you mighty bad, Miss Mason. You're in my mind 'most all the time now, and what I want to know is, well, do you want me? That's all." "I wish you hadn't asked," she said softly. "Maybe it's best you should know a few things before you give me an answer," he went on, ignoring the fact that the answer had already been given. "I never went after a woman before in my life, all reports to the contrary notwithstanding. The stuff you read about me in the papers and books about me being a lady killer is all wrong. There's not an iota of truth in it. I guess I've done more than my share of card playing and whiskey drinking, but women I've let alone. There was a woman that killed herself, but I didn't know she wanted me that bad, or else I'd have married her. Not for love, but to keep her from killing herself. She was the best of the boiling, but I never gave her any encouragement. I'm telling you all this because you've read about it, and I want you to get it straight from me." "Lady killer!" he snorted. "Why, Miss Mason, I don't mind telling you that I've sure been scairt of women all my life. You're the first one I've not been afraid of. That's the strange thing about it. I just plumb worship you, and yet I'm not afraid of you. Maybe it's because you're different from the women I know. You never chased me, lady killer. Why, I've been running away from ladies ever since I can remember, and I guess all that saved me was that I was strong in the wind and that I never fell down and broke a leg or anything. I didn't ever want to get married until after I met you, and until a long time after I met you. I cottoned to you from the start, but I never thought it would get as bad as marriage. Why, I can't get to sleep nights thinking of you and wanting you." He came to a stop and waited. She had taken the lace and muslin from the basket, possibly to settle her nerves and wits, and was sewing upon it. As she was not looking at him, he devoured her with his eyes. He noted the firm, efficient hands, hands that could control a horse like Bob, that could run a typewriter almost as fast as a man could talk, that could sew on dainty garments, and that, doubtlessly, could play on the piano over there in the corner. Another ultra feminine detail he noticed: her slippers. They were small and bronze. He had never imagined she had such a small foot. Street shoes and riding boots were all that he had ever seen on her feet, and they had given no advertisement of this. The bronze slippers fascinated him, and to them his eyes repeatedly turned. A knock came at the door, which she answered. Daylight could not help hearing the conversation. She was wanted at the telephone. "Tell him to call up again in 10 minutes," he heard her say, and the masculine pronoun caused in him a flashing twinge of jealousy. Well, he decided, whoever it was, Burning Daylight would give him a run for his money. The marvel to him was that a girl like Dede hadn't been married long since. She came back, smiling to him, and resumed her sewing. His eyes wandered from the efficient hands to the bronze slippers and back again, and he swore to himself that there were mighty few stenographers like her in existence. That was because she must have come of pretty good stock, and had a pretty good raising. Nothing else could explain these rooms of hers, and the clothes she wore, and the way she wore them. "Those 10 minutes are flying," he suggested. "I can't marry you," she said. "You don't love me?" She shook her head. "Do you like me the littlest bit?" This time she nodded, at the same time allowing the smile of amusement to play on her lips. But it was amusement without contempt. The humorous side of a situation rarely appealed in vain to her. "Well, that's something to go on," he announced. "You've got to make a start to get started. I just liked you at first, and look what it's grown into. You recollect you said you didn't like my way of life. Well, I've changed it a heap. I ain't gambling like I used to. I've gone into what you called the legitimate, making 2 minutes grow where one grew before, 300,000 folks where only 100,000 grew before. And this time next year there'll be 2 million eucalyptus growing on the hills. Say, do you like me more than the littlest bit?" She raised her eyes from her work and looked at him as she answered. "I like you a great deal, but—" He waited a moment for her to complete the sentence, failing which, he went on himself. "I haven't an exaggerated opinion of myself, so I know I ain't bragging when I say I'll make a pretty good husband. You'd find I was no hand at nagging and fault finding. I can guess what it must be for a woman like you to be independent. Well, you'd be independent as my wife. No strings on you. You could follow your own sweet will, and nothing would be too good for you. I'd give you everything your heart desired." "Except yourself," she interrupted suddenly, almost sharply. Daylight's astonishment was momentary. "I don't know about that. I'd be straight and square and live true. I don't hanker after divided affections." "I don't mean that," she said. "Instead of giving yourself to your wife, you would give yourself to the 300,000 people of Oakland, to your street railways and ferry routes, to the 2 million trees on the hills, to everything business, and to all that that means." "I'd see that I didn't," he declared stoutly. "I'd be yours to command." "You think so, but it would turn out differently." She suddenly became nervous. "We must stop this talk. It's too much like attempting to drive a bargain. How much will you give? I'll give so much. I want more. And all that. I like you, but not enough to marry you, and I'll never like you enough to marry you." "How do you know that?" he demanded. "Because I like you less and less." Daylight sat dumbfounded. The hurt showed itself plainly in his face. "Oh, you don't understand," she cried wildly, beginning to lose self-control. "It's not that way I mean. I do like you. The more I've known you, the more I've liked you. And at the same time, the more I've known you, the less would I care to marry you." This enigmatic utterance completed Daylight's perplexity. "Don't you see?" she hurried on. "I could have far easier married the Elam Harnish, fresh from the Klondike, when I first laid eyes on him long ago, than marry you sitting before me now." He shook his head slowly. "That's one too many for me. The more you know and like a man, the less you want to marry him. Familiarity breeds contempt. I guess that's what you mean." "No, no," she cried, but before she could continue a knock came on the door. "The 10 minutes is up," Daylight said. His eyes, quick with observation, like an Indian's, darted about the room while she was out. The impression of warmth and comfort and beauty predominated, though he was unable to analyze it, while the simplicity delighted him. Expensive simplicity, he decided, and most of it leftovers from the time her father went broke and died. He had never before appreciated a plain hardwood floor with a couple of wolfskins. It sure beat all the carpets in creation. He stared solemnly at a bookcase containing a couple of hundred books. There was mystery. He could not understand what people found so much to write about. Writing things and reading things were not the same as doing things. And he, himself primarily a man of action, doing things was alone comprehensible. His gaze passed on from the crouched Venus to a little tea table with all its fragile and exquisite accessories, and to a shining copper kettle and copper chafing dish. Chafing dishes were not unknown to him, and he wondered if she concocted suppers on this one for some of those university young men he had heard whispered about. One or two water colors on the wall made him conjecture that she had painted them herself. There were photographs of horses and old masters, and the trailing purple of a burial of Christ held him for a time. But ever his gaze returned to that crouched Venus on the piano. To his homely, frontier-trained mind, it seemed curious that a nice young woman should have such a bold, if not sinful, object on display in her own room. But he reconciled himself to it by an act of faith. Since it was Dede, it must be eminently all right. Evidently such things went along with culture. Larry Hegan had similar casts and photographs in his book-cluttered quarters. But then Larry Hegan was different. There was that hint of unhealth about him that Daylight invariably sensed in his presence, while Dede, on the contrary, seemed always so robustly wholesome, radiating an atmosphere compounded of the sun and wind and dust of the open road. And yet, if such a clean, healthy woman as she went in for naked women crouching on her piano, it must be all right. Dede made it all right. She could come pretty close to making anything all right. Besides, he didn't understand culture anyway. She re-entered the room, and as she crossed it to her chair, he admired the way she walked, while the bronze slippers were maddening. "I'd like to ask you several questions," he began immediately. "Are you thinking of marrying somebody?" She laughed merrily and shook her head. "Do you like anybody else more than you like me? That man at the phone just now, for instance." "There isn't anybody else. I don't know anybody I like well enough to marry. For that matter, I don't think I'm a marrying woman. Office work seems to spoil one for that." Daylight ran his eyes over her, from her face to the tip of a bronze slipper, in a way that made the color mantle in her cheeks. At the same time, he shook his head skeptically. "It strikes me that you are the most marryingest woman that ever made a man sit up and take notice. And now another question. You see, I've just got to locate the lay of the land. Is there anybody you like as much as you like me?" But Dede had herself well in hand. "That's unfair," she said. "And if you'd stop and consider, you will find that you are doing the very thing you disclaimed, namely, nagging. I refuse to answer any more of your questions. Let us talk about other things. How is Bob?" Half an hour later, whirling along through the rain on Telegraph Avenue toward Oakland, Daylight smoked one of his brown paper cigarettes and reviewed what had taken place. It was not at all bad, was his summing up, though there had been much about it that was baffling. There was that liking him the more she knew him, and at the same time wanting to marry him less. That was a puzzler. But the fact that she had refused him carried with it a certain elation. In refusing him, she had refused his $30 million. That was going some for a $90 a month stenographer who had known better ties. She wasn't after money. That was patent. Every woman he had encountered had seemed willing to swallow him down for the sake of his money. Why, he had doubled his fortune, made $15 million since the day she first came to work for him, and behold, any willingness to marry him she might have possessed had diminished as his money had increased. "Gosh," he muttered, "if I clean up $100 million on this land deal, she won't even be on speaking terms with me." But he could not smile the thing away. It remained to baffle him, that enigmatic statement of hers that she could more easily have married the Elam Harnish fresh from the Klondike than the present Elam Harnish. Well, he concluded, the thing to do was for him to become more like that old time Daylight who had come down out of the North to try his luck at the bigger game. But that was impossible. He could not set back the flight of time. Wishing wouldn't do it, and there was no other way. He might as well wish himself a boy again. Another satisfaction he cuddled to himself from their interview. He had heard of stenographers before who refused their employers and who invariably quit their positions immediately afterward. But Dede had not even hinted at such a thing. No matter how baffling she was, there was no nonsensical silliness about her. She was level-headed, but also he had been level-headed and was partly responsible for this. He hadn't taken advantage of her in the office. True, he had twice overstepped the bounds, but he had not followed it up and made a practice of it. She knew she could trust him. But in spite of all this, he was confident that most young women would have been silly enough to resign a position with a man they had turned down. And besides, after he had put it to her in the right light, she had not been silly over his sending her brother to Germany. Gee, he concluded, as the car drew up before his hotel, if I'd only known it as I do now, I'd have popped the question the first day she came to work. According to her say-so, that would have been the proper moment. She likes me more and more, and the more she likes me, the less she cares to marry me. Now, what do you think of that? She sure must be fooling. End of Part 2, Chapter 18. Part 2, Chapter 19 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Once again, on a rainy Sunday, weeks afterward, Daylight proposed to Dede. As on the first time, he restrained himself until his hunger for her overwhelmed him and swept him away in his red automobile to Berkeley. He left the machine several blocks away and proceeded to the house on foot. But Dede was out. The landlady's daughter told him, and added, on second thought, that she was out walking in the hills. Furthermore, the young lady directed him where Dede's walk was most likely to extend. Daylight obeyed the girl's instructions, and soon the street he followed passed the last house, and itself ceased where began the first steep slopes of the open hills. The air was damp with the oncoming of rain, for the storm had not yet burst, though the rising wind proclaimed its imminence. As far as he could see, there was no sign of Dede on the smooth, grassy hills. To the right, dipping down into a hollow and rising again, was a large, fully grown eucalyptus grove. Here all was noise and movement, the lofty, slender-trunked trees swaying back and forth in the wind and clashing their branches together. In the squalls, above all the minor noises of creaking and groaning, arose a deep thrumming note as of a mighty harp. Knowing Dede as he did, Daylight was confident that he would find her somewhere in this grove where the storm effects were so pronounced. And find her he did, across the hollow and on the exposed crest of the opposing slope where the gale smote its fiercest blows. There was something monotonous, though not tiresome, about the way Daylight proposed. Guiltless of diplomacy, subterfuge, he was as direct and gusty as the gale itself. He had time neither for greeting nor apology. "It's the same old thing," he said. "I want you, and I've come for you. You've just got to have me, Dede, for the more I think about it, the more certain I am that you've got a sneaking liking for me that's something more than just ordinary liking, and you don't dast say that it isn't. Now, dast you?" He had shaken hands with her at the moment he began speaking, and he had continued to hold her hand. Now, when she did not answer, she felt a light but firmly insistent pressure as of his drawing her to him. Involuntarily she half yielded to him, her desire for the moment stronger than her will. Then suddenly she drew herself away, though permitting her hand still to remain in his. "You sure ain't afraid of me?" he asked, with quick compunction. "No," she smiled woefully. "Not of you, but of myself." "You haven't taken my dare," he urged under this encouragement. "Please, please," she begged. "We can never marry, so don't let us discuss it." "Then I copper your bet to lose." He was almost gay now, for success was coming faster than his fondest imagining. She liked him, without a doubt, and without a doubt she liked him well enough to let him hold her hand, well enough to be not repelled by the nearness of him. She shook her head. "No, it's impossible. You would lose your bet." For the first time a dark suspicion crossed Daylight's mind, a clue that explained everything. "Say, you ain't been let in for some one of these secret marriages, have you?" The consternation in his voice and on his face was too much for her, and her laugh rang out, merry and spontaneous as a burst of joy from the throat of a bird. Daylight knew his answer, and, vexed with himself, decided that action was more efficient than speech. So he stepped between her and the wind and drew her so that she stood close in the shelter of him. An unusually stiff squall blew about them and thrummed overhead in the treetops, and both paused to listen. A shower of flying leaves enveloped them, and hard on the heel of the wind came driving drops of rain. He looked down on her and on her hair wind-blown about her face, and because of her closeness to him and of a fresher and more poignant realization of what she meant to him, he trembled so that she was aware of it in the hand that held hers. She suddenly leaned against him, bowing her head until it rested lightly upon his breast. And so they stood while another squall, with flying leaves and scattered drops of rain, rattled past. With equal suddenness she lifted her head and looked at him. "Do you know," she said, "I prayed last night about you. I prayed that you would fail, that you would lose everything, everything." Daylight stared his amazement at this cryptic utterance. "That sure beats me. I always said I got out of my depth with women, and you've got me out of my depth now. Why you want me to lose everything, seeing as you like me?" "I never said so." "You didn't dast say you didn't. So, as I was saying, liking me, why'd you want me to go broke is clean beyond my simple understanding. It's right in line with that other puzzler of yours. The more you like me, the less you want to marry me one. Well, you've just got to explain, that's all." His arms went around her, and he held her closely, and this time she did not resist. Her head was bowed, and he had not seen her face, yet he had a premonition that she was crying. He had learned the virtue of silence, and he waited her will in the matter. Things had come to such a pass that she was bound to tell him something now. Of that he was confident. "I am not romantic," she began, again looking at him as she spoke. "It might be better for me if I were. Then I could make a fool of myself and be unhappy for the rest of my life. But my abominable common sense prevents, and that doesn't make me a bit happier, either." "I'm still out of my depth and swimming feeble," Daylight said, after waiting vainly for her to go on. "You've got to show me, and you ain't shown me yet. Your common sense and praying that I'd go broke is all up in the air to me. Little woman, I just love you mighty hard, and I want you to marry me. That's straight and simple and right off the bat. Will you marry me?" She shook her head slowly, and then, as she talked, seemed to grow angry, sadly angry, and Daylight knew that this anger was against him. "Then let me explain, and just as straight and simply as you have asked." She paused, as if casting about for a beginning. "You are honest and straightforward. Do you want me to be honest and straightforward, as a woman is not supposed to be? To tell you things that will hurt you, to make confessions that ought to shame me, to behave in what many men would think was an unwomanly manner?" The arm around her shoulder pressed encouragement, but he did not speak. "I would dearly like to marry you, but I'm afraid. I am proud and humble at the same time that a man like you should care for me. But you have too much money. That's where my abominable common sense steps in. Even if we did marry, you could never be my man, my lover, and my husband. You would be your money's man. I know I'm a foolish woman, but I want a man for myself. You would not be free for me. Your money possesses you, taking your time, your thoughts, your energy, everything, bidding you go here, go there, do this, do that. Don't you see? Perhaps it's pure silliness, but I feel that I can love much, give all, and in return, though I don't want all, I want much, and I want much more than your money would permit you to give me. And your money destroys you. It makes you less and less nice. I am not ashamed to say that I love you, because I shall never marry you. And I loved you much when I did not know you at all, when you first came down from Alaska and I first went into the office. You were my hero. You were the Burning Daylight of the gold diggings, the daring traveler and miner, and you looked it. I don't see how any woman could have looked at you without loving you then. But you don't look it now. Please, please, forgive me for hurting you. You wanted straight talk, and I am giving it to you. All these last years you have been living unnaturally. You, a man of the open, have been cooping yourself up in the cities with all that that means. You are not the same man at all, and your money is destroying you. You are becoming something different, something not so healthy, not so clean, not so nice. Your money and your way of life are doing it. You know it. You haven't the same body now that you had then. You are putting on flesh, and it is not healthy flesh. You are kind and genial with me, I know, but you are not kind and genial to all the world as you were then. You have become harsh and cruel, and I know. Remember, I have studied you 6 days a week, month after month, year after year, and I know more about the most insignificant parts of you than you know of all of me. The cruelty is not only in your heart and thought, but it is there in your face. It has put its lines there. I have watched them come and grow. Your money and the life it compels you to lead have done all this. You are being brutalized and degraded, and this process can only go on and on until you are hopelessly destroyed. He attempted to interrupt, but she stopped him, herself breathless and her voice trembling. "No, no, let me finish utterly. I have done nothing but think all these months, ever since you came riding with me, and now that I have begun to speak, I am going to speak all that I have in me. I do love you, but I cannot marry you and destroy love. You are growing into a thing that I must in the end despise. You can't help it. More than you can possibly love me, do you love this business game. This business, and it's all perfectly useless so far as you are concerned, claims all of you. I sometimes think it would be easier to share you equitably with another woman than to share you with this business. I might have half of you, at any rate, but this business would claim not half of you, but 9/10 of you, or 99/100. Remember, the meaning of marriage to me is not to get a man's money to spend. I want the man. You say you want me, and suppose I consented, but gave you only 1/100th part of me. Suppose there was something else in my life that took the other 99 parts, and, furthermore, that ruined my figure, that put pouches under my eyes and crow's feet in the corners, that made me unbeautiful to look upon, and that made my spirit unbeautiful. Would you be satisfied with that 100th part of me? Yet that is all you are offering me of yourself. Do you wonder that I won't marry you, that I can't?" Daylight waited to see if she were quite done, and she went on again. "It isn't that I'm selfish. After all, love is giving, not receiving. But I see so clearly that all my giving could not do you any good. You are like a sick man. You don't play business like other men. You play at heart, and all of you. No matter what you believe and intended, a wife would be only a brief diversion. There is that magnificent Bob eating his head off in the stable. You would buy me a beautiful mansion and leave me in it to yawn my head off, or cry my eyes out because of my helplessness and inability to save you. This disease of business would be corroding you and marring you all the time. You play it as you have played everything else. As in Alaska you played the life of the trail. Nobody could be permitted to travel as fast and far as you, to work as hard, or to endure as much. You hold back nothing. You put all you've got into whatever you are doing." "Limit is the sky," he grunted, grim affirmation. "But if you would only play the lover-husband that way." Her voice faltered and stopped, and a blush showed in her wet cheeks as her eyes fell before his. "And now I won't say another word," she added. "I've delivered a whole sermon." She rested now, frankly and fairly, in the shelter of his arms, and both were oblivious to the gale that rushed past them in quicker and stronger blasts. The big downpour of rain had not yet come, but the mist-like squalls were more frequent. Daylight was openly perplexed, and he was still perplexed when he began to speak. "I'm stumped. I'm up a tree. I'm clean flabbergasted, Miss Mason, or Dede, because I love to call you that name. I'm free to confess there's a mighty big heap in what you say. As I understand it, your conclusion is that you'd marry me if I hadn't a cent and I wasn't getting fat. No, no, I'm not joking. I acknowledge the corn, and that's just my way of boiling the matter down and summing it up. If I hadn't a cent, and if I was living a healthy life, with all the time in the world to love you and be your husband, instead of being awash to my back teeth in business and all the rest, why, you'd marry me. That's all as clear as print, and you're correcter than I ever guessed before. You've sure opened my eyes a few. But I'm stuck. What can I do? My business has sure roped, thrown, and branded me. I'm tied hand and foot, and I can't get up and meander over green pastures. I'm like the man that got the bear by the tail. I can't let go, and I want you, and I've got to let go to get you. I don't know what to do, but something's sure got to happen. I can't lose you. I just can't, and I'm not going to. Why, you're running business a close second right now. Business never kept me awake nights. You've left me no argument. I know I'm not the same man that came from Alaska. I couldn't hit the trail with the dogs as I did in them days. I'm soft in my muscles, and my mind's gone hard. I used to respect men. I despise them now. You see, I've spent all my life in the open, and I reckon I'm an open-air man. Why, I've got the prettiest little ranch you ever laid eyes on, up in Glen Ellen. That's where I got stuck for that brickyard. You recollect handling the correspondence? I only laid eyes on the ranch that one time, and I so fell in love with it that I bought it there and then. I just rode around the hills, and was happy as a kid out of school. I'd be a better man living in the country. The city doesn't make me better. You're plumb right there. I know it. But suppose your prayers should be answered, and I'd go clean broke and have to work for day's wages." She did not answer, though all the body of her seemed to urge consent. "Suppose I had nothing left but that little ranch, and was satisfied to grow a few chickens and scratch a living somehow. Would you marry me then, Dede?" "Why, we'd be together all the time," she cried. "But I'd have to be out plowing once in a while," he warned, "or driving to town to get the grub." "But there wouldn't be the office, at any rate, and no man to see and men to see without end. But it's all foolish and impossible, and we'll have to be starting back now if we're to escape the rain." Then was the moment among the trees where they began the descent of the hill that Daylight might have drawn her closely to him and kissed her once. But he was too perplexed with the new thoughts she had put into his head to take advantage of the situation. He merely caught her by the arm and helped her over the rougher footing. "It's darn pretty country up there at Glen Ellen," he said meditatively. "I wish you could see it." At the edge of the grove he suggested that it might be better for them to part there. "It's your neighborhood, and folks is liable to talk." But she insisted that he accompany her as far as the house. "I can't ask you in," she said, extending her hand at the foot of the steps. The wind was humming wildly in sharply recurrent gusts, but still the rain held off. "Do you know," he said, "taking it by and large, it's the happiest day of my life." He took off his hat, and the wind rippled and twisted his black hair as he went on solemnly. "And I'm sure grateful to God, or whoever or whatever is responsible for you being on this earth, for you do like me heaps. It's been my joy to hear you say so to day. It's..." He left the thought arrested, and his face assumed the familiar, whimsical expression as he murmured: "Dede, Dede, we've just got to get married. It's the only way, and trust to luck, for it's coming out all right." But the tears were threatening to rise in her eyes again, and she shook her head and turned and went up the steps. Chapter 19. Part 2, Chapter 20 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When the ferry system began to run, and the times between Oakland and San Francisco was demonstrated to be cut in half, the tide of Daylight's terrific expenditure started to turn. Not that it really did turn, for he promptly went into further investments. Thousands of lots in his residential tracts were sold, and thousands of homes were being built. Factory sites also were selling, and business properties in the heart of Oakland. All this tended to a steady appreciation in value of Daylight's huge holdings. But as of old, he had his hunch, and he was riding it. Already he had begun borrowing from the banks. The magnificent profits he made on the land he sold were turning into more land, into more development, and instead of paying off old loans, he contracted new ones. As he had pyramided in Dawson City, he was now pyramided in Oakland, but he did it with the knowledge that it was a stable enterprise rather than a risky placer mining boom. In a small way, other men were following his lead, buying and selling land and profiting by the improvement work he was doing. But this was to be expected, and the small fortunes they were making at his expense did not irritate him. There was an exception, however, one Simon Dolliver, with money to go in with, and with cunning and courage to back it up, bade fair to become a several times millionaire at Daylight's expense.
dollar or two pyramided, playing quickly and accurately, and keeping his money turning over and over. More than once Daylight found him in the way, as he himself had gotten in the way of the Guggenhammers when they first set their eyes on Ophir Creek. Work on Daylight's dock system went on apace, yet was one of those enterprises that consumed money dreadfully and that could not be accomplished as quickly as a ferry system. The engineering difficulties were great, the dredging and filling a cyclopean task. The mere item of pilings was anything but small. A good average pile, by the time it was delivered on the ground, cost a $20 gold piece, and these piles were used in unending thousands. All accessible groves of mature eucalyptus were used, and as well, great rafts of pine piles were towed down the coast from Puget Sound. Not content with manufacturing the electricity for his street railways in the old-fashioned way, in power houses, Daylight organized the Sierra and Salvador Power Company. This immediately assumed large proportions. Crossing the San Joaquin Valley on the way from the mountains and plunging through the Contra Costa Hills, there were many towns and even a robust city that could be supplied with power, also with light, and it became a street and house lighting project as well. As soon as the purchase of power sites in the Sierra was rushed through, the survey parties were out and building operations begun. And so it went. There were 1,000 maws into which he poured unceasing streams of money. But it was all so sound and legitimate that Daylight, born gambler that he was, and with his clear, wide vision, could not play softly and safely. It was a big opportunity, and to him there was only one way to play it, and that was the big way. Nor did his one confidential adviser, Larry Hegan, aid him to caution. On the contrary, it was Daylight who was compelled to veto the wilder visions of that able hashish dreamer. Not only did Daylight borrow heavily from the banks and trust companies, but on several of his corporations he was compelled to issue stock. He did this grudgingly, however, and retained most of his big enterprises of his own. Among the companies in which he reluctantly allowed the investing public to join were the Golden Gate Dock Company, the Recreation Parks Company, the United Water Company, and the Uncial Shipbuilding Company, and the Sierra and Salvador Power Company. Nevertheless, between himself and Hegan, he retained the controlling share in each of these enterprises. His affair with Dede Mason only seemed to languish. While delaying to grapple with the strange problem it presented, his desire for her continued to grow. In his gambling simile, his conclusion was that luck had dealt him the most remarkable card in the deck, and that for years he had overlooked it. Love was the card, and it beat them all. Love was the king card of trumps, the fifth ace, the joker in a game of tenderfoot poker. It was the card of cards, and play it he would to the limit when the opening came. He could not see that opening yet. The present game would have to play to some sort of conclusion first. Yet he could not shake from his brain and vision the warm recollection of those bronze slippers, that clinging gown, and all the feminine softness and pliancy of Dede in her pretty Berkeley rooms. Once again on a rainy Sunday he telephoned that he was coming, and as has happened ever since man first looked upon woman and called her good, again he played the blind force of male compulsion against a woman's secret weakness to yield. Not that it was Daylight's way abjectly to beg and entreat. On the contrary, he was masterful in whatever he did, but he had a trick of whimsical wheedling that Dede found harder to resist than the pleas of a suppliant lover. It was not a happy scene in its outcome, for Dede, in the throes of her own desire, desperate with weakness, and at the same time with her better judgment hating her weakness, cried out: "You urge me to try a chance, to marry you now and trust to luck for it to come out right. And life is a gamble, say? Very well, let us gamble. Take a coin and toss it in the air. If it comes head, I'll marry you. If it doesn't, you are forever to leave me alone and never mention marriage again." A fire of mingled love and the passion of gambling came into Daylight's eyes. Involuntarily his hand started for his pocket for the coin. Then it stopped, and the light in his eyes was troubled. "Go," she ordered sharply. "Don't delay, or I may change my mind and you will lose the chance." "Little woman." His similes were humorous, but there was no humor in their meaning. His thought was as solemn as his voice. "Little woman, I'd gamble all the way from creation to the day of judgment. I'd gamble a golden harp against another man's halo. I'd toss for pennies on the front steps of the New Jerusalem, or set up a faro layout just outside the pearly gates. But I'll be everlastingly damned if I'll gamble on love. Love's too big to me to take a chance on. Love's got to be a sure thing. And between you and me, it is a sure thing. If the odds were 100 to 1 on my winning this flip, just the same, nary a flip." In the spring of that year the great panic came on. The first warnings was when the banks began calling in their unprotected loans. Daylight promptly paid the first several of his personal notes that were presented. Then he divined that these demands but indicated the way the wind was going to blow, and that one of those terrific financial storms he had heard about was soon to sweep over the United States. How terrific this particular storm was to be he did not anticipate. Nevertheless, he took every precaution in his power, and had no anxiety about his weathering it out. Money grew tighter. Beginning with the crash of several of the greatest Eastern banking houses, the tightness spread until every bank in the country was calling in its credits. Daylight was caught, and caught because of the fact that for the first time he had been playing the legitimate business game. In the old days such a panic, with the accompanying extreme shrinkage of values, would have been a golden harvest time for him. As it was, he watched the gamblers who had ridden the wave of prosperity and made preparations for the slump, getting out from under and safely scurrying to cover or proceeding to reap a double harvest. Nothing remained for him but to stand fast and hold up. He saw the situation clearly. When the banks demanded that he pay his loans, he knew that the banks were in sore need of the money. But he was in sorer need. And he knew that the banks did not want his collateral which they held. It would do them no good. In such a tumbling of values was no time to sell. His collateral was good, all of it, eminently sound and worth while, yet it was worthless at such a moment when the one unceasing cry was money, money, money. Finding him obdurate, the banks demanded more collateral, and as the money pinch tightened, they asked for 2 and even 3 times as much as had been originally accepted. Sometimes Daylight yielded to these demands, but more often not, and always battling fiercely. He fought as with clay behind a crumbling wall. All portions of the wall were menaced, and he went around constantly strengthening the weakest parts with clay. This clay was money, and was applied, a sop here and a sop there, as fast as it was needed, but only when it was directly needed. The strength of his position lay in the Yerba Buena Ferry Company, the Consolidated Street Railways, and the United Water Company. Though people were no longer buying residence lots and factory and business sites, they were compelled to ride on his cars and ferry boats and to consume his water. When all the financial world was clamoring for money and perishing through lack of it, the first of each month many thousands of dollars poured into his coffers from the water rates. and each day $10,000 in dimes and nickels came in from his street railways and ferries. Cash was what was wanted, and had he had the use of all this steady river of cash, all would have been well with him. As it was, he had to fight continually for a portion of it. Improvement work ceased, and only absolutely essential repairs were made. His fiercest fight was with the operating expenses, and this was a fight that never ended. There was never any let up in his turning the thumbscrews of extended credit and economy. From the big wholesale suppliers down through the salary list to office stationery and postage stamps, he kept the thumbscrews turning. When his superintendents and heads of departments performed prodigies of cutting down, he patted them on the back and demanded more. When they threw down their hands in despair, he showed them how more could be accomplished. "You are getting $8,000 a year," he told Matheson. "It's better pay than you ever got in your life before. Your fortune is in the same sack with mine. You've got to stand for some of the strain and risk. You've got a personal credit in this town. Use it. Stand off butcher and baker and all the rest. Savvy? You're drawing down something like $660 a month. I want that cash. From now on, stand everybody off and draw down $100. I'll pay you interest on the rest till this blows over." 2 weeks later, with the payroll before them, it was: "Matheson, who's this bookkeeper Rogers? Your nephew? I thought so. He's pulling down $85 a month. After this, let him draw $35. That $40 can ride with me at interest." "Impossible!" Matheson cried. "He can't make ends meet on his salary as it is, and he has a wife and 2 kids." Daylight was upon him with a mighty oath. "Can't? Impossible? What in hell do you think I'm running? A home for feeble-minded? Feeding and dressing and wiping the little noses of a lot of idiots that can't take care of themselves? Not on your life. I'm hustling, and now's the time that everybody that works for me has got to hustle. I want no fair weather birds holding down my office chairs or anything else. This is nasty weather, damn nasty weather, and they've got to buck into it just like me. There are 10,000 men out of work in Oakland right now, and 60,000 more in San Francisco. Your nephew and everybody else on your payroll can do as I say right now or quit. Savvy? If any of them get stuck, you go around yourself and guarantee their credit with the butchers and grocers. And you trim down that payroll accordingly. I've been carrying a few thousand folks that'll have to carry themselves for a while now. That's all." "You say this filter's got to be replaced?" he told his chief of waterworks. "We'll see about it. Let the people of Oakland drink mud for a change. It'll teach them to appreciate good water. Stop work at once. Get those men off the payroll. Cancel all orders for material. The contractors will sue. Let 'em sue and be damned. We'll be busted hiring a kite or on Easy Street before they can get judgment." And to Wilkinson: "Take off that owl boat. Let the public roar and come home early to its wife. And there's that last car that connects with the 12:45 boat at 22nd and Hastings. Cut it out. I can't run it for 2 or 3 passengers. Let them take an earlier boat home or walk. This is no time for philanthropy. And you might as well take off a few more cars in the rush hours. Let the strap hangers pay. It's the strap hangers that'll keep us from going under." And to another chief, who broke down under the excessive strain of retrenchment: "You say I can't do that and can't do this. I'll just show you a few of the latest patterns in the can and can't line. You'll be compelled to resign. All right. If you think so, I never saw a man that yet I was hard up for. And when any man thinks I can't get along without him, I just show him the latest pattern in that line of goods and give him his walking papers." And so he fought and drove and bullied, and even wheedled his way along. It was fight, 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 and no let up, from the first thing in the morning till nightfall. His private office saw throngs every day. All men came to see him or were ordered to come. Now it was an optimistic opinion on the panic, a funny story, a serious business talk, or a straight, take it or leave it blow from the shoulder. And there was nobody to relieve him. It was a case of drive, 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 and he alone could do the driving. And this went on day after day, while the whole business world rocked around him and house after house crashed to the ground. "It's all right, old man," he told Hegan every morning, and it was the same cheerful word that he passed out all day long, except at such times when he was in the thick of fighting to have his will with persons and things. 8 o'clock saw him at his desk each morning. By 10 o'clock it was into the machine and away for a round of the banks. And usually in the machine with him was the 10,000 and more dollars that had been earned by his ferries and railways the day before. This was for the weakest spot in the financial dike. And with one bank president after another, similar scenes were enacted. They were paralyzed with fear, and first of all he played his role of the big vital optimist. Times were improving. Of course they were. The signs were already in the air. All that anybody had to do was to sit tight a little longer and hold on. That was all. Money was already more active in the East. Look at the trading on Wall Street of the last 24 hours. That was the straw that showed the wind. Hadn't Ryan said so and so? And wasn't it reported that Morgan was preparing to do this and that? As for himself, weren't the street railway earnings increasing steadily? In spite of the panic, more and more people were coming to Oakland right along. Movements were already beginning in the real estate. He was dickering even then to sell over 1,000 of the suburban acres. Of course, it was at a sacrifice, but it would ease the strain on all of them and bolster up the faint-hearted. That was the trouble, the faint hearts. Had there been no faint hearts, there would have been no panic. There was that Eastern syndicate negotiating with him now to take the majority of the stock in the Sierra and Salvador Power Company off his hands. That showed confidence that better times were at hand. And if it was not cheery discourse, but prayer and entreaty, or showdown and fight on the part of the banks, Daylight had to counter in kind. If they could bully, he could bully. If the favor he asked were refused, it became the thing he demanded. And when it came down to raw and naked fighting, with the last veil of sentiment or illusion torn off, he could take their breaths away. But he knew, also, how and when to give in. When he saw the wall shaking and crumbling irretrievably at a particular place, he patched it up with sops of cash from his 3 cash-earning companies. If the banks went, he went too. It was a case of their having to hold out. If they smashed, and all the collateral they held of his was thrown on the chaotic market, it would be the end. And so it was, as the time passed, that on occasion his red motor car carried, in addition to the daily cash, the most gilt-edged securities he possessed, namely, the Ferry Company, United Water and Consolidated Railways. But he did this reluctantly, fighting inch by inch. As he told the president of the Merchants San Antonio, who made the plea of carrying so many others, "They're small fry. Let them smash. I'm the kingpin here. You've got more money to make out of me than them. Of course, you're carrying too much, and you've got to choose, that's all. It's root hog or die for you or them. I'm too strong to smash. You could only embarrass me and get yourself tangled up. Your way out is to let the small fry go, and I'll lend you a hand to do it." And it was Daylight also, in this time of financial anarchy, who sized up Simon Dolliver's affairs and lent the hand that sent that rival down in utter failure. The Golden Gate National was the keystone of Dolliver's strength, and to the president of that institution Daylight said: "Here I've been lending you a hand, and you now in the last ditch, with Dolliver riding on you and me all the time. It don't go. You hear me? It don't go. Dolliver couldn't cough up $11 to save you. Let him get off and walk, and I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you the railway nickels for 4 days. That's 40,000 cash. And on the 6th of the month you can count on 20,000 more from the water company." He shrugged his shoulders. "Take it or leave it. Them's my terms. It's dog eat dog, and I ain't overlooking any meat that's floating around," Daylight proclaimed that afternoon to Hegan. And Simon Dolliver went the way of the unfortunate in the Great Panic who were caught with plenty of paper but no money. Daylight's shifts and devices were amazing. Nothing, however large or small, passed his keen sight unobserved. The strain he was under was terrific. He no longer ate lunch. The days were too short, and his noon hours and his office were as crowded as at any other time. By the end of the day he was exhausted, and, as never before, he sought relief behind his wall of alcoholic inhibition. Straight to his hotel he was driven, and straight to his rooms he went, where immediately was mixed for him the first of a series of double martinis. By dinner his brain was well clouded and the panic forgotten. By bedtime, with the assistance of Scotch whiskey, he was full, not violently or uproariously full, nor stupefied, but merely well under the influence of a pleasant and mild anesthetic. Next morning he awoke with parched lips and mouth, and with sensations of heaviness in his head, which quickly passed away. By 8 o'clock he was at his desk, buckled down to the fight. By 10 o'clock, on his personal rounds of the bank, and after that, without a moment's cessation till nightfall, he was handling the knotty tangles of industry, finance, and human nature that crowded upon him. And with nightfall it was back to the hotel, the double martinis, and the Scotch. And this was his program, day after day, until the days ran into weeks. End of Part 2, Chapter 20. Part 2, Chapter 21 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Though Daylight appeared among his fellows hearty-voiced, inexhaustible, spilling over with energy and vitality, deep down he was a very weary man. And sometime, under the liquor drug, snatches of wisdom came to him with far more lucidity than in his sober moments, as, for instance, one night when he sat on the edge of the bed with one shoe in his hand and meditated on Dede's aphorism to the effect that he could not sleep in more than one bed at a time. Still holding the shoe, he looked at the array of horsehair bridles on the walls. Then, carrying the shoe, he got up and solemnly counted them, journeying into the 2 adjoining rooms to complete the tale. Then he came back to the bed and gravely addressed his shoe. "The little woman's right. Only one bed at a time. 140 hair bridles, and nothing doing with ary a one of them. One bridle at a time. I can't ride one horse at a time. Poor old Bob, I'd better be sending you out to pasture. $30 million, and 100 million, or nothing in sight. And what have I got to show for it? There's lots of things money can't buy. It can't buy the little woman. It can't buy capacity. What's the good of 30 millions when I ain't got room for more than a quart of cocktails a day? If I had 100-quart cocktail thirst, it'd be different. But 1 quart, one measly little quart.
Here I am, a 30 times over millionaire, slaving harder every day than a dozen men that work for me, and all I get is 2 meals that don't taste good, 1 bed, a quart of Martini, and 140 hair bridles to look at on the wall." He stared around at the array disconsolately. "Mr. Shoe, I'm sizzled. Good night." Far worse than the controlled, steady drinker is the solitary drinker, and it was this that Daylight was developing into. He rarely drank sociably any more, but in his own room by himself. Returning weary from each day's unremitting effort, he drugged himself to sleep, knowing that on the morrow he would rise up with a dry and burning mouth and repeat the program. But the country did not recover with its wonted elasticity. Money did not become freer, though the casual reader of Daylight's newspapers, as well as all the other owned and subsidized newspapers in the country, could have only concluded that the money tightness was over and that the panic was a past history. All public utterances were cheery and optimistic, but privately many of the utterers were in desperate straits. The scenes enacted in the privacy of Daylight's office and of the meetings of his boards of directors would have given the lie to the editorials in his newspaper, as, for instance, when he addressed the big stockholders in the Sierra and Salvador Power Company, the United Water Company, and the several other stock companies. "You've got to dig. You've got a good thing, but you'll have to sacrifice in order to hold on. There ain't no use spouting hard times explanations. Don't I know the hard times is on? Ain't that what you're here for? As I said before, you've got to dig. I run the majority stock, and it's come to a case of assets. It's that or smash. If I ever start going, you won't know what struck you. I'll smash that hard. The small fry can let go, but you big ones can't. The ship won't sink as long as you stay with her. But if you start to leave her, down you'll sure go before you can get to shore. This assessment has got to be met, that's all." The big wholesale supply houses, the caterers for his hotels, and all the crowd that incessantly demanded to be paid had their hot half-hours with him. He summoned them to his office and displayed his latest patterns of can and can't and will and won't. "By God, you've got to carry me," he told them. "If you think this is a pleasant little game of parlor whist and that you can quit and go home whenever you want, you're plumb wrong. Look here, Watkins, you remarked 5 minutes ago that you wouldn't stand for it. Now let me tell you a few. You're going to stand for it and keep on standing for it. You're going to continue supplying me and taking my paper until the pinch is over. How you're going to do it is your trouble, not mine. You remember what I did to Klinkner and the Altamont Trust Company. I know the inside of your business better than you do yourself, and if you try to drop me, I'll smash you. Even if I'd be going to smash myself, I'd find a minute to turn on you and bring you down with me. It's sink or swim for all of us, and I reckon you'll find it to your interest to keep me on top the puddle." Perhaps his bitterest fight was with the stockholders of the United Water Company, for it was practically the whole of the gross earnings of this company that he voted to lend to himself and use to bolster up his wide battle front. Yet he never pushed his arbitrary rule too far, compelling sacrifice from the men whose fortunes were tied up with his. Nevertheless, when any one of them was driven to the wall and was in dire need, Daylight was there to help him back into line. Only a strong man could have saved so complicated a situation in such a time of stress, and Daylight was that man. He turned and twisted, schemed and devised, bludgeoned and bullied the weaker ones, kept the faint-hearted in the fight, and had no mercy on the deserter. And in the end, when early summer was on, everything began to mend. Came a day when Daylight
did the unprecedented. He left the office an hour earlier than usual, and for the reason that for the first time since the panic there was not an item of work waiting to be done. He dropped into Hegan's private office before leaving for a chat, and as he stood up to go, he said: "Hegan, we're all hunkadory. We're pulling out of the financial pawn shop in fine shape, and we'll get out without leaving one unredeemed pledge behind. The worst is over, and the end is in sight. Just a tight rein for a couple more weeks. Just a bit of a pinch or a flurry or so now and then, and we can let go and spit on our hands." For once he varied his program. Instead of going directly to his hotel, he started on a round of the bars and cafes, drinking a cocktail here and a cocktail there, and two or three when he encountered men he knew. It was after an hour or so of this that he dropped into the bar of the Parthenon for one last drink before going to dinner. By this time all his being was pleasantly warmed by the alcohol, and he was in the most genial and best of spirits. At the corner of the bar several young men were up to the old trick of resting their elbows and attempting to force each other's hands down. One broad-shouldered young giant never removed his elbow, but put down every hand that came against him. Daylight was interested. "It's Slosson," the barkeeper told him in answer to his query. "He's the heavy hammer thrower at the U.C. Broke all records this year, and the world's record on top of it. He's a husky, all right." Daylight nodded and went over to him, placing his own arm in opposition. "I'd like to go you a flutter, son, on that proposition," he said. The young man laughed and locked hands with him, and to Daylight's astonishment it was his own hand that was forced down on the bar. "Hold on," he muttered. "Just one more flutter. I reckon I wasn't just ready that time." Again the hands locked. It happened quickly. The offensive attack of Daylight's muscles slipped instantly into defense, and resisting vainly, his hand was forced over and down. Daylight was dazed. It had been no trick. The skill was equal, or, if anything, the superior skill had been his. Strength, sheer strength, had done it. He called for the drinks, and still dazed and pondering, held up his own arm and looked at it as at some new strange thing. He did not know this arm. It certainly was not the arm he had carried around with him all the years. The old arm, why, it would have been play to turn down that young husky's, but this arm, he continued to look at it with such dubious perplexity as to bring a roar of laughter from the young men. This laughter aroused him. He joined in it first, and then his face slowly grew grave. He leaned toward the hammer thrower. "Son," he said, "let me whisper a secret. Get out of here and quit drinking before you begin." The young fellow flushed angrily, but Daylight held steadily on. "You listen to your dad and let him say a few. I'm a young man myself, only I ain't. Let me tell you, several years ago, for me to turn your hand down would have been like committing assault and battery on a kindergarten." Slosson looked his incredulity, while the others grinned and clustered around Daylight encouragingly. "Son, I ain't given to preaching. This is the first time I ever come to the penitent form, and you put me there yourself, hard. I've seen a few in my time, and I ain't fastidious so as you can notice it. But let me tell you right that I'm worth the devil alone knows how many millions, and that I'd sure give it all right here on the bar to turn down your hand. Which means I'd give the whole shooting match just to be back where I was before I quit sleeping under the stars and come into the hen coops of cities to drink cocktails and lift up my feet and ride. Son, that's the matter with me, and that's the way I feel about it. The game ain't worth the candle. You just take care of yourself and roll my advice over once in a while. Good night." He turned and lurched out of the place, the moral effect of his utterance largely spoiled by the fact that he was so patently full while he uttered it. Still in a daze, Daylight made to his hotel, accomplished his dinner, and prepared for bed. "The damned young whippersnapper!" he muttered. "Put my hand down easy as you please. My hand!" He held up the offending member and regarded it with stupid wonder. The hand that had never been beaten, the hand that had made the Circle City giants wince. And a kid from college, with a laugh on his face, had put it down twice. Dede was right. He was not the same man. The situation would bear more serious looking into than he had ever given it. But this was not the time. In the morning, after a good sleep, he would give it consideration. End of Part 2, Chapter 21. Part 2, Chapter 22 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Daylight awoke with the familiar parched mouth and lips and throat, took a long drink of water from the pitcher beside his bed, and gathered up the train of thought where he had left it the night before. He reviewed the easement of the financial strain. Things were mending at last. While the going was still rough, the greatest dangers were already past. As he had told Hegan, a tight rein and careful playing were all that was needed now. Flurries and dangers were bound to come, but not so grave as the ones they had already weathered. He had been hit hard, but he was coming through without broken bones, which was more than Simon Dolliver and many others could say. And not one of his business friends had been ruined. He had compelled them to stay in line to save himself, and they had been saved as well. His mind moved on to the incident at the corner of the bar of the Parthenon, when the young athlete had turned his hand down. He was no longer stunned by the event, but he was shocked and grieved, as only a strong man can be at this passing of his strength. And the issue was too clear for him to dodge, even with himself. He knew why his hand had gone down. Not because he was an old man. He was just in the first flush of his prime, and by rights it was the hand of the hammer thrower which should have gone down. Daylight knew that he had taken liberties with himself. He had always looked upon this strength of his as permanent, and here for years it had been steadily oozing from him. As he had diagnosed it, he had come in from under the stars to roost in the coops of cities. He had almost forgotten how to walk. He had lifted up his feet and been ridden around in automobiles, cabs, and carriages, and electric cars. He had not exercised, and he had dry rotted his muscles with alcohol. And was it worth it? What did all his money mean, after all? Dede was right. It could buy him no more than one bed at a time, and at the same time it made him the abjectest of slaves. It tied him fast. He was tied by it right now. Even if he so desired, he could not lie abed this very day. His money called him. The office whistle would soon blow, and he must answer it. The early sunshine was streaming through his window. A fine day for a ride in the hills on Bob, with Dede beside him on her Mab. Yet all his millions could not buy him this one day. One of those flurries might come along, and he had to be on the spot to meet it. 30 millions, and they were powerless to persuade Dede to ride on Mab, who he had bought and who was unused and growing fat on pasture. What were 30 millions when they could not buy a man a ride with the girl he loved? 30 millions that made him come here and go there, that rode upon him like so many millstones, that destroyed him while they grew, that put their foot down and prevented him from winning this girl who worked for $90 a month. Which was better, he asked himself.
All this was Dede's own thought. It was what she had meant when she prayed he would go broke. He held up his offending right arm. It wasn't the same old arm. Of course she could not love that arm and that body as she had loved the strong, clean arm and body of years before. He didn't like that arm and body himself. A young whippersnapper had been able to take liberties with it. It had gone back on him. He sat up suddenly. No, by God, he had gone back on it. He had gone back on himself. He had gone back on Dede. She was right, 1,000 times right, and she had sense enough to know it, sense enough to refuse to marry a money slave with a whiskey-rotted carcass. He got out of bed and looked at himself in the long mirror on the wardrobe door. He wasn't pretty. The old-time lean cheeks were gone. These were heavy, seeming to hang down by their own weight. He looked for the lines of cruelty Dede had spoken of, and he found them. And he found the harshness in the eyes as well, the eyes that were muddy now after all the cocktails of the night before and of the months and years before. He looked at the clearly defined pouches that showed under his eyes, and they shocked him. He rolled up the sleeve of his pajamas. No wonder the hammer thrower had put his hand down. Those weren't muscles. A rising tide of fat had submerged them. He stripped off the pajama coat. Again he was shocked. This time by the bulk of his body. It wasn't pretty. The lean stomach had become a paunch. The ridged muscles of chest and shoulders and abdomen had broken down into rolls of flesh. He sat down on the bed, and through his mind drifted pictures of his youthful excellence, of the hardships he had endured over other men, of the Indians and dogs he had run off their legs in the heartbreaking days and nights on the Alaskan Trail, of the feats of strength that had made him king over a husky race of frontiersmen. And this was age. Then there drifted across the field of vision of his mind's eye the old man he had encountered at Glen Ellen, coming up the hillside through the fires of sunset, white-headed and white-bearded, 84, in his hand the pail of foaming milk, and in his face all the warm glow and content of the passing summer day. That had been age. Yes, sirree, 84 and sprier than most, he could hear the old man say. And I ain't loafed none. I walked across the plain with an ox team and fought Injuns in '51, and I was a family man then with 7 youngsters. Next he remembered the old woman of the chaparral pressing grapes in her mountain clearing, and Ferguson, the little man who had scuttled into the road like a rabbit, the one-time managing editor of a great newspaper, who was content to live in the chaparral along with his spring of mountain water and his hand-reared and manicured fruit trees. Ferguson had solved a problem. A weakling and an alcoholic, he had run away from the doctors and the chicken coop of a city and soaked up health like a thirsty sponge. Well, Daylight pondered, if a sick man whom the doctors had given up could develop into a healthy farm laborer, what couldn't a merely stout man like himself do under similar circumstances? He caught a vision of his body with all its youthful excellence returned, and he thought of Dede, and sat down suddenly on the bed, startled by the greatness of the idea that had come to him. He did not sit long. His mind, working in its customary way, like a steel trap, canvassed the idea in all its bearings. It was big, bigger than anything he had faced before, and he faced it squarely, picked it up in his 2 hands, and turned it over and around and looked at it. The simplicity of it delighted him. He chuckled over it, reached his decision, and began to dress. Midway in the dressing he stopped in order to use the telephone. Dede was the first he called up. "Don't come to the office this morning," he said. "I'm coming out to see you for a moment." He called up others. He ordered his motor car. To Jones he gave instructions for the forwarding of Bob and Wolf to Glen Ellen. Hegan he surprised by asking him to look up the deed of the Glen Ellen ranch and make out a new one in Dede Mason's name. "Who?" Hegan had demanded. "Dede Mason," Daylight replied imperturbably. "The 'phone must be indistinct this morning. Dede Mason. Got it?" Half an hour later he was flying out to Berkeley, and for the first time the big red car halted directly before the house. Dede offered to receive him in the parlor, but he shook his head and nodded toward her rooms. "In there," he said. "No other place would suit." As the door closed his arms went out and around her. Then he stood with his hands on her shoulders and looking down into her face. "Dede, if I tell you flat and straight that I'm going to live on that ranch at Glen Ellen, that I ain't taking a cent with me, that I'm going to scratch for every bite I eat, and that I ain't going to play area card at the business game again, will you come along with me?" She gave a glad little cry, and he nestled her in closely. But the next moment she had thrust herself out from him to the old position at arm's length. I don't understand," she said breathlessly. "And you ain't answered my proposition, though I guess no answer is necessary. We're just going to get married right away and start. I've sent Bob and Wolf along already. When will you be ready?" Dede could not forbear to smile. "My, what a hurricane of a man it is! I'm quite blown away, and you haven't explained a word to me." Daylight smiled responsively. "Look here, Dede, this is what the card sharps call a showdown. No more philandering and frills and long distance sparring between you and me. We're going to talk straight out in meeting, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Now you answer some questions for me, and then I'll answer yours." He paused. "Well, I've got only one question after all. Do you love me enough to marry me?" "But " she began. "No buts," he broke in sharply. "This is a showdown. When I say marry, I mean what I told you at first, that we'd go up and live on the ranch. Do you love me enough for that?" She looked at him for a moment. Then her lids dropped, and all of her seemed to advertise consent. "Come on, then. Let's start." The muscles of his legs tensed involuntarily as if he were about to lead her to the door. "My auto's waiting outside. There's nothing to delay excepting getting on your hat." He bent over her. "I reckon it's allowable," he said, as he kissed her. It was a long embrace, and she was the first to speak. "You haven't answered my questions. How is this possible? How can you leave your business? Has anything happened?" "Nothing's happened yet, but it's going to, blame quick. I've taken your preaching to heart, and I've come to the penitent form. You are my Lord God, and I'm sure going to serve you. The rest can go to thunder. You were sure right. I've been the slave to my money, and since I can't serve two masters, I'm letting the money slide. I'd sooner have you than all the money in the world, that's all." And he held her closely in his arms. "And I've sure got you, Dede. I've sure got you. And I want to tell you a few more. I've taken my last drink. You're marrying a whiskey soak, but your husband won't be that. He's going to grow into another man so quick you won't know him. A couple of months from now, up there in Glen Ellen, you'll wake up some morning and find you've got a perfect stranger in the house with you, and you'll have to get introduced to him all over again. You'll say, 'I'm Mrs. Harnish. Who are you?' And I'll say, 'I'm Elam Harnish's younger brother. I've just arrived from Alaska to attend the funeral.' 'What funeral?' you'll say. And I'll say, 'Why, the funeral of that good for nothing, gambling, whiskey drinking, burning Daylight, the man that died of fatty degeneration of the heart from sitting in night and day at the business game. Yes, ma'am,' I'll say, 'he's sure a gone coon, but I've come to take his place and make you happy.' And now, ma'am, if you'll allow me, I'll just meander down to the pasture and milk the cow while you're getting breakfast." Again he caught her hand and made as if to start with her for the door. When she resisted, he bent and kissed her again and again. "I'm sure hungry for you, little woman," he murmured. "You make 30 millions look like 30 cents." "Do sit down and be sensible," she urged. Her cheeks flushed, the golden light in her eyes burning more golden than he had ever seen it before. But Daylight was bent on having his way, and when he sat down it was with her beside him and his arm around her. "Yes, ma'am, I'll say Burning Daylight was a pretty good cuss, but it's better that he's gone. He quit rolling up his rabbit skins and sleeping in the snow, and went to living in a chicken coop. He lifted up his legs and quit walking and working, and took to existing on Martini cocktails and Scotch whiskey. He thought he loved you, ma'am, and he did his best, but he loved his cocktails more, and he loved his money more, and himself more, and most everything else more than he did you. And then I'll say, ma'am, you just run your eyes over me and see how different I am. I ain't got a cocktail thirst, and all the money I got is $1.40, and I've got to buy a new axe, the last one being plumb wore out. And I can love you just about 11 times as much as your first husband did. You see, ma'am, he went all to fat, and there ain't ary an ounce of fat on me. And I'll roll up my sleeve and show you. And say, Mrs. Harnish, after having experience with being married to that old fat money bags, do you all mind marrying a slim young fellow like me? And you'll just wipe a tear away for poor old Daylight, and kind of lean toward me with a willing expression in your eye, and then I'll blush maybe some, being a young fellow, and put my arm around you like that, and then, why then, I'll up and marry my brother's widow, and go out and do the chores while she's cooking a bite to eat." "But you haven't answered my questions," she reproached him, as she emerged rosy and radiant from the embrace that had accompanied the culmination of his narrative. "Now, just what do you want to know?" he asked. "I want to know how all this is possible, how you are able to leave your business at a time like this, what you meant by saying that something was going to happen quickly. I—" she hesitated and blushed. "I answered your question, you know." "Let's go and get married," he urged, all the whimsicality of his utterance duplicated in his eyes. "You know I've got to make way for that husky young brother of mine, and I ain't got long to live." She made an impatient moo, and he continued seriously. "You see, it's like this, Dede. I've been working like 40 horses ever since this blamed panic set in, and all the time some of those ideas you'd given me were getting ready to sprout. Well, they sprouted this morning. That's all. I started to get up, expecting to go to the office as usual. But I didn't go to the office. All that sprouting took place there and then. The sun was shining in the window, and I knew it was a fine day in the hills. And I knew I wanted to ride in the hills with you just about 30 million times more than I wanted to go to the office. And I knew all the time it was impossible. And why? Because of the office. The office wouldn't let me. All my money reared right up on its hind legs and got in the way and wouldn't let me. It's a way that blamed money has of getting in the way. You know that yourself. And then I made up my mind that I was to the dividing of the ways. One way led to the office. The other way led to Berkeley. And I took the Berkeley road. And I'm never going to set foot in the office again. That's all gone, finished, over and done with, and I'm letting it slide clean to smash and then some. My mind's set on this. You see, I've got religion, and it's sure the old time religion. It's love and you, and it's older than the oldest religion in the world. It's it. That's what it is. It, with a capital IT. She looked at him with a sudden, startled expression. "You mean," she began. "I mean just that. I'm wiping the slate clean. I'm letting it all go to smash. When them $30 million stood up to my face and said I couldn't go out with you in the hills to day, I knew the time had come for me to put my foot down. And I'm putting it down. I've got you, and my strength to work for you, and that little ranch in Sonoma. That's all I want, and that's all I'm going to save out, along with Bob and Wolf, a suit case, and 140 hair bridles. All the rest goes, and good riddance. It's that much junk." But Dede was insistent. "Then this tremendous loss is all unnecessary?" she asked. "Just what I haven't been telling you. It is necessary. It's that money thinks it can stand up right in my face and say I can't go riding with you." "No, no, be serious," Dede broke in. "I don't mean that, and you know it. What I want to know is, from a standpoint of business, is this failure necessary?" He shook his head. "You bet it isn't necessary. That's the point of it. I'm not letting go of it because I'm licked to a standstill by the panic and have got to let go. I'm firing it out when I've licked the panic and am winning, hands down. That just shows how little I think of it. It's you that counts, little woman, and I make my play accordingly." But she drew away from his sheltering arms. "You're mad, Elam." "Call me that again," he murmured ecstatically. "It's sure sweeter than the chink of millions." All this she ignored. "It's madness. You don't know what you're doing." "Oh, yes, I do," he assured her. "I'm winning the dearest wish of my heart. Why, your little finger is worth more. Do be sensible for a moment." "I was never more sensible in my life. I know what I want, and I'm going to get it. I want you and the open air. I want to get my foot off the paving stones and my ear away from the telephone. I want a little ranch house in one of the prettiest bits of country God ever made. And I want to do the chores around that ranch house, milk cows and chop wood and curry horses and plow the ground and all the rest of it. And I want you there in the ranch house with me. I'm plumb tired of everything else, and clean wore out. And I'm sure the luckiest man alive, for I've got what money can't buy. I've got you, and 30 millions couldn't buy you, nor 3,000 millions, nor 30 cents." A knock at the door interrupted him, and he was left to stare delightedly at the crouched Venus and on around the room at Dede's dainty possessions, while she answered the telephone. "It's Mr. Hegan," she said on returning. "He's holding the line. He said it is important." Daylight shook his head and smiled. "Please tell Mr. Hegan to hang up. I've done with the office, and I don't want to hear anything about anything." A minute later she was back again. "He refused to hang up. He told me to tell you that Unwin is in the office now, waiting to see you, and Harrison, too. Mr. Hegan said that Grimshaw and Hodgkins are in trouble, that it looks as if they're going to break, and he said something about protection." It was startling information. Both Unwin and Harrison represented big banking corporations, and Daylight knew that if the house of Grimshaw and Hodgkins went, it would precipitate a number of failures and start a flurry of serious dimensions. But Daylight smiled and shook his head and mimicked the stereotyped office tone of a voice as he said: "Miss Mason, will you kindly tell Mr. Hegan that there is nothing doing and to hang up?" "But you can't do this," she pleaded. "Watch me," he grimly answered. "Elam!" "Say it again," he cried. "Say it again, and a dozen Grimshaws and Hodgkins can smash." He caught her by the hand and drew her to him. "You let Hegan hang on to that line till he's tired. We can't be wasting a second on him on a day like this. He's only in love with books and things, but I've got a real live woman in my arms that's loving me all the time she's kicking over the traces." Part 2, Chapter 22.
Part Two, Chapter 23 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This recording is in the public domain. But I know something of the fight you have been making, Dede contended. If you stop now, all the work you have done, everything will be destroyed. You have no right to do it. You can't do it. Daylight was obdurate. He shook his head and smiled tantalizingly. Nothing will be destroyed, Dede, nothing. You don't understand this business game. It's done on paper, don't you see? Where's the gold I dug out of the Klondike? Why, it's in $20 gold pieces, in gold watches, in wedding rings. No matter what happens to me, the $20 pieces, the watches, and the wedding rings remain. Suppose I died right now. It wouldn't affect the gold one iota. It's sure the same with this present situation. All I stand for is paper. I've got the paper for thousands of acres of land. All right, burn up the paper and burn me along with it. The land remains, don't it? The rain falls on it, the seeds sprout in it, the trees grow out of it, the houses stand on it, the electric cars run over it. It's paper that business is run on. I lose my paper or I lose my life. It's all the same. It won't alter one grain of sand in all that land, or twist one blade of grass around sideways. Nothing is going to be lost. Not one pile out of the docks, not one railroad spike, not 1 ounce of steam out of the gauge of a ferry boat. The cars will go on running, whether I hold the paper or somebody else holds it. The tide has set toward Oakland. People are beginning to pour in. We're selling building lots again. There's no stopping that tide. No matter what happens to me or the paper, them 300,000 folks are coming in the same. And there'll be cars to carry them around, and houses to hold them, and good water for them to drink, and electricity to give them light, and all the rest. By this time Hegan had arrived in an automobile. The honk of it came in through the open window, and they saw it stop alongside the big red machine. In the car were Unwin and Harrison, while Jones sat with the chauffeur. "I'll see Hegan," Daylight told Dede. "There's no need for the rest. They can wait in the machine." "Is he drunk?" Hegan whispered to Dede at the door. She shook her head and showed him in. "Good morning, Larry," was Daylight's greeting. "Sit down and rest your feet. You sure seem to be in a flutter." "I am," the little Irishman snapped back. "Grimshaw and Hodgkins are going to smash if something isn't done quick. Why didn't you come to the office? What are you going to do about it?" "Nothing," Daylight drawled lazily, "except let them smash, I guess." "But—" "I've had no dealings with Grimshaw and Hodgkins. I don't owe them anything. Besides, I'm going to smash myself. Look here, Larry, you know me. You know when I make up my mind, I mean it. Well, I've sure made up my mind. I'm tired of the whole game. I'm letting go of it as fast as I can, and smash is the quickest way to let go." Hegan stared at his chief, then passed his horror-stricken gaze on to Dede, who nodded in sympathy. "So let her smash, Larry," Daylight went on. "All you've got to do is to protect yourself and all our friends. Now you listen to me while I'll tell you what to do. Everything is in good shape to do it. Nobody must get hurt. Everybody that stood by me must come through without damage. All the back wages and salaries must be paid pronto. All the money I've switched away from the water company, the street cars, and the ferries must be switched back. And you won't get hurt yourself none. Every company you got stock in will come through." "You're crazy, Daylight," the little lawyer cried out. "This is all babbling lunacy. What is the matter with you? You haven't been eating a drug or something?" "I sure have," Daylight smiled reply. "And now I'm coughing it up. I'm sick of living in a city and playing business. I'm going off to the sunshine and the country and the green grass. And Dede here is going with me. So you've got the chance
to be the first to congratulate me." "Congratulate the devil!" Hegan spluttered. "I'm not going to stand for this sort of foolishness." "Oh, yes, you are, because if you don't there'll be a bigger smash and some folks will most likely get hurt. You're worth $1 million or more yourself now, and if you listen to me you come through with a whole skin. I want to get hurt, and to get hurt to the limit. That's what I'm looking for, and there's no man or bunch of men can get between me and what I'm looking for. Savvy, Hegan? Savvy?" "What have you done to him?" Hegan snarled at Dede. "Hold on there, Larry." For the first time Daylight's voice was sharp, while all the old lines of cruelty in his face stood forth. "Miss Mason is going to be my wife, and while I don't mind you talking to her all you want, you've got to use a different tone of voice, or you'll be heading for a hospital, which will surely be an unexpected sort of smash. And let me tell you one other thing. This is all my doing. She says I'm crazy, too." Hegan shook his head in speechless sadness and continued to stare. "There'll be temporary receivership, of course," Daylight advised, "but they won't bother none or last long. What you must do immediately is to save everybody. The men that have been letting their wages ride with me, all the creditors, and all the concerns that have stood by. There's the wad of land that New Jersey crowd has been dickering for. They'll take all of a couple of thousand acres, and will close now if you give them half a chance. That Fairmount section is the cream of it, and they'll dig up as high as $1,000 an acre for part of it. That'll help out some. The 500-acre tract beyond, you'll be lucky if they pay $200 an acre." Dede, who had been scarcely listening, seemed abruptly to make up her mind, and stepped forward where she confronted the two men. Her face was pale, but set with determination, so that Daylight, looking at it, was reminded of the day when she first rode Bob. "Wait," she said. "I want to say something. Elam, if you do this insane thing, I won't marry you. I refuse to marry you." Hegan, in spite of his misery, gave her a quick, grateful look. "I'll take my chance on that," Daylight began. "Wait," she again interrupted. "And if you don't do this thing, I will marry you." "Let me get this proposition clear." Daylight spoke with exasperating slowness and deliberation. "As I understand it, if I keep right on at the business game, you'll sure marry me. You'll marry me if I keep on working my head off and drinking martinis?" After each question he paused, while she nodded an affirmation. "And you'll marry me right away?" "Yes." "Today? Now?" "Yes." He pondered for a moment. "No, little woman, I won't do it. It won't work, and you know it yourself. I want you, all of you, and to get it, I have to give you all of myself. And there'll be darn little of myself left over to give if I stay with the business game. Why, Dede, with you on the ranch with me, I'm sure of you, and of myself. I'm sure of you, anyway. You can talk will or won't all you want, but you're sure going to marry me just the same. And now, Larry, you'd better be going. I'll be at the hotel in a little while, and since I'm not going a step into the office again, bring all the papers to sign and the rest over to my rooms. And you can get me on the phone there any time. This smash is going through, savvy? I'm quit and done." He stood up as a sign for Hegan to go. The latter was plainly stunned. He also rose to his feet, but stood looking helplessly around. "Sheer, downright, absolute insanity," he muttered. Daylight put his hand on the other's shoulder. "Buck up, Larry. You're always talking about the wonders of human nature, and here I am giving you another sample of it, and you ain't appreciating it. I'm a bigger dreamer than you are, that's all, and I'm sure dreaming what's coming true. It's the biggest, best dream I ever had, and I'm going after it to get it." By losing all you've got?" Hegan exploded at him. "Sure, by losing all I've got that I don't want. But I'm hanging on to them 140 hair bridles just the same. Now you'd better hustle out to Unwin and Harrison and get on downtown. I'll be at the hotel, and you can call me up any time." He turned to Dede as soon as Hegan was gone and took her by the hand. "And now, little woman, you needn't come to the office any more. Consider yourself discharged. And remember, I was your employer, so you've got to come to me for recommendation. And if you're not real good, I won't give you one. In the meantime, you just rest up and think about what things you want to pack, because we'll just about have to set up housekeeping on your stuff. Leastways, the front part of the house." "But Elam, I won't. I won't. If you do this mad thing, I never will marry you." She attempted to take her hand away, but he closed on it with a protecting, fatherly clasp. "Will you be straight and honest? All right, here goes. Which would you sooner have, me and the money, or me and the ranch?" "But," she began. "No buts. Me and the money?" She did not answer. "Me and the ranch?" She still did not answer, and still he was undisturbed. "You see, I know your answer, Dede, and there's nothing more to say. Here's where you and I quit and hit the high places for Sonoma. You make up your mind what you want to pack. I'll have some men out here in a couple of days to do it for you. It will be about the last work anybody else ever does for us. You and I will do the unpacking and the arranging ourselves." She made a last attempt. "Elam, won't you be reasonable? There's time to reconsider. I can telephone down and catch Mr. Hegan soon as he reaches the office." "Why, I'm the only reasonable man in the bunch right now," he rejoined. "Look at me, as calm as you please and as happy as a king, while they're fluttering around like a lot of cranky hens whose heads are liable to be cut off." "I'd cry if I thought it would do any good," she threatened. "In which case I reckon I'll have to hold you in my arms some more and sort of soothe you down," he threatened back. "And now I'm going to go. It's too bad you got rid of Mab. You could have sent her up to the ranch. But see, you've got a mare to ride, some sort or other." As he stood at the top of the steps, leaving, she said: "You needn't send those men. There will be no packing, because I am not going to marry you." "I'm not a bit scared," he answered, and went down the steps. Part 2, Chapter 23.
Part 2, Chapter 24 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3 days later, Daylight rode to Berkeley in his red car. It was for the last time, for on the morrow the big machine passed into another's possession. It had been a strenuous 3 days, for his smash had been the biggest the panic had precipitated in California. The papers had been filled with it, and a great cry of indignation had gone up from the very men who later found that Daylight had fully protected their interests. It was these facts coming slowly to light that gave rise to the widely repeated charge that Daylight had gone insane. It was the unanimous conviction among business men that no sane man could possibly behave in such fashion. On the other hand, neither his prolonged, steady drinking nor his affair with Dede became public, so the only conclusion attainable was that the wild financier from Alaska had gone lunatic. And Daylight had grinned and confirmed the suspicion by refusing to see the reporters. He halted the automobile before Dede's door and met her with his same rushing tactics, enclosing her in his arms before a word could be uttered. Not until afterward, when she had recovered herself from him and got him seated, did he begin to speak. "I've done it," he announced. "You've seen the newspapers, of course. I'm plumb cleaned out, and I've just called around to find out what day you feel like starting for Glen Ellen. It'll have to be soon, for it's real expensive living in Oakland these days. My board at the hotel is only paid to the end of the week, and I can't afford to stay after that. And beginning with to morrow, I've got to use the street cars, and they sure eat up the nickels." He paused and waited and looked at her. Indecision and trouble showed on her face. Then the smile he knew so well began to grow on her lips and in her eyes, until she threw back her head and laughed in the old, forthright, boyish way. "When are those men coming to pack for me?" she asked. And again she laughed and simulated a vain attempt to escape his bear-like arms. "Dear Elam," she whispered, "dear Elam." And of herself, for the first time, she kissed him. She ran her hand caressingly through his hair. "Your eyes are all gold right now," he said. "I can look in them and tell just how much you love me." "They have been all gold for you, Elam, for a long time. I think on our little ranch they will always be all gold. Your hair has gold in it, too, a sort of fiery gold." He turned her face suddenly and held it between his hands and looked long into her eyes. "And your eyes were full of gold only the other day when you said you wouldn't marry me." She nodded and laughed. "You would have your will," she confessed. "But I couldn't be a party to such madness. All that money was yours, not mine. But I was loving you all the time, Elam, for the great big boy you are, breaking the 30 million toy with which you had grown tired of playing. And when I said no, I knew all the time it was yes. And I'm sure that my eyes were golden all the time. I had only one fear, and that was that you would fail to lose everything. Because, dear, I knew I should marry you anyway, and I did so want just you and the ranch and Bob and Wolf and those horsehair bridles. Shall I tell you a secret? As soon as you left, I telephoned the man to whom I sold Mab." She hid her face against his breast for an instant, and then looked at him again, gladly radiant. "You see, Elam, in spite of what my lips said, my mind was made up then. I simply had to marry you. But I was praying you would succeed in losing everything, and so I tried to find what had become of Mab. But the man had sold her and did not know what had become of her. You see, I wanted to ride with you over the Glen Ellen hills, on Mab and you on Bob, just as I had ridden with you through the Piedmont hills." The disclosure of Mab's whereabouts trembled on Daylight's lips, but he forbore. "I'll promise you a mare that you'll like just as much as Mab," he said. But Dede shook her head, and on that one point refused to be comforted. "Now I've got an idea," Daylight said, hastening to get the conversation on less perilous ground. "We're running away from cities, and you have no kith nor kin, so it don't seem exactly right that we should start off by getting married in a city. So here's the idea. I'll run up to the ranch and get things in shape around the house and give the caretaker his walking papers. You follow me in a couple of days, coming up on the morning train. I'll have the preacher fixed and waiting. And here's another idea. You bring your riding togs in a suitcase, and as soon as the ceremony's over, you can go to the hotel and change. Then out you come, and you'll find me waiting with a couple of horses, and we'll ride over the landscape so you can see the prettiest parts of the ranch the first thing. And she's sure pretty, that ranch. And now that it's settled, I'll be waiting for you at the morning train day after tomorrow." Dede blushed as she spoke. "You're such a hurricane." "Well, ma'am," he drawled, "I sure hate to burn Daylight, and you and I have burned a heap of daylight. We've been scandalously extravagant. We might have been married years ago." 2 days later, Daylight stood waiting outside the little Glen Ellen hotel. The ceremony was over, and he had left Dede to go inside and change into her riding habit while he brought the horses. He held them now, Bob and Mab, and in the shadow of the watering trough Wolf lay and looked on. Already 2 days of ardent California sun had touched with new fires the ancient bronze in Daylight's face. But warmer still was the glow that came into his cheeks and burned in his eyes as he saw Dede coming out of the door, riding whip in hand, clad in the familiar corduroy skirt and leggings of the old Piedmont days. There was warmth and glow in her own face as she answered his gaze and glanced on past him to the horses. Then she saw Mab, but her gaze leaped back to the man. "Oh, Elam," she breathed. It was almost a prayer, but a prayer that included 1,000 meanings. Daylight strove to feign sheepishness, but his heart was singing too wild a song for mere playfulness. All things had been in the naming of his name. Reproach, refined away by gratitude, and all compounded of joy and love. She stepped forward and caressed the mare, and again turned and looked at the man and breathed, "Oh, Elam." And all that was in her voice was in her eyes, and in them Daylight glimpsed a profundity deeper and wider than any speech or thought, the whole vast inarticulate mystery and wonder of sex and love. Again he strove for playfulness of speech, but it was too great a moment for even love fractiousness to enter in. Neither spoke. She gathered the reins, and bending, Daylight received her foot in his hand. She sprang as he lifted and gained the saddle. The next moment he was mounted and beside her, and, with Wolf sliding along ahead in his typical wolf trot, they went up the hill that led out of town, two lovers on two chestnut sorrel steeds riding out and away to honeymoon through the warm summer day. Daylight felt himself drunken as with wine. He was at the topmost pinnacle of life. Higher than this no man could climb, nor had ever climbed. It was his day of days, his love time and his mating time, and all crowned by this virginal possession of a mate who had said, "Oh, Elam," as she had said it, and looked at him out of her soul as she had looked. They cleared the crest of the hill, and he watched the joy mount in her face as she gazed on the sweet, fresh land. He pointed out the group of heavily wooded knolls across the rolling stretches of ripe grain. "They're ours," he said, "and they're only a sample of the ranch. Wait till you see the big cañon. There are coons down there, and back here on the Sonoma there are mink. And deer, why, the mountain's sure thick with them. And I reckon we can scare up a mountain lion if we want to, real hard. And say there's a little meadow. Well, I ain't going to tell you another word. You wait and see for yourself." They turned in at the gate where the road to the clay pit crossed the fields, and both sniffed with delight as the warm aroma of the ripe hay rose in their nostrils. As on his first visit, the larks were uttering their rich notes and fluttering up before the horses until the woods and the flower-scattered glades were reached, when the larks gave way to blue jays and woodpeckers. "We're on our land now," he said, as they left the hayfield behind. "It runs right across country over the roughest parts. Just you wait and see." As on the first day, he turned aside from the clay pit and worked through the woods to the left, passing the first spring and jumping the horses over the ruined remnants of the stake and rider fence. From here on, Dede was in an unending ecstasy. By the spring that gurgled among the redwoods grew another great wild lily, bearing on its slender stalk the prodigious outburst of white waxen bells. This time he did not dismount, but led the way to the deep cañon where the stream had cut a passage among the knolls.
He had been at work here, and a steep and slippery horse trail now crossed the creek. So they rode up beyond, through the somber redwood twilight, and, farther on, through a tangled wood of oak and madrono. They came to a small clearing of several acres, where the grain stood waist high. "Ours," Daylight said. She bent in her saddle, plucked at a stalk of the ripe grain, and nibbled it between her teeth. "Sweet mountain hay," she cried, "the kind Mab likes." And throughout the ride she continued to utter cries and ejaculations of surprise and delight. "And you never told me all this," she reproached him, as they looked across the little clearing and over the descending slopes of woods to the great curving sweep of Sonoma Valley. "Come," he said, and they turned and went back through the forest shade, crossed the stream, and came to the lily by the spring. Here also, where the way led up the tangle of the steep hill, he had cut a rough horse trail. As they forced their way up the zigzags, they caught glimpses out and down through the sea of foliage. Yet always were their farthest glimpses stopped by the closing vistas of green, and yet always, as they climbed, did the forest roof arch overhead, with only here and there rifts that permitted shattered shafts of sunlight to penetrate. And all about them were ferns, a score of varieties, from the tiny goldbacks and maidenhair to huge brakes 6 and 8 feet tall. Below them, as they mounted, they glimpsed great gnarled trunks and branches of ancient trees, and above them were similar great gnarled branches. Dede stopped her horse and sighed with the beauty of it all. "It's as if we are swimmers," she said, "rising out of a deep pool of green tranquillity. Up above is the sky and the sun, but this is a pool, and we are fathoms deep." They started their horses, but a dog-tooth violet, shouldering amongst the maidenhair, caught her eye and made her rein in again. They cleared the crest and emerged from the pool as if into another world, for now they were in the thicket of velvet-trunked young madronos and looking down the open, sun-washed hillside, across the nodding grasses to the drifts of blue and white nemophila that carpeted the tiny meadow on either side of the tiny stream. Dede clapped her hands. "It's sure prettier than office furniture," Daylight remarked. "It sure is," she answered. And Daylight, who knew his weakness in the use of that particular word "sure," knew that she had repeated it deliberately and with love. They crossed the stream and took the cattle track over the low rocky hill and through the scrub forest of manzanita, till they emerged on the next tiny valley with its meadow-bordered streamlet. "If we don't run into some quail pretty soon, I'll be surprised some," Daylight said. And as the words left his lips there was a wild series of explosive thrummings as the old quail arose from all about Wolf, while the younger ones scuttled for safety and disappeared miraculously before the spectators' very eyes. He showed her the hawk's nest he had found in the lightning-shattered top of the redwood, and she discovered a wood rat's nest which she had not seen before. Next they took the old wood road and came out on the dozen acres of clearing where the wine grapes grew in the wine-colored volcanic soil. Then they followed the cow path through more woods and thickets and scattered glades, and dropped down the hillside to where the farmhouse, poised on the lip of the big cañon, came into view only when they were right upon it. Dede stood on the wide porch that ran the length of the house, while Daylight tied the horses. To Dede it was very quiet. It was the dry, warm, breathless calm of California midday. All the world seemed dozing. From somewhere pigeons were cooing lazily. With a deep sigh of satisfaction, Wolf, who had drunk his fill at all the streams along the way, dropped down in the cool shadow of the porch. She heard the footsteps of Daylight returning and caught her breath with a quick intake. He took her hand in his, and as he turned the door knob, felt her hesitate. Then he put his arm around her. The door swung open, and together they passed in. End of Part 2, Chapter 24. Part 2, Chapter 25 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Many persons, themselves city-bred and city-reared, have fled to the soil and succeeded in winning great happiness. In such cases, they have succeeded only by going through a process of savage disillusionment. But with Dede and Daylight it was different. They had both been born on the soil, and they knew its naked simplicities and rawer ways. They were like two persons, after far wandering, who had merely come home again. There was less of the unexpected in their dealings with nature, while theirs was all the delight of reminiscence. What might appear sordid and squalid to the fastidiously reared was to them eminently wholesome and natural. The commerce of nature was to them no unknown and untried trade. They made fewer mistakes. They already knew, and it was a joy to remember what they had forgotten. And another thing they learned was that it was easier for one who has gorged at the flesh pots to content himself with the meagerness of a crust than for one who has known only the crust. Not that their life was meager. It was that they found keener delights and deeper satisfactions in little things. Daylight, who had played the game in the biggest and most fantastic aspects, found that here on the slopes of Sonoma Mountain it was still the same old game. Man had still work to perform, forces to combat, obstacles to overcome. When he experimented, in a small way, of raising a few pigeons for market, he found no less zest in calculating in squabs than formerly when he had calculated in millions. Achievement was no less achievement, while the process of it seemed more rational and received the sanction of his reason. The domestic cat that had gone wild and that preyed on his pigeons, he found by the comparative standards to be of no less paramount menace than a Charles Klinkner in the field of finance, trying to raid him for several millions. The hawks and weasels and coons were so many Dowsetts, Lettons, and Guggenhammers that struck at him secretly. The sea of wild vegetation that tossed its surf against the boundaries of all his clearings, and that sometimes crept in and flooded in a single week, was no mean enemy to contend with and subdue. His fat soiled vegetable garden in the nook of hills that failed of its best was a problem of engrossing importance, and when he had solved it by putting in drain tile, the joy of the achievement was ever with him. He never worked in it and found the soil unpacked and tractable without experiencing the thrill of accomplishment. There was the matter of plumbing. He was enabled to purchase the materials through a lucky sale of a number of his hair bridles. The work he did himself, though more than once he was forced to call in Dede to hold tight with a pipe wrench. And in the end, when the bathtub and the stationary tubs were installed and in working order, he could scarcely tear himself away from the contemplation of what his hands had wrought. The first evening, missing him, Dede sought and found him, lamp in hand, staring with silent glee at the tubs. He rubbed his hand over their smooth wooden lips and laughed aloud, and was as shamefaced as any boy when she caught him thus secretly exulting in his own prowess. It was this adventure in woodworking and plumbing that brought about the building of the little workshop, where he slowly gathered a collection of loved tools. And he, who in the old days, out of his millions, could purchase immediately
whatever he might desire, learned the new joy of the possession that followed upon rigid economy and desire long delayed. He waited 3 months before daring the extravagance of a Yankee screwdriver, and his glee in the marvelous little mechanism was so keen that Dede conceived forthright a great idea. For 6 months she saved her egg money, which was hers by right of allotment, and on his birthday presented him with a turning lathe of wonderful simplicity and multifarious efficiencies. And their mutual delight in the tool, which was his, was only equaled by their delight in Mab's first foal, which was Dede's special private property. It was not until the second summer that Daylight built the huge fireplace that outrivaled Ferguson's across the valley. For all these things took time, and Dede and Daylight were not in a hurry. Theirs was not the mistake of the average city dweller who flees in ultra-modern innocence to the soil. They did not essay too much, neither did they have a mortgage to clear, nor did they desire wealth. They wanted little in the way of food, and they had no rent to pay. So they planned unambiguously, reserving their lives for each other and for the compensations of country dwelling from which the average country dweller is barred. From Ferguson's example, too, they profited much. Here was a man who asked for but the plainest fare, who ministered to his own simple needs with his own hands, who worked out as a laborer only when he needed money to buy books and magazines, and who saw to it that the major portion of his waking time was for enjoyment. He loved to loaf long afternoons in the shade with his books, or to be up with the dawn and away over the hills. On occasion he accompanied Dede and Daylight on deer hunts through the wild cañons and over the rugged steeps of Hood Mountain, though more often Dede and Daylight were out alone. This riding was one of their chief joys. Every wrinkle and crease in the hills they explored, and they came to know every secret spring and hidden dell in the whole surrounding wall of the valley. They learned all the trails and cow paths, but nothing delighted them more than to essay the roughest and most impossible rides, where they were glad to crouch and crawl along the narrowest deer runs, Bob and Mab struggling and forcing their way along behind. Back from their rides, they brought the seeds and bulbs of wild flowers to plant in favoring nooks on the ranch. Along the foot trail which led down the side of the big cañon to the intake of the water pipe, they established their fernery. It was not a formal affair, and the ferns were left to themselves. Dede and Daylight merely introduced new ones from time to time, changing them from one wild habitat to another. It was the same with the wild lilac, which Daylight had sent to him from Mendocino County. It became part of the wilderness of the ranch, and after being helped for a season, was left to its own devices. They used to gather the seeds of the California poppy and scatter them over their own acres, so that the orange-colored blossoms spangled the fields of mountain hay and prospered in flaming drifts in the fence corners and along the edges of the clearings. Dede, who had a fondness for cattails, established a fringe of them along the meadow stream, where they were left to fight it out with the watercress. And when the latter was threatened with extinction, Daylight developed one of the shaded springs into his watercress garden and declared war upon any invading cattail. On her wedding day, Dede had discovered a long dog-tooth violet by the zigzag trail above the redwood spring, and here she continued to plant more and more. The open hillside above the tiny meadow became a colony of Mariposa lilies. This was due mainly to her efforts, while Daylight, who rode with a short-handled axe on his saddle bow, cleared the little manzanita woods on the rocky hill of all its dead and dying and overcrowded
weaklings. They did not labor at these tasks, nor were they tasks. Merely in passing, they paused from time to time and lent a hand to nature. These flowers and shrubs grew of themselves, and their presence was no violation of the natural environment. The man and woman made no effort to introduce a flower or shrub that did not of its own right belong. Nor did they protect them from their enemies. The horses and the colts and the cows and the calves ran at pasture among them or over them, and flower or shrub had to take its chance. But the beasts were not noticeably destructive, for they were few in number and the ranch was large. On the other hand, Daylight could have taken in fully a dozen horses to pasture, which would have earned him $1.50 per head per month. But this he refused to do, because of the devastation such close pasturing would produce. Ferguson came over to celebrate the housewarming that followed the achievement of the great stone fireplace. Daylight had ridden across the valley more than once to confer with him about the undertaking, and he was the only other present at the sacred function of lighting the first fire. By removing a partition, Daylight had thrown two rooms into one, and this was the big living room where Dede's treasures were placed, her books and paintings and photographs, her piano, the crouched Venus, the chafing dish, and all its glittering accessories. Already, in addition to her own wild animal skins, were those of deer and coyote and one mountain lion which Daylight had killed. The tanning he had done himself, slowly and laboriously, in frontier fashion. He handed the match to Dede, who struck it and lighted the fire. The crisp manzanita wood crackled as the flames leaped up and assailed the dry bark of the larger logs. Then she leaned in the shelter of her husband's arms, and the three stood and looked in breathless suspense. When Ferguson gave judgment, it was with beaming face and extended hand. "She draws, by crickety, she draws!" he cried. He shook Daylight's hand ecstatically, and Daylight shook his with equal fervor, and bending, kissed Dede on the lips. They were as exultant over the success of their simple handiwork as any great captain at astonishing victory. In Ferguson's eyes was actually a suspicious moisture, while the woman pressed even more closely against the man whose achievement it was. He caught her up suddenly in his arms and whirled her away to the piano, crying out, "Come on, Dede! The Gloria! The Gloria!" And while the flames in the fireplace that worked, the triumphant strains of the 12th Mass rolled forth. End of Part 2, Chapter 25. Part 2, Chapter 26 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Daylight had made no assertion of total abstinence, though he had not taken a drink for months after the day he resolved to let his business go to smash. Soon he proved himself strong enough to dare to take a drink without taking a second. On the other hand, with his coming to live in the country, had passed all desire and need for drink. He felt no yearning for it, and even forgot that it existed. Yet he refused to be afraid of it, and in town, on occasion, when invited by the storekeeper, he would reply, "All right, son. If my taking a drink will make you happy, here goes. Whiskey for mine." But such a drink began no desire for a second. It made no impression. He was too profoundly strong to be affected by a thimbleful. As he had prophesied to Dede, Burning Daylight, the city financier, had died a quick death on the ranch, and his younger brother, the Daylight from Alaska, had taken his place. The threatened inundation of fat had subsided, and all his old-time Indian leanness and of muscle had returned. So likewise did the old slight hollows in his cheeks come back. For him they indicated the pink of physical condition. He became the acknowledged strong man of the Sonoma Valley, the heaviest lifter and hardest winded among a husky race of farmer folk. And once a year he celebrated his birthday in the old fashioned frontier way, challenging all the valley to come up the hill to the ranch and be put on its back. A fair portion of the valley responded, brought the women folk and children along, and picnicked for the day. At first, when in need of ready cash, he had followed Ferguson's example of working at day's labor, but he was not long in gravitating to a form of work that was more stimulating and more satisfying, and that allowed him even more time for Dede and the ranch and the perpetual riding through the hills. Having been challenged by the blacksmith, in a spirit of banter, to attempt the breaking of a certain incorrigible colt, he succeeded so signally as to earn quite a reputation as a horse breaker, and soon he was able to earn whatever money he desired at this, to him, agreeable work. A sugar king, whose breeding farm and training stables were at Caliente, 3 miles away, sent for him in time of need, and before the year was out, offered him the management of the stables. But Daylight smiled and shook his head. Furthermore, he refused to undertake the breaking of as many animals as were offered. "I'm sure not going to die from overwork," he assured Dede, and he accepted such work only when he had to have money. Later he fenced off a small run in the pasture, where from time to time he took in a limited number of incorrigibles. "We've got the ranch and each other," he told his wife. "I'd sooner ride with you to Hood Mountain any day than earn $40. You can't buy sunsets and loving wives and cool spring water and such folderols with $40, and $40,000,000 can't buy back for me one day that I didn't ride with you to Hood Mountain." His life was eminently wholesome and natural. Early to bed, he slept like an infant and was up with the dawn. Always with something to do, and with 1,000 little things that enticed but did not clamor, he was himself never overdone. Nevertheless, there were times when both he and Dede were not above confessing tiredness at bedtime after 70 or 80 miles in the saddle. Sometimes, when he had accumulated a little money, and when the season favored, they would mount their horses with saddlebags behind, and ride away over the wall of the valley and down into the other valleys. When night fell, they put up at the first convenient farm or village, and on the morrow they would ride on, without definite plan, merely continuing to ride on day after day until their money gave out and they were compelled to return. On such trips they would be gone anywhere from a week to 10 days or 2 weeks, and once they managed a 3 weeks' trip. They even planned ambitiously some day, when they were disgracefully prosperous, to ride all the way up to Daylight's boyhood home in eastern Oregon, stopping on the way in Dede's girlhood home in Siskiyou. And all the joys of anticipation were theirs 1,000 times as they contemplated the detailed delights of this grand adventure. One day, stopping to mail a letter at the Glen Ellen post office, they were hailed by the blacksmith. "Say, Daylight," he said, "a young fellow named Slosson sends you his regards. He came through in an auto on the way to Santa Rosa. He wanted to know if you didn't live hereabouts, but the crowd with him was in a hurry, so he sent you his regards and said to tell you he'd taken your advice and was still going on, breaking his own record." Daylight had long since told Dede of the incident. Slosson, he meditated, Slosson. That must be the hammer thrower. He put my hand down twice, the young scamp. He turned suddenly to Dede. "Say, it's only 12 miles to Santa Rosa, and the horses are fresh." She divined what was in his mind, of which his twinkling eyes and sheepish, boyish grin gave sufficient advertisement, and she smiled and nodded acquiescence. "We'll cut across by Bennett Valley," he said. "It's nearer that way." There was little difficulty, once in Santa Rosa, of finding Slosson. He and his party had registered at the Oberlin Hotel, and Daylight encountered the young hammer thrower himself in the office. "Look here, son," Daylight announced as soon as he had introduced Dede. "I've come to go you another flutter at that hand game. Here's a likely place." Slosson smiled and accepted. The two men faced each other, the elbows of their right arms on the counter, their hands clasped. Slosson's hand quickly forced backward and down. "You're the first man that's ever succeeded in doing it," he said. "Let's try it again." "Sure," Daylight answered. "And don't forget, son, that you're the first man that put mine down. That's why I lit out after you today." Again they clasped hands, and again Slosson's hand went down. He was a broad-shouldered, heavy-muscled young giant, at least half a head taller than Daylight, and he frankly expressed his chagrin and asked for a third trial. This time he steeled himself to the effort, and for a moment the issue was in doubt. With flushed face and set teeth he met the other's strength till his crackling muscles failed him. The air exploded sharply from his tensed lungs as he relaxed in surrender, and the hand dropped limply down. "You're too many for me," he confessed. "I only hope you'll keep out of the hammer throwing game." Daylight laughed and shook his head. "We might compromise and each stay in his own class. You stick to hammer throwing, and I'll go on turning down hands." But Slosson refused to accept defeat. "Say," he called out, as Daylight and Dede, astride their horses, were preparing to depart. "Say, do you mind if I look you up next year? I'd like to tackle you again." "Sure, son. You're welcome to a flutter any time, though I give you fair warning that you'll have to go some. You'll have to train up, for I'm plowing and chopping wood and breaking colts these days." Now and again on the way home Dede could hear the big boy husband chuckling gleefully. As they halted their horses on top of the divide out of Bennett Valley in order to watch the sunset, he ranged alongside and slipped his arm around her waist. "Little woman," he said, "you're sure responsible for it all, and I leave it to you. If all the money in creation is worth as much as one arm like that when it's got a sweet little woman like this to go around." For all his delights in the new life, Dede was his greatest. As he explained to her more than once, he had been afraid of love all his life, only in the end to come to find it the greatest thing in the world. Not alone were the two well mated, but in coming to live on the ranch they had selected the best soil in which their love would prosper. In spite of her books and music, there was in her a wholesome simplicity and love of the open and natural, while Daylight, in every fiber of him, was essentially an open-air man. Of one thing in Dede, Daylight never got over marveling about, and that was her efficient hands. The hands that he had first seen taking down flying shorthand notes and ticking away at the typewriter. The hands that were firm to hold a magnificent brute like Bob, that wonderfully flashed over the keys of the piano, that were unhesitant in household tasks, and that were twin miracles to caress and run rippling fingers through his hair. But Daylight was not unduly uxorious. He lived his man's life just as she lived her woman's life. There was proper division of labor in the work they individually performed, but the whole was entwined and woven into a fabric of mutual interest and consideration. He was as deeply interested in her cooking and her music as she was in his agricultural adventures in the vegetable garden, and he who resolutely declined to die of overwork saw to it that she should likewise escape so dire a risk. In this connection, using his man's judgment and putting his man's foot down, he refused to allow her to be burdened with the entertaining of guests. For guests they had, especially in the warm, long summers, and usually they were her friends from the city, who were put to camp in tents which they cared for themselves, and where, like true campers, they had also to cook for themselves. Perhaps only in California, where everybody knows camp life, would such a program have been possible. But Daylight's steadfast contention was that his wife should not become cook, waitress, and chambermaid because she did not happen to possess a household of servants. On the other hand, chafing dish suppers in the big living room for their camping guests were a common happening, at which times Daylight allotted them their chores and saw that they were performed. For one who stopped only for the night it was different. Likewise, it was different with her brother, back from Germany and again able to sit a horse. On his vacations he became the third in the family, and to him was given the building of the fires, the sweeping, and the washing of the dishes. Daylight devoted himself to the lightening of Dede's labors, and it was her brother who incited him to utilize the splendid water power of the ranch that was running to waste. It required Daylight's breaking of extra horses to pay for the materials, and the brother devoted a 3 weeks' vacation to assisting, and together they installed a pelting wheel. Besides sawing wood and turning his lathe and grindstone, Daylight connected the power with the churn, but his great triumph was when he put his arm around Dede's waist and led her out to inspect a washing machine run by the Pelton wheel, which really worked and really washed clothes. Dede and Ferguson, between them, after a patient struggle, had taught Daylight poetry, so that in the end he might have been often seen sitting slack in the saddle and dropping down the mountain trails through the sun-flecked woods, chanting aloud Kipling's Tomlinson, or when sharpening his axe, singing into the whirling grindstone Henley's Song of the Sword. Not that he ever became consummately literary in the way his two teachers were. Beyond Frau Lippo Lippi and Caliban and Setebos, he found nothing in Browning, while George Meredith was ever his despair. It was of his own initiative, however, that he invested in a violin, and practiced so assiduously that in time he and Dede beguiled many a happy hour playing together after night had fallen. So all went well with this well-mated pair. Time never dragged. There was always new, wonderful mornings, and still cool twilights at the end of the day, and ever 1,000 interests claimed him, and his interests were shared by her. More thoroughly than he knew, he had come to a comprehension of the relativity of things. In this new game he played, he found in little things all the intensities of gratification and desire that had been found in the frenzied big things when he was a power and rocked half a continent with the fury of the blows he struck. With head and hand, at risk of life and limb, to bit and break a wild colt and to win it to the service of man was to him no less great an achievement. And this new table on which he played the game was clean. Neither lying nor cheating nor hypocrisy was here. The other game had made for decay and death, while this new one made for clean strength and life. And so he was content, with Dede at his side to watch the procession of the days and seasons from the farmhouse perched on the cañon lip, to ride through crisp frosty mornings or under burning summer suns, and to shelter in the big room where blazed the logs in the fireplace he had built, while outside the world shuddered and struggled in the storm clasp of a southeaster. Once only Dede asked him if he ever regretted, and his answer was to crush her in his arms and smother her lips with his. His answer, a minute later, took speech. "Little woman, even if you did cost 30 millions, you are sure the cheapest necessity of life I ever indulged in." And then he added, "Yes, I do have one regret, and a monstrous big one, too. I'd sure like to have the winning of you all over again. I'd like to go sneaking around the Piedmont hills looking for you. I'd like to meander into those rooms of yours at Berkeley for the first time. And there's no use talking. I'm plumb soaking with regret that I can't put my arm around you again that time you leaned your head on my breast and cried in the wind and the rain." End of Part 2, Chapter 26.
Part 2, Chapter 27 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But there came the day one year in early April when Dede sat in an easy chair on the porch, sewing on certain small garments, while Daylight read aloud to her. It was in the afternoon, and a bright sun was shining down on a world of new green. Along the irrigation channels of the vegetable garden streams of water were flowing, and now and again Daylight broke off from his reading to run out and change the flow of water. Also, he was teasingly interested in the certain small garments on which Dede worked, while she was radiantly happy over them, though at times, when his tender fun was too insistent, she was rosily confused or affectionately resentful. From where they sat they could look out over the world. Like the curve of a skirting blade, the valley of the moon stretched before them, dotted with farmhouses and varied by pasture lands, hayfields, and vineyards. Beyond rose the wall of the valley, every crease and wrinkle of which Dede and Daylight knew, and at one place where the sun struck squarely, the white dump of the abandoned mine burned like a jewel. In the foreground, in the paddock by the barn, was Mab, full of pretty anxieties for the early spring foal that staggered about her on tottery legs. The air shimmered with heat, and altogether it was a lazy, basking day. Quail whistled to their young from the thicketed hillside behind the house. There was a gentle cooing of pigeons, and from the green depths of the big cañon arose the sobbing wood note of a mourning dove. Once there was a warning chorus from the foraging hens and a wild rush for cover as a hawk, high in the blue, cast its drifting shadow along the ground. It was this, perhaps, that aroused old hunting memories in Wolf. At any rate, Dede and Daylight became aware of excitement in the paddock, and saw harmlessly reenacted a grim old tragedy of the younger world. Curiously eager, velvet-footed, and silent as a ghost, sliding and gliding and crouching, the dog that was mere domesticated Wolf stalked the enticing bit of young life that Mab had brought so recently into the world. And the mare, her own ancient instincts aroused and quivering, circled ever between the foal and this menace of the wild young days, when all her ancestry had known fear of him and his hunting brethren. Once she whirled and tried to kick him, but usually she strove to strike him with her forehoofs, or rush upon him with open mouth and ears laid back in an effort to crunch his backbone between her teeth. And the wolf dog, with ears flattened down and crouching, would slide silkily away, only to circle up to the foal from the other side and give cause to the mare for new alarm. Then Daylight, urged on by Dede's solicitude, uttered a low, threatening cry, and Wolf, drooping and sagging in all the body of him in token of his instant return to man's allegiance, slunk off behind the barn. It was a few minutes later that Daylight, breaking off from his reading to change the streams of irrigation, found that the water had ceased flowing. He shouldered a pick and shovel, took a hammer and a pipe wrench from the tool house, and returned to Dede on the porch. "I reckon I'll have to go down and dig the pipe out," he told her. "It's that slide that's threatened all winter. I guess she's come down at last." "Don't you read ahead now," he warned, as he passed around the house and took the trail that led down the wall of the cañon. Halfway down the trail he came upon the slide. It was a small affair, only a few tons of earth and crumbling rock. But starting from 50 feet above, it had struck the water pipe with force sufficient to break it at a connection. Before proceeding to work, he glanced up the path of the slide, and he glanced with the eyes of the earth-trained miner. And he saw what made his eyes startle and cease for the moment from questing farther. "Hello," he communed aloud. "Look who's here." His glance moved on up the steep broken surface and across it from side to side. Here and there in places small twisted manzanitas were rooted precariously, but in the main, save for weeds and grass, that portion of the cañon was bare. There were signs of a surface that had shifted often as the rains poured a flow of rich eroded soil from above over the lip of the cañon. "A true fissure vein, or I never saw one," he proclaimed softly. And as the old hunting instinct had aroused that day in the wolf dog, so in him recrudesced all the old hot desire of gold hunting. Dropping the hammer and pipe wrench, but retaining pick and shovel, he climbed up the slide to where a vague line of outputting but mostly soil-covered rock could be seen. It was all but indiscernible, but his practiced eye had sketched the hidden formation which it signified. Here and there, along this wall of the vein, he attacked the crumbling rock with a pick and shoveled the encumbering soil away. Several times he examined this rock. So soft was some of it that he could break it in his fingers. Shifting a dozen feet higher up, he again attacked with pick and shovel. And this time, when he rubbed the soil from a chunk of rock and looked, he straightened up suddenly, gasping with delight. And then, like a deer at a drinking pool, in fear of its enemies, he flung a quick glance around to see if any eye were gazing upon him. He grinned at his own foolishness and returned to his examination of the chunk. A slant of sunlight fell on it, and it was all a glitter with tiny specks of unmistakable free gold. "From the grass roots down," he muttered in an awe-stricken voice as he swung his pick into the yielding surface. He seemed to undergo a transformation. No quart of cocktails had ever put such a flame in his cheeks nor such a fire in his eyes. As he worked, he was caught up in the old passion that had ruled most of his life. A frenzy seized him that markedly increased from moment to moment. He worked like a madman till he panted from his exertions, and the sweat dripped from his face to the ground. He quested across the face of the slide to the opposite wall of the vein and back again. And midway he dug down through the red volcanic earth that had washed from the disintegrating hill above, until he uncovered quartz, rotten quartz, that broke and crumbled in his hands and showed to be alive with free gold. Sometimes he started small slides of earth that covered up his work and compelled him to dig again. Once he was swept 50 feet down the cañon side, but he floundered and scrambled up again without pausing for breath. He hit upon quartz that was so rotten that it was almost like clay, and here the gold was richer than ever. It was a veritable treasure chamber. For 100 feet up and down he traced the walls of the vein. He even climbed over the cañon lip to look along the brow of the hill for sign of the outcrop. But that could wait, and he hurried back to his find. He toiled on in the same mad haste, until exhaustion and an intolerable ache in his back compelled him to pause. He straightened up with even a richer piece of gold-laden quartz. Stooping, The sweat from his forehead had fallen to the ground. It now ran into his eyes, blinding him. He wiped it from him with the back of his hand and returned to the scrutiny of the gold. It would run 30,000 to the ton, 50,000, anything, he knew that. And as he gazed upon the yellow lure and panted for air and wiped the sweat away, his quick vision leaped and set to work. He saw the spur track that must run up from the valley and across the upland pastures, and he ran the grades and built the bridge that would span the cañon until it was real before his eyes. Across the cañon was the place for the mill, and there he erected it, and he erected also the endless chain of buckets suspended from a cable and operated by gravity that would carry the ore across the cañon to the quartz crusher. Likewise, the whole mine grew before him, and beneath him tunnels, shaft and galleries, and hoisting plants. The blasts of the miners were in his ears, and from across the cañon he could hear the roar of the stamps. The hand that held the lump of quartz was trembling, and there was a tired, nervous palpitation apparently in the pit of his stomach. It came to him abruptly that what he wanted was a drink. Whiskey, cocktails, anything, a drink. And even then, with this new hot yearning for alcohol upon him, he heard faint and far, drifting down the green abyss of the cañon, Dede's voice crying, "Here, chick, 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 chick. Here, chick, chick, chick." He was astounded at the lapse of time. He had left her sewing on the porch and was feeding the chickens preparatory to getting supper. The afternoon was gone. He could not conceive that he had been away that long. Again came the call, "Here, chick, 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 chick. Here, chick, chick, chick." It was the way she always called, first 5 and then 3. He had long since noticed it, and from these thoughts of her arose other thoughts that caused a great fear slowly to grow in his face, for it seemed to him that he had almost lost her. Not once had he thought of her in those frenzy hours, and for that much at least she had truly been lost to him. He dropped the piece of quartz, slid down the slide, and started up the trail, running heavily. At the edge of the clearing he eased down and almost crept to a point of vantage, whence he could peer out, himself unseen. She was feeding the chickens, tossing to them handfuls of grain, and laughing at their antics. The sight of her seemed to relieve the panic fear into which he had been flung, and he turned and ran back down the trail. Again he climbed the slide, but this time he climbed higher, carrying the pick and shovel with him. Again he toiled frenziedly, but this time with a different purpose. He worked artfully, loosening slide after slide of red soil, and sending it streaming down, and covering up all he had uncovered, hiding from the light of day the treasure he had discovered. He even went into the woods and scooped armfuls of last year's fallen leaves, which he scattered over the slide. But this he gave up as a vain task, and he sent more slides of soil down upon the scene of his labor, until no sign remained of the outjutting walls of the vein. Next he repaired the broken pipe, gathered his tools together, and started up the trail. He walked slowly, feeling a great weariness, as of a man who had passed through a frightful crisis. He put the tools away, took a great drink of the water that again flowed through the pipes, and sat down on the bench by the open kitchen door. Dede was inside preparing supper, and the sounds of her footsteps gave him a vast content. He breathed the balmy mountain air in great gulps, like a diver fresh risen from the sea, and as he drank in the air, he gazed with all his eyes at the clouds and sky and valley, as if he were drinking in that, too, along with the air. Dede did not know he had come back, and at times he turned his head and stole glances in at her efficient hands, at the bronze of her brown hair
that smoldered with fire when she crossed the path of sunshine that streamed through the window, at the promise of her figure that shot through him a pang most strangely sweet and sweetly dear. He heard her approaching the door, and he kept his head turned resolutely toward the valley. And next, he thrilled as he had always thrilled when he felt the caressing gentleness of her fingers through his hair. "I didn't know you were back," she said. "Was it serious?" "Pretty bad, that slide," he answered, still gazing away and thrilling to her touch. "More serious than I reckoned. But I've got the plan. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to plant eucalyptus all over it. They'll hold it. I'll plant them thick as grass so that even a hungry rabbit can't squeeze between them. And when they get their roots a-going, nothing in creation will ever move that dirt again." "Why? Is it as bad as that?" He shook his head. "Nothing exciting, but I'd sure like to see any blamed old slide get the best of me, that's all. I'm going to seal that slide down so that it'll stay there for 1,000,000 years. And when the last trump sounds and Sonoma Mountain and all the other mountains pass into nothingness, that old slide will still be a-standing there, held up by the roots." He passed his arm around her and pulled her down on his knees. "Say, little woman, you sure miss a lot by living here on the ranch. Music and theaters and such things. Don't you ever have a hankering to drop it all and go back?" So great was his anxiety that he dared not look at her, and when she laughed and shook her head, he was aware of a great relief. Also he noted the undiminished youth that rang through that same old-time, boyish laugh of hers. "Say," he said with sudden fierceness, "don't you go fooling around that slide until after I get the trees in and rooted. It's mighty dangerous, and I sure can't afford to lose you now." He drew her lips to his and kissed her hungrily and passionately. "What a lover!" she said, and pride in him and in her own womanhood was in her voice. "Look at that, Dede." He removed one encircling arm and swept it in a wide gesture over the valley and the mountains beyond. "The Valley of the Moon. A good name, a good name. Do you know, when I look out over it all and think of you and all it means, it kind of makes me ache in the throat, and I have things in my heart I can't find the words to say, and I have a feeling that I can almost understand Browning and those other high-flying poet fellows. Look at Hood Mountain there, just where the sun's striking. It was down in that crease that we found the spring." "And that was the night you didn't milk the cows to 10 o'clock," she laughed. "And if you keep me here much longer, supper won't be any earlier than it was that night." Both arose from the bench, and Daylight caught up the milk pail from the nail by the door. He paused a moment longer to look out over the valley. "It's sure grand," he said. "It's sure grand," she echoed, laughing joyously at him and with him and herself and all the world as she passed in through the door. And Daylight, like the old man he once had met, himself went down the hill through the fires of sunset with a milk pail on his arm. Part 2, Chapter 27. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. End of Burning Daylight by Jack London.